Waking on the blubber.
6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour as we start a brand new week together. And, man, it's a busy one. Let's get everybody in here. The Good Time Gang settling in. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. But over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Boys.
What up?
Let's go, boys.
We got a busy one, my friend. We have got a lot happening today. Gene Hallman will be in studio in about 2 hours from now and announce the celebrity pairings for this Wednesday's Pro-Am at Regents Tradition as the PGA Champions Tour comes through Birmingham Metro at Greystone Golf and Country Club. We'll do our annual live broadcast, Lord willing, this coming Wednesday. And so we got a lot happening on behind the scenes, getting ready for that. I'll skip out just a little early last hour and go set up and test and make sure that we have actually audio so we can broadcast. That'd be nice. And so that's happening. But get ready for today because Gene will be in. He'll announce the pairings, and it allows you and one guest to kind of follow along with the group, get a picture with the group, hang out, enjoy the day. And it can be with Bubba's group, or we've had it to where somebody might like somebody else's group. And all of it's on the table, but you only have when he gets in about 2 hours or so, and then about 9:30 we will wrap up the bids, and then the highest bid wins, and then we'll send that information to the folks at Regents Tradition, and then they'll get in touch with you and plan the day for this coming Wednesday. So be standing by for that. Also, I hadn't seen him in a long time. Cliff Sims will be in studio. He served as the special assistant to President Trump in the White House. He's got a new book that hits tomorrow, but online you can grab it now. It's The Darkness Has Not Overcome, and Cliff will be in studio today at around 7:35 or so, and so we'll touch base with old Cliff, see him in studio today. So a lot happening. We've got the Fix Mama's Mouth. We've got everything over to Dr. Dudney and his staff. And the top three will hit this week, and then you can vote on that. And Mother's Day is Sunday, guys, and we'll announce the winner in a week from today with Dr. Dudney. How about that? So how was y'all's weekend?
It was good.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of yard work Saturday. Lots.
I got a little myself done.
Yep. Same here.
Knocked that out, and then, I didn't knock it out. I put a dent in it. And took a break and watched the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
And then when that was over, went back out until dark.
Okay.
And so got the whole – I watched probably an hour leading up to the race and about 15 minutes after the race.
Mm-hmm.
Mystic Day until your photo finish. It was fun.
Yeah. I had to tat it on outside because we were doing work, but we kind of stopped. We have not done any spring cleaning,
we hadn't either.
Pull all the outside furniture, whatever you got, back patio, pull it all out into the yard and – pressure wash and clean and, all the pollen. And all. So that was Saturday for us because we hadn't been home because of baseball, but we were there and got some stuff done. But the TV on outside, we were able to find a way to keep it on. And so we watched the Kentucky Derby out there.
Forgot about it.
Yeah.
Plus, got a big event coming to Main Street South in Piedmont. So, me, I'm the hired help to haul everything in, Lisa and them's booth they have there.
Yeah.
We heard the guy the other day talking about the Strawberry Festival. He said there's others. Well, there's another one that's actually there.
Okay.
And you got that coming and Mother's Day coming. So I have to haul a bunch of stuff in and out. So I'm a hired hand.
Getting the booth and everything set up.
Main Street South. Yeah. Like I said, if it's labor, it's me.
Yeah.
That's all I'm good at. I don't let me do anything else.
How are you with moving? You got it down?
Yeah, I'm good. I got it down. Pay anything you need.
You're not hitting walls or corners or anything.
I've been trained in that area.
Especially
bring stuff out of my house to the car. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're what I call your storage unit upstairs. Mm-hmm. Is that where you pull it all down from?
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going. Besides, do a lot of that.
Yeah, so that was your Saturday.
Work,
yeah,
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I had a lot going on yesterday afternoon, but I turned it on just about the time, and I blame both of you for me even caring that F1 was in Miami. the Miami Grand Prix, and Trump was there. It was kind of funny seeing that. But the fact, I am amazed, and I know I'm just coming into this whole F1 series, and I don't follow it like every weekend, but because of the Netflix special that y'all put me on years ago, I watched some of those seasons. I hadn't watched every episode or anything, but so now when it's on, I'm like, hey, the behind the scenes are pretty cool about this. But the fact they go in and they just turn cities into a road course, guys, that's unbelievable.
That's a pretty big undertaking.
It really is.
Well, I was there a couple weeks ago with the tennis team, and so I was kind of picturing in my mind, knowing this was coming up, how do you do this?
I know.
Because there's so many people.
It's unbelievable.
There's so like, how do you turn a city into a racetrack?
I know.
And how's that safe?
I know. How's it like?
How does people get in and out of their apartments?
I know.
Like little things like that there's race cars flying by.
They went right up to the edge of an interstate.
I know.
Like, a couple of times there was some drone footage, and I mean, there just goes people down the interstate.
Yes. While they're racing.
And these
yeah, I know.
It's just really kind of cool. I think they were saying something like 200,000 people there. It's
good.
I mean, it's just amazing. I didn't watch all of it, but just kind of looked over at it a little bit. We were still doing stuff around the house, and it was a busy day. But glad y'all had a good weekend, though. That's awesome.
Back to the horse race in a minute.
Yeah.
So as I'm watching the
I saw it was a photo finish.
It was.
Boy,
it was crazy. There was 3 horses, and I thought
down the stretch
where 2 of them came from to put themselves in position for the photo finish was nuts.
It was.
But the thing they're interviewing the owners as they're walking the horses out and all that, and all of a sudden there's a guy and he's got a long beard and long hair, and I thought, who is this guy?
Mm-hmm.
And it was one of the horse owners, and it was Jason Worth.
That's right.
Who
I saw that.
She used to play with the Phillies.
Yeah. Long. Is he done? Is he retired?
I guess. And they bought this.
So.
Well, they bought this horse in like 2022, I guess. And anyway, he had an owner. He was an owner of one of the horses that was really good. Don't think that it was like they did a thing that showed, because it's 3-year-olds, okay, that are in the race.
Right.
Roughly 18,000 thoroughbreds are born each year, and so they were given the percentages to get down to the top 20 to be in the Derby.
Yeah.
And it gets crazy as they eliminate, who's who, and then the fact to have a Derby winner is even more crazy. But the fact that he has one of the 20 horses at Churchill Downs was crazy to me. To know that we're playing Major League Baseball. And we just want to be a horse owner, so we buy into this Dornock or Dornick or whatever.
Whatever
the horse
names. I love the horse names.
And
It's funny.
but it was just I didn't know he was part of this.
I didn't either. I didn't know he was owner. I thought the picture that he was just at the event.
Yeah.
So
No, he's involved and owns part of whatever this horse's name is. But
he let his hair get out of hand.
it was very out of hand. Thought it was Kid Rock at first.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
I really did. I thought, well, it's Kid Rock. I didn't know he was. What's he doing out here on the in the dirt?
Have y'all seen his house in Nashville? That's
Kid Rock.
Looks like the White House, Kid Rock that you just said, huh?
I'm sure he's
looks like the White House.
No, I hadn't seen it.
Okay. Wow.
I would encourage you to go back and watch the race, at least the last half mile.
It was a great.
I saw it.
It
was crazy.
We know you
and
saw it.
It was like he had said we should go back.
Well, I was
to
telling Greg because he said he missed it.
All right. How about it was the Helmsley the 12th or 15th race of the day or something like that. They had racing all day long. And and I can't remember, and I'm gonna have this wrong. There was brother in it. It's like the other brother, or what? That was the name of the horse, or their brothers, or something like that. And every time he would say it, it would just sound funny.
Yeah,
the
names they come up with.
The names are just something else. They really are. But I guess NBC had it so Peacock had all the races on all day long that you could just have it on, and it would just one after another. But it's really amazing to see all the behind the scenes. And they went to the infield a couple times too, boys.
They still run on top of portalets?
I didn't see the portalets. You know how they used to have them lined up?
Yeah,
I didn't
when
see
people
them.
would hit them with full beers when they were running and didn't knock them out. That was unreal.
Hey, the hats. Good night.
The hats are getting out of
They
hand.
did a special about the hats, and
Speedy had one home. Watching it at home.
To your point about the races before, I watched. I was so into it the hour before that I watched the Turf Classic where they race on the grass inside. So you have the dirt, turf, and then the infield.
Yeah.
And so watch that race and then watch the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it was interesting how they explained that the horses really don't get tired on the turf.
Yeah.
But you get out there and you get in that on the
They're
track,
free running
whatever.
on that
And
grass.
it had rained, I guess, the day before or something. But they said the track was in pretty good condition. But they said you'll see some good times on the turf. And I saw was it Winona Judd that sang the national anthem?
Really?
Yeah. It was kind of funny to see all of the ladies, some of them really struggling with their hats if they should take them off during the national anthem.
It can't. Oh, yeah.
And they were
they're probably all pinned.
They were all pinned. And Terry at one point said she just needs to just let it go.
The hats are a little out of hand.
They really are.
And I realize too why I don't bet, because every time I think, man, you need to place a bet on these things, and I'm never right on picking.
I don't have any
So
clue.
thank goodness I don't, because I would suck at it.
Me too.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. We're off and running here, no pun intended.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Alabama Road Trips, they're back with a new road trip for you to win. It's a 2-day guided trip for two to go kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You'll get a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money towards your ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package, and more. Head to alabamaroadtrips.org. Sign up for a chance to win the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. Once again, sign up for a chance to win at alabamaroadtrips.org. Set immigration policies aside for a moment. New diseases are entering through U.S. borders. Now, you remember medication shortages during COVID? Do you remember not being able to see your doctor? Well, you can get out in front of this with a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. This is not, I repeat, not first aid. It's like having urgent care in your home with essential prescriptions and strong antibiotics for infections of all types, plus a doctor-easy guide. Order your kit and get 15% off at twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. I was talking a great deal over the weekend through texting with Chris Skates. He was RBU this past weekend, Moonshine over Georgia. And he said he wanted to thank the audience because the book is showing out on Amazon. It is, he said, doing it's a lot of PRs for him when it comes to his books. But Moonshine Over Georgia, a novel based on actual events. Rick and Bubba talked to Chris Skates, a very interesting man, but also author of this book. And it is doing extremely well on Amazon. And so he just wanted to say thank you. If you have not watched or listened to that, feel free to do so. It's wherever podcasts are available for you. Both audio, video links were sent out on our social media at Rick and Bubba. That's also easy access for you. But check it out. Great podcast. And he just said, hey, man, please tell your audience thank you. It's wow. He goes, it's like he woke up, I guess, and got going midday Saturday. And he's like, hey, man, you're not going to believe this.
Huh.
And I'm like, well, there you
Yeah,
go.
that's what you want to have.
There you go. Speaking of authors, Cliff Sims, his new book is out tomorrow officially. But you can still get it online today. The darkness has not overcome. He's in studio today. Gene Hallman will be with us and announce Bubba's pairings as well as all the celebrity pairings. So you can bid, and the highest bidder gets to hang out with their group and follow along, get their own cart, and scream "Cart path, please," and tell everybody to watch out, get out of the way.
Dadgummit.
Yeah. I hope it stays the way it is. Forecast is always an issue. You go, oh, what's the deal? And the forecast, when I checked today, it looks nice. It could change because being in the South, you never know. But so far,
I had a little
pretty
storm
good.
rumble in at the house last night.
We did too. It was nice.
Right before dark.
Yeah.
It keeps missing us. It's like red and yellow,
Power even
kill a
blinked.
fella, all that, and it's like
I had lightning and everything.
it just splits right around our house. We haven't really got
Let me
much.
tell you what's playing a tune is how you say it, cicadas.
Cicada.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're hammering it at the house. You can hear
Are they
them.
really?
Oh boy, it's just a constant. Yeah,
Really?
it's kind of.
You like getting a cup of coffee and listening to them?
You know, it doesn't bother me. I thought it would. It's kind of soothing.
I thought it would bother me too, but it doesn't.
Yeah, they're way out in the woods though. So I was out in the driveway and I was going, "What the crap? I'm hearing something." And then I said, "Oh, I know what that
Thought
is."
you were going crazy for a
Yep.
second.
Well, here
What
they
is
are.
that?
The old cicada, or whatever how you say
Is it cicada or cicadia?
I don't know what it is. Cicada.
Well, I know
don't
there's
know.
cicada killers,
I'm gonna call them locust.
and so I
Yeah.
just assumed that that's what they were
Who
talking
knows?
about. Yeah, it rumbled at our house for
Oh man, they
probably
screaming.
about an hour before dark, and it was a lot of rain, which we needed.
Yeah,
Really
I'm
needed
a
it.
little jealous by that.
Yeah.
It would be that, light sprinkle, spitting a little rain, but then over the trees
Jealous.
you see like just dark clouds, and you check the. I'm like, well, why won't they do that here?
Well, what's funny is I looked at the radar. I saw some clouds kind of in the distance, and I thought, well, probably won't have a chance of getting that one.
Yeah.
And I looked at my phone, and the way it had it rolling through, I thought, we're not even going to get anything. And then 30 minutes later, it's like thunder, lightning, dogs are scared, and it's pouring. And I'm like,
Dogs are scared. It's
what in the
pouring.
world?
Boom.
Boom.
I like a good thunderstorm. I really do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Something about it.
All right, so
I do too, as long as the wind don't blow too hard.
can we discuss the roast at all, or do you not want to?
It was filthy. I mean, we can say it was on and all that. I mean, it was so bad I had to put my headphones on so nobody else in the house could hear what was being said.
Well, I would like, because I think you were able to watch the Tom Brady
I love
roast.
Tom Brady, and so I wanted to hear what they had to say.
So the Tom Brady roast was last night live on Netflix.
Yeah.
And you saw it.
It was filthy.
And I want to ask you about how it was, and then also about this headline that he got upset with the Jeff Ross joke or something like that about Robert Kraft, and he stood up and the microphone caught him saying he cussed in the mic, but saying basically don't say that again.
Yeah.
And was he joking or was he really mad?
I never once saw him get mad last night.
Okay.
He said things a lot after, like he was sitting in a chair next to the roaster, and so he would, anytime somebody said anything, and listen, there was some brutal things said, especially about his ex-wife Giselle. Couldn't believe they were saying some of the things that they were saying. And again, don't think that it is just something that's got the F word in it or GD or. It is just, the whole thing is filthy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I couldn't believe that they allowed some of the things to be even said. Gronk's an idiot. We know that, okay? Didn't know he is as dumb as he is. Like, it's one thing that he makes decisions on the football field, and he looks like this frat kid that's never grown up. I don't think he's just very smart. One of the lines, and it was clean, they said he was the only Gronk's the only NFL player to be born with CTE, which I thought was fantastic.
That's funny.
And it was actually a clean joke, and that
The
was
one clean joke
Yeah,
of the
that
night.
was the one clean joke.
When you say,
all
I
night.
understand what you're saying about he's not smart or whatever. Was there something that happened last night that made you think that, or
The
was
whole
it
night,
just the whole night?
the whole night, and at
He's a
first,
meathead.
that's one. At first, I thought, man, is this a Gronk roast or a Brady roast? Like they were on Gronk so much, and it was all about his
Easy
just
target.
intelligence or lack thereof. But he didn't help his case. Like when they would say things, or even now he got up there to roast a little bit too, and that showed a lot because his was not quite as good as the rest of
Did
them.
you have second hand for
I
anybody?
did. For Gronk.
For Gronk
I
was one
had
of them?
second hand for Gronk.
So,
Had a little bit for Ben Affleck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I felt like you could tell that he was not used to doing things like that. Kevin Hart hosted it. He was the MC. It is what it is with him, but he's funny, real funny. Belichick was there. Belichick was funny. Peyton Manning was there and hilarious. He came out at the end. What happens in these things is they have all these people roast you, and then Tom Brady gets the last word.
Okay.
He gets
And
5
they
minutes.
also roast other people on the panel.
Oh, nobody's safe.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. And there were comedians that I had never even heard of. And again, please hear me out. This thing was filthy. Like, I mean, it was bad.
Yeah, it's been.
Was
and
there any time that you was like, okay, I'm gonna stop watching this?
close? I came close several times. But then I wanted to see, it was much more than just that. I wanted to see how somebody can sit up there and take this stuff. Like, first of all, you're Tom Brady. Why would you even sign up for this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I get
But
there's
you've seen
charities
these in the
involved.
past. It ain't
Yes.
like you don't know what you're getting into.
And so the fact that he would sit up there, and I'm telling you, some of the things that was said, like I thought, surely that's off limits tonight. Nothing was off limits. Not one thing.
In today's world, that's also
And,
rare.
and that was another thing that kept me in it, because I was like, how far are y'all willing to go with this thing? Like, y'all have said some things, take inappropriate and put it over here. This is something else. And if if you're easily offended, you got offended last night for sure.
Right.
There was no category, no group of people, nothing that was off limits. Even wives were not off
But you
limits.
said Drew. Oh my
Drew
gosh.
Bledsoe was funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
But, so you said that.
Look at the time.
I am so into. I am so into what you were saying. I just blew through the time. We'll be right back.
I'm way through it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection. The new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. That's why they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight from their facility right to your door for free. Nothing to lose, folks, with a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save up to 30% off your mattress order. This offer won't last long.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my
It is
knees.
24 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, this is timely. This portion of the program sponsored by buyraycon.com/Bubba. Let's say you're Helmsy and you're wanting to watch the Tom Brady roast on Netflix, but you don't want the family to hear it. He had his buyraycons.com in his ear and enjoyed it. These active noise cancellation headphones. It's really something else because they are what you do is you get high quality at a very affordable price. The competitors are almost twice as more. And we love a good deal and good quality too.
Not a good deal.
No, they're cozy, custom in-ear fit, customized sound tips that have all kind of little styles as well that kind of fit in that inner ear, but now, or in the inner ear, but in the ear, I should say. But now you also get that active noise cancellation that we talked about. The new everyday earbuds are two devices at once. The new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors too, so you have a lot to choose from. If you're wanting to check them out or buy a pair for the kids, the grandkids, maybe family member, or yourself, whatever, colleague at work maybe, no better time. 30-day happiness guarantee is what they offer. You have nothing to lose. Plus, you're going to get 20% off today and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off, free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. But now is the time to check them out. If you want some great high-quality sounding in-ear headphones, then check them out right
I
now.
wear mine daily.
Yeah?
I do. And you know me, I'm no hassle, so they're pretty easy to operate or I wouldn't fool with them.
Yeah. Those are nice, man, especially if you are one that needs some you need to check them out if you're in the market for some. Before you buy anything, go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. All right, so we're sitting here going through the Drew Bledsoe line.
You're cussing a lot about it, wishing you were on the panel.
You'd have been a good roaster, Speedy.
Okay,
roast
great.
him, Speedy.
You know what was funny is Peyton Manning came out. He was the last guy to come out, and I thought, well, he'll be safe. I'll take my headphones off for this.
Yeah.
And he was. He was fine. But then when Brady got up there for his 5 minutes, I had to put him back in.
Yeah.
He dropped the F-bomb so much. It was crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
I've watched those roasts before for different people, and there's no limit. Like I said, Pete Davidson was on the panel one time, and they made fun of his dad, who was a fireman in the Twin Towers when they fell.
Yeah.
And they made a joke about it. And he laughed.
Really?
But I'm just saying, ain't nothing off limit.
Oh, and speaking of which, you made me think about it. Part of Brady's roast last night, when he was roasting everybody else, and he finally got a shot at Bledsoe, he said he was talking about that awful day in September in 2001 when two jets took out Drew Bledsoe. And he referenced two jets.
And he got hurt.
Yeah. And everybody was like, gosh, Brady, I can't believe you just said that. But there was, I'm telling you, if there is, I knew it's one thing to sit, like when Bubba did this roast for the police chief in Hoover, it's fun and I'm sure they didn't get
probably
so
not
personal.
A lot of F-bombs at that one.
No, and you don't get as personal, probably.
Yeah. Well, there were limits.
There were. And
There are
I'm
no
just telling you,
limits on
there's no limits. Like, how many jokes about the jiu-jitsu guy that Giselle's now dating I could not believe they were getting away with this stuff. Like, I really couldn't. and very graphic about it. And I don't know.
Pretty rough.
I could, when you stick your tongue in an ulcer and you just, that's what it felt like. I wanted to see. First of all, I was trying to see. Nobody can make Tom Brady mad, because if you didn't do it last night, you're not gonna do it.
Oh yeah.
And if you're gonna make Bill Belichick, like, that's what's funny about it, is people dogged Bill Belichick all night. And I didn't even know he was a surprise guest. And so after there has been this just relentless pursuit to dog Bill Belichick, out walks the man.
Yeah.
And, of course, he gets a standing O because there's a ton of people that love the Patriots. And he owned it. He was funny. And just for him to go back and sit down, and now people still roasting him. And then some of the things that was said to owner Robert Kraft, just funny. I mean, one time Kevin Hart told Kraft did a toast. He had a wine, champagne glass, whatever, did a toast. The man's 82, and you can tell his health is he's struggling. And Kevin Hart said, in a minute, he said something like this: in a minute, Kraft's gonna forget where he's at. Please let him know he did a really good job there.
Wow.
Like, there were things being said all night that was just the sexual innuendo. They took it to a whole different level.
You said that was your favorite part.
That would have been Speedy's favorite part for sure.
What? Look, I didn't watch this filthy stuff. You did.
No, I did. I'll admit it. I'm not afraid to admit things like
hung
that.
in a tornado, couldn't get out of there.
I really could. I got caught up in it. And
I love he's trying to figure out which he could take his
can't get
headphones
out.
off.
I wish I could. I wish I could tell you some of the one-liners, but I just can't. And that's another thing. Like, the things they're saying is so funny. It didn't need the filth it had in it.
Right.
Like, the jokes stood on their own.
Yeah.
That was the amazing part to me, is you could have left those particular words out and it would have still been so funny.
Right.
I think there were people around the room, kind of like me with my headphones in, not sure if I should take them out and go to bed or get quickly to the altar. But there were people I would see sitting in the crowd. Jim Gaffigan was one of them.
Yeah.
And you could tell at times he was like, why am I here?
Oh.
Why am I sitting through this? Maybe he wasn't thinking that, but I was thinking
his show
that
is
for
not
him.
that way.
No, it's not. And so there were several people. where I
He's a
thought that.
raging lib.
And I'll tell you another funny one that happened last night is Ron Burgundy came out.
No, he came out in
He
character.
came out
in
in
character?
character and roast Tom Brady.
Now that's
and
funny.
it was funny.
Huh.
Like, and that's the thing. Like, it was heavy hitter
So he'll
after.
just dress up in.
Yes, Greg. It was heavy hitter after heavy hitter, and so I was afraid to look away. I was afraid I was going to miss something. And that perfect example. Didn't know Peyton Manning was going to be there. Didn't know Bill Belichick was going to be there. Didn't know that Robert Kraft was going to do his deal. He
didn't know he was there.
He didn't, but he was funny. Didn't know Ron Burgundy was going to be there.
That's funny.
Julian Edelman, as filthy as he was funny. Like, his delivery and the things that he was saying was you could tell he had worked on it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Gronk's a meathead idiot. Like, I don't know that the guy can read. Like, it's that he's that dumb, and everybody leaned in on that. It was just,
you're roasting Gronk today.
Wow.
well, everybody else did. I might as well too.
Drop F bomb.
A lot of short jokes with Kevin Hart, of course.
Oh, that's
was
his
everybody's
constant.
go-to with that.
He is really short.
Little get back on him.
They're very creative with their short jokes, though.
Oh.
Yeah, very, very creative.
All right, well, there you go. That's a pretty good breakdown.
Can't believe I watched it.
The Tom Brady roast, Helmsy giving us an update on that. Your phone calls are always an option. We could do some unscreened phone calls next segment. I got to ask y'all a question about this past weekend. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
And Doug.
Being a spokesperson's easy, kid. Just say, customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Customize and save with Liberty Bibberty.
That's not it.
Liberty Mutual. Liberty Musical.
Nope.
Lumberty, line.
It's 2 words. Liberty Mutual.
Got it. Don't not pay at libertymuttnoodle.com.
Wow. I guess I'll just do it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. That's a wrap.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line.
Does it have to be family?
It can be family or people you like.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plan starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text PACK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text PEC to 321-321. That's PACK to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. 10 minutes until top of the hour. We are rolling through a very busy past weekend. I hope all of you had a great one. Getting great feedback on our RBU with Chris Skates. And he, again, says thank you to the audience. His book that is out. And we talked to him more about just him and everything going on. But his book, Moonshine Over Georgia, doing extremely well, and he has seen. He said, "Man, y'all's audience is something else," and y'all are. I mean, if you are an author, you want to come on this show because apparently this audience loves books and they love to read and they support a lot of the authors that come on the show. We've heard that for years, and this is just another example. That's RBU this past weekend. It's out. It's available. If you haven't watched or seen it, you can search it wherever you get your podcast, or just check us out on social media at Rick and Bubba. We sent out the audio and video links this past weekend. Speaking of this past weekend, I got to ask y'all a question. Did you even remember that yesterday was... did y'all even remember that?
I did not. What's funny, not yesterday, Saturday night, Amanda was sitting there. It's like 7:30 at night, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's been a long day for both of us. I've been in the yard. She went to Huntsville for some baby palooza thing that she had to do with work.
Okay.
And so we had kind of all fended for ourselves as far as eating, and I'd kind of had a weird day of eating because it was late. I went and picked up some Buffalo Wild Wings for the kids around 1-ish, and so really didn't have a whole lot to eat. And then at 7, it got to be about 7:45, 8 o'clock, and Amanda said, "You know what? I kind of want to go eat somewhere." And I said, "Baby, it's 8 o'clock. What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
And she's like, "I don't know. I'm craving some chips and salsa." And I said, "Is this your way of saying let's go to eat some Mexican for dinner, late dinner?" And Maddie was spending the night away from the house. Braden was somewhere doing something. Caroline was either home at the time or with a friend. And I was like, well, let's go. And I said, hey, we'll go if you want to go. And I said it hoping she would be like, nah, I'm good. And I look up, and at 8:15, we're sitting in a Mexican restaurant.
Really?
And I took a picture and snapped it to a couple of buddies, and one of them said, Cinco de Mayo celebration.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, I didn't even think about that.
Well, it's kind of funny because I knew that Greg on
he loves Cinco de Mayo.
What he truly loves is May the 4th be with you. On Saturday, he had sent me a text that he was going to see Star Wars for.
I was dressed like Luke Skywalker.
Right, yeah, and so
with the rest of the nerds.
I know that you celebrated that
with the rest of the losers.
Right. And then of course Sunday was Cinco. It was funny because Ryan Greenwood texted me. He goes, "Hey, it is killing me. Who sings Cinco de Mayo? This song that we have."
Well, how would we know?
What are you going to Shazam that?
Well, I mean,
not good.
I originally just started years ago trying to find a song for Cinco de Mayo. So I'm sitting here looking around and whatever. Ended up finding something. Well, that works. And then we move on, because, hey, I put it into the system and then we move on. I didn't write down who sang it or anything. And then over the years, people were like, hey, who sings that? Who sings that? So I went back a couple of years ago and tried to look it up, and it's Brave Combo is who it is. And I just wanted to kind of send that out because he was like, I am trying to explain to somebody about Cinco de Mayo song and everything. And anyway, that's who it is, and that's one of the Brave Combo Cinco de Mayo is who sings that. And
I know them as their other hit.
I actually made a note of it years ago in my email drafts, and just wanted to share that along with y'all because some of y'all that trickles in from time to time. Anytime we have a theme for something, it's like, who sings that, or like Calais Boom Boom or something like that.
We should have got a mariachi band in here this morning.
Yeah. Oh. But did you watch a lot of Star Wars movies on Saturday or just one? I mean,
May the 4th got by me without me
it did?
realizing.
Okay.
The that it was May the 4th be with you. 'Cause I never know what date the day is.
Yeah, well, it's May 4th.
That's why I'm talking about like today. I'd have to go. You go, what is that?
Yeah, what is today?
So Saturday, I didn't know what Saturday was.
I wonder for all of you Cinco de Mayo folks, did y'all celebrate Saturday night or was it Sunday when it actually fell on? I mean, because Saturday would be a little bit more of a.
Actually, now that I think the way I remember, Tuber, John Cooper sent me. It was that song.
Yeah,
and said. Referred to Helms doing his dance that he always does.
Oh yes, when you would get up. Yes.
How about that dance?
I told him, I said, yeah, he'll be dancing. I'm sure you probably were.
If it fell on today and it wasn't the 6th, I probably would have.
Yeah. What about May the 4th?
Probably would have. By the way, it's something that's not filthy. I watched over the weekend.
Oh wow!
Unfrosted, also on Netflix.
Yeah.
And how was that? I don't get what that is.
A little corny for me.
Well, it's got to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this: it was funny at times, some one-liners, and you got to really be paying attention. There's a lot of things said that are just really brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great actors that show up at the strangest times. It's worth the watch, but a little corny for me.
I mean, is it?
I watched
is
the
it
whole
a
thing.
comedy?
Though.
I mean, I know it's
it's
serious.
comedy.
I know it's a comedy. But is it a goofy comedy or the?
It's corny. It's silly at times.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's. I mean, you got the battle between Kellogg's and Post, and who's coming up with the pastry that is the Pop-Tart first, and
okay, I see where we're going.
But it is crazy on how many. Like you look up and like, wow, so you agreed to play the milkman in this. Like, can't believe that. Right. You agreed to play this. You got one line in this. Like, how did Jerry convince all these actors to come together?
Yeah.
And it is.
That's exactly it.
But it was good. It was if you want something wholesome to watch with your entire family and you don't need headphones, this would be where you would want to go.
All right, go this route.
Yeah.
So you tried to counterbalance it out.
I watched it. When was it? Friday night, Saturday morning, something like that. I think I did it before. Maybe it was Saturday night.
Were you eating a Pop-Tart while you were watching?
No, but I'll say this: I wanted one.
Let me tell you, I like a good old blueberry, unfrosted.
There we go.
Love it.
But it was. It just. It's not my kind of movie, but because it was Jerry Seinfeld, I gave it a shot, and it was. You know me, I can be too serious at times, and it was too silly for me. It just was. I mean, it was a little silly. But I watched it from start to finish. I wanted to be able to say, okay, I gave this a shot.
Yeah.
And I laughed, and it was a good story.
It was
and
good.
Funny at times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you can tell that your season is over, and you were able to catch up.
A lot of nostalgia with the Pop-Tart, because with the everything that was going, because you take it, they're talking about the 70s and 80s and when it was really a hit and coming out, and I guess it was probably the 70s. But,
I was a little kid. I remember eating them.
No way.
So you had some nostalgia with that.
Yeah, the
as far
first
as
ones that came out were
the cereals
the
and stuff like that.
And then they just took off.
Yep.
You essentially had these two cereal giants that needed something different to change the world of breakfast, and it was funny.
Okay, I got it. I now see where it's going.
Yeah.
So you hated it.
I think what I was amazed about was how many great actors. No, don't think like,
they just have little cameos.
Yes.
Yeah.
They may have one line in the whole thing. You're like, oh my gosh, that was so and so. That was so and so.
Oh yeah. How'd that happen? All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us. Adler's here. The main show starts right after top of the hour break. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And there's just something hilarious about
There's
that.
no other phone like this one.
I'm sorry, I understand what's on the screen. I can't get it off. Now, it's not to the level of a cat.
It's not a talking cat.
Now, you get a cat ask you a question about the revelation. Now, you really got something. But
Let's hear it one more time.
Gosh, I got to say it again. Just again and again.
I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings.
Look at the guy above him.
You might want to
we're trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
That's the best line. I'm here live. I'm not.
It's almost like he was wanting to say, "Let's just go ahead and talk." I know it's a cat y'all are looking at.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. We are ready.
Ooh, it brings
Let's
me to
unpack
my
the
knees.
stories of the day. Let's get your phone calls in here at 866 We Be Big. We start this hour with the national anthem. How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little fun zone we call Rick and Bubba.
We're looking at that story today. Jeep is saying goodbye to Bruce Springsteen.
Wow.
Looks like he looks like he took a turn and he just kept going.
The old cancel culture got him kind of quick.
Got the boss. Looks like after he gave us the meet in the middle. I guess he didn't. He might have sat in that church, but he didn't listen very long. Did he?
I got to tell you something on me that I read just as we were coming on the air here. The Babylon Bee. I tell you, they've been on fire lately.
They are on fire.
Get this. This is not. Let me make sure everybody knows. The Babylon Bee is a satire site.
Right.
It is not true.
Now,
but look at their headline: Jim Bob Duggar to become richest man alive following Biden's $3,000 per child stimulus check.
Come on, Babylon B. I love it.
They got a picture that looks like there's 400 of them out there.
I love the fact that they've had to also do their other, like sister to that, not Babylon B. And you can't tell the difference in the two headlines.
Right.
That's a good one from Babylon B. Yeah, apparently Jeep has dropped Bruce Springsteen after, which I'm sure was a very expensive ad, because Bruce got a DWI after. Yeah, and so they
in November, and they hit it.
Yeah, and they didn't.
But it came out now, and they're pulling the commercial.
Yeah.
Look, you shouldn't drink and drive. It's dangerous for you. It's dangerous for other people.
Absolutely.
But I don't know. It seems to me that may be a little quick for that.
Well,
I'm not a big fan of the cancel culture thing.
Yeah.
Whatever the penalty is for DUI in the state he did it, let him face the consequences of that. I don't know that it's worth pulling the commercial.
Yeah, especially if it was out there before you ever released the commercial. Who hit it? Bruce's people hit it, or did Jeep hide it? I mean, did somebody bust Jeep on it, or who hit it?
I don't know. I hadn't read the whole story. I just know that it's come out and made public that he was, I think, in November of last year that he had a DUI.
Well, I'm not a Bruce fan.
DWI.
Big time either. And I certainly don't care for his politics, but I think that's a little much.
Isn't Bruce a little old to be getting DWI? So good night. He's got to be approaching 70 years old.
Yeah,
is he 70 something?
And again, I'm not trying to legitimize or make it less wrong what he did, but I don't think that really that should affect the commercial. 71 years at this point. Now down the road, you find out more details about it, but I just a little. I guess I'm just ready to cancel the cancel culture.
Well, yeah,
I'm so sick of it.
Yeah, can't you? It's funny the things they would not pull the ad for. But I mean, if you're sitting there and you're Bruce Springsteen, okay, rock star extraordinaire, and you do a Jeep commercial, where you're trying to bring us all to the middle now that you've got your way,
right?
Which is incredibly convenient. And you're going to sit in the little chapel and give us some kind of lecture about all coming together. Is anybody surprised that the guy that's been a rock star for his entire adult life, might have been pulled over by the law every now and then? I mean, is this something like you said?
They're out and about kind of late at night.
Yeah, I don't think that Bruce Springsteen is dangerous in a Jeep. Do you out there to get everybody? I mean, I don't like that he got a DWI, and it's a very serious thing. But I'm with you. Let him face the consequences of that. Do you think anybody's going to watch that Jeep ad, meet in the middle, that loved it and say, well, I just don't love it now that I found out I got a DWI back in November?
Right.
And I may never buy a Jeep.
Well,
I mean, honestly.
Well, he was arrested November 14th at Gateway National Recreation Area in New Jersey, according to the National Park Service. He was cited for driving while intoxicated, reckless driving, and consuming alcohol in a closed area. and they just said that after the news surfaced, it doesn't say did Jeep know before, after, or whatever. They're just saying
got to pull the ad now.
Yeah, got to pull the ad of him driving a Jeep. So
1, 2, 3, 4.
Minutes now past the hour, a brand new hour. Thank you on a brand new day, on a brand new week. Yeah. Here we go. National Anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour and much to cover coming up on the program today, as we will be looking back over a weekend that was action-packed. We'll also be taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget today, if you would like to walk inside the ropes with Bubba Bussy, coming up on the Celebrity Pro-Am, we'll broadcast live from Regions coming up this Wednesday. You can do so. We'll get that bidding started as soon as we find out the group that Bubba's playing with. Phil Sims, Cliff Sims. If we have Phil Sims, he's available now. Cliff Sims will be on the program today. He's got a brand new book. We'll chat about that on the program today, and it looks quite interesting. So that's coming up on the program today. Your phone calls, weekend stories also available. But we're missing one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they finished the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler has settled in for the YouTube experience. And right there's the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussy! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
On you. Lay your hands on me. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, we're hanging in there.
Yeah, I had something weird happen there on my headphones. So I was doing a preview and queuing that up, and as I was sitting listening to the national anthem, suddenly the volume went way down, and something with me engaging that preview button has It's caused my headphones to get weird. But anyway, testing 1, 2.
Head check.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Hey, it's
I
Monday.
Can't hear
Hey,
myself very good today.
Yeah, something just happened. I think on whatever
check.
controls headphone volume.
Hello.
Something has happened.
Hello,
I literally heard it. I was sitting here listening to the national anthem in my headphones, and all of a sudden it just went drop. The volume dropped, and so my headphone volume is.
Is it back?
No. Yeah, I don't know.
Something a little weird.
I've messed with that too. I've messed with this. It all started when I cued the song and then took the cue button off. It was running fine, and I was listening to the national anthem. And I don't know if y'all saw me raise my head. Also, the national anthem volume just went whoop and dropped substantially. So I don't know. It's headphone volume though. It's tied to headphones because it's affecting all of us, isn't it? Yeah. So.
Well, we had storms over the weekend.
Yeah, so I don't know.
For sure, because when you were, I didn't have my headphones on when you play the music, but I love that song so much, I thought, well, I'm going to get me a little
right,
this.
Right, yeah.
And I put my headphones on and I thought, wait a minute, something's not right.
No,
and then when I turned my
yeah,
volume up, I'm like, well, this is not really getting
No,
it
I
either.
was literally sitting here getting ready to start the hour and could hear the national anthem in my headphones. And all of a sudden, I heard in my headphones it go and drop. And I thought, uh-oh. So I don't know. So it sounds like no pun intended. I'm sure there's a bus that drives headphone volume or something like that.
Yep.
Whatever handles our headphones has been affected. So I don't know.
Huh.
So that's but welcome to Monday.
Hey, always.
And Greg, your microphone has something weird under it, and I can't get your microphone to engage at all.
Well, wait a minute, I can hear you now.
Okay, I know why.
All right, so that's what happened.
Greg's computer was laying on the.
So that's why our
button.
headphones sounded weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I tried the.
Right. Yeah. That's what happened.
Well, he was over here going,
thank
mine
goodness.
sound fine.
I did. Yeah.
And I guess it did.
Well, thank goodness. I'm glad we figured it out.
Okay.
Because,
I'm glad too. I'm tired of hearing your whine.
Well, Greg, how about this? I know why the volume dropped because you put your computer on top of the mute button. Yeah, there it is. We have an answer now.
Wow.
So okay, that helps tremendously. Of course,
I really wish we could start over and I could hear the song.
I
wanted to hear
I
it.
couldn't even enjoy "Lay Your Hands on Me" by Bon Jovi. Greg's computer ruined it.
It was like,
well, good. I'm glad. I'm glad that my hearing is not. Because first thing I thought is, oh my gosh, it's finally happened.
I thought whatever was wrong with the TVs, it got the board.
Right. Bubba, we do have a lot to do. So today you will play in the Celebrity Pro-Am Wednesday, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. So we'll find out from Gene Hallman today. Gene Hallman, who has Bubba in a trance, whatever Gene tells Bubba to do, he does. He'll play again. You can be inside the ropes and walk with their group. We'll find out who their group is. Then you will begin to send Speedy at rickandbubba.com your bid for the charity. And then if you have the highest bid, it's really quite simple. You'll be with us at the Celebrity Pro-Am live from Greystone coming up this Wednesday for the Regents Tradition Pro-Am, and you'll walk inside the rope with Bubba's group. Bottom line. So that's happening today. Also, this week on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, it is installment number 4 of Letters from the Audience. So if you have questions you want to be entertained on RBU this Thursday, and boy, the world is upside down. There's plenty. Can be about the show, can be about the history, can be about what's going on in the world. And Bubba and I will do our best to answer those if yours is chosen on this Thursday's recording. So get those into Speedy prior to Thursday. So that's on the program today. Phil Sims, I keep calling him Phil. Cliff Sims is with us. The Darkness Is Not Overcome, Lessons on Faith and Politics. So that ought to be interesting. Inside the Halls of Power. I'm looking at the stuff they send out, and he's been on the show many times. There's one part of the book, what it's like to meet the biggest names in media, and he's going to talk about some of the way people act when you're on their programs. We did not make the list because it said biggest names in media.
Yeah.
But that's on there. He also will ask the question that's on a lot of people's minds when it comes to people of faith. How do people of faith manage all this on voting? Should you vote at all? And he'll talk about that, and he'll give us some of the insight. He has actually seen the nuclear football. He's been on Air Force One. He said the book has some deep topics, but it's also a great book if you're a political junkie. Good gift from Caitlin.
He has made the rounds in D.C.
Right,
and he's been on the inside, and actually helped us out several times with President Trump. So.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to get to talk to Cliff. I can't wait to see what he was brave enough to write down.
Yeah, so he's Bubba. He had me at he tells us about his conversation with Joy Behar. Off the air. What she said to him.
I bet that was something.
Yep. So anyway, well, it'll be interesting. That's coming up later on. So Cliff Sims on the program, bidding to go with the Celebrity Pro-Am on Wednesday. We're live on location on Wednesday. Look back at the weekend, your phone calls, and more when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He doesn't drive it very far, and there's nobody out there.
Look,
but he is behind the wheel.
No, but there's nobody around. Right. But if you see the commercial,
there's a close circle.
No, look, Bruce got caught in his own trap. He's got up there and played concerts, and he wanted the libs to be in control, which they are the face and the promoters of the cancel culture. And now he'll be canceled by the very culture he wanted voted in. So enjoy that, boss.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go, boss.
There you go, boss.
I would
Sing
say
about that one.
I would say have a Coke and a smile, but I'm afraid you'll put something in it.
Hams, you know what I like to say? Write a song about that.
Write a song about that 10 and 2.
Oh, man.
But, you know, it's 71 years old. Wow. 15 minutes past. Even you were taken back by he's starting to age a little bit now.
Oh,
I mean, you look at him and
he probably says the same thing about me.
Yeah, you know why? He'd be accurate.
We have all of
I don't know if you saw the wedding pictures I sent everybody yesterday.
Oh, how funny.
Unbelievable. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Well, you know, there's been all this popularity on how can I be more like Tom Brady. Tell us, Tom, tell us about your health regimen. We must all know it. You are the GOAT. You are 43, and you just won your 7th Super Bowl on 10 trips. And then people come out and say, well, be careful. You know, Tom does some things that may be in his own world, but maybe not be for everybody. Well, apparently when it came to the Tampa Bay Bucks celebration, one thing that Tom does not have that he was denying himself is alcohol. Tom and Gronk and the gang, they cranked it up on a boat parade. And at one point,
so wait a minute, is this in the Tom Brady diet? Greg might get on this.
I was about to say the Tom Brady diet suddenly became more popular with many people.
Well, now I will say this, Rick.
Apparently, yeast not an issue.
Everybody says
barley not an issue.
Everybody asked if the world was ending because Gronkowski showed up with water. He had a 12-pack of water.
All right, so wait a minute. So we're to the point that Tom Brady is more drunk than Gronk. Yes. My goodness, it's the end of time.
I don't know what happened on the boat. Right. Maybe Gronkowski was just in charge of the water. I don't know. But when
that's good.
When he got there for their little boat Super Bowl parade,
did we have footage of it? I didn't see it yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait till you see this, because one thing everybody's talking about, of course, now people are having fun on social media. It's a boat parade.
Yeah, which you should have if you have a water.
Well,
city.
at one point, I've had a few in me. Tom Brady decides he will toss the Lombardi Trophy from one boat to another. And if this goes bad, it sinks to the bottom of the bay. To which people on social media said, "No biggie, he has 6 more." That's a good one. So anyway, so here's the various looks at it. So do we need any audio or no?
A lot of it's just hollering and stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right,
you can hear his daughter in one of them.
You see him right there, Bubba.
You got to be careful with boat parades.
Watch him throw the Lombardi Trophy right here. Look, and there it goes. And do you realize how easy that could have gone in
Rick,
the bay?
that wasn't a toss like your next team. That was about 15 foot over water.
That's it.
All right, when we show, we're showing the side view now, what you just said, but his daughter is right behind him. Mm-hmm. And on the view from his boat, you can hear her going, "No, Daddy, no." Like, please don't.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know if you should do that.
Right. I mean, that's a Lombardi Trophy flying in the air over the bay.
It kind of goes end over end. What if he'd have called it and the football broke off or something? You know.
You're right. Listen. Listen. Sorry, we were talking over that ad. If you can go back.
No, Daddy.
If that thing hits you in the head, it could kill you.
Look, I'm out of here. I'm the GOAT.
Oh, look, Bruce Springsteen on the boat with him.
Springsteen, catch it. I'm the GOAT. I did the rock. I'm the GOAT. I'm the greatest of all time. Look, you see for a minute he thinks it may not work out.
Yeah, he cringes one time because he thinks, uh-oh.
Guys, if that sinks to the bottom of the bay,
yeah.
Well, they just get to know.
Yeah,
who is he? Who is catching it?
I thought it was Grom,
It
but it's
looks
not.
like just a party boat of other people. I don't know if those were players or what, because there was players mixed in with everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. One time I thought he was throwing it to Grom, but I don't know who those people are.
It was a boat Super Bowl parade.
So there we go.
And there's another one. Here he comes walking out. This is the goat walking out.
Goat, come on now. Goat, you go. Come on, buddy.
We got some sea legs, doesn't he?
Hey, buddy. Hey, goat, come on now. Let's somebody help the goat now.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so some things you need to know. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, came out over the weekend. If you haven't already watched it or listened to it, it's our conversation with Chris Skates. Fascinating. And again, he also has been behind the scenes and all the workings involving our government in this upcoming election. He also has written a lot of novels, and we talk about his brand new novel, Moonshine Over Georgia. So if you haven't caught that, catch our interview with Chris Skates on RBU. So this week, we got a number of things to focus on, but right there, sitting right there it is, right there in the middle of the week. It's got a couple of legendary Rick and Bubba deals on location. Always lends itself to who knows. Anytime you take the host show on location and you do the entire national show out of this studio somewhere else, a lot of angst with that. I can sense it in the room when I walked in today. Bubba, for you, it's Celebrity Pro-Am, my friend. You will be playing in the Pro-Am again this year, Lord willing. This Wednesday, we find out your group today. Are you ready to go?
Rick, we will be ready to go. Now, have I practiced any? No. I've played 9 holes in the last 2 years. So I would advise anybody along the course to, maybe wear your hard hat or at least view defensively.
Yes. So this is, but I mean, it's been, I don't want to say anything because I know we don't believe in mojo. We just don't like messing with it. But you've got a pretty good run going here on that first tee. So it's been a while since it's been disastrous.
Well, didn't play last year. Trying to give liver time to heal.
Right.
And so, I just haven't played a lot. And we've been packing a lot here lately, which, by the way, packing, I think, is God's way of reinforcing the thing about materialism.
Oh, yes.
Because it seems like you spend money to buy stuff and then you pay somebody to take it off. It gets you going and coming.
Is that not ironic?
You should have just kept the money in the middle and be done with it.
Right. Yeah, this thing about, I know we all make fun of hoarders, but I've come to the conclusion that Americans in general, we all hoard to some degree.
Right.
Because I don't understand. It boggles the mind, the things we have sitting in storage facilities and in garages that no one ever uses. I mean, for decades. I don't understand that. What are we doing with this stuff?
You put it in a storage room and you pay several $100s a month. I mean, you've got, there's a point where you've paid 3 times what that thing so far. You're better to throw it away and go buy another one. You still come out cheaper.
Well, and then sometimes, I don't know about y'all, but the wives will play there's something that is some sort of heirloom feel to it. But I know this may be insensitive right here, and that's not my nature, but I was going to say, even something that you claim has some sort of historical significance, if you never look at it and never hold it and never display it,
it doesn't do you any good.
What good is it? I don't understand it. I like knowing it's stuff somewhere in a corner.
I want to go look at it.
But when's the last time you looked at it? It's been 15 years.
A long time.
There's things that I know we have not looked at in 18 years. Yeah. Not even looked at it. And why do we have it? I don't see. It doesn't. It's illogical to me.
Yeah.
Now I know that some claim I'm too far on the other end of the spectrum, that I'll throw away things I need, and that's possible. But I sure do have a lot of room.
Yeah.
I'm not cluttered.
Well,
I don't like clutter.
I
don't
tend to.
like it.
I've had several moves that all ended up in my basement.
Sure.
And so it's got a little out of hand, but we're trying to work through it. But good night.
So you're
so tired of looking at some of that stuff.
So then you've got Wednesday.
It's like trying to eat an elephant. Right. You just got to go a bite at a time.
Right. So let me go to. Have you checked the forecast for this week? Because this weekend, even though this weekend where we live was beautiful. And it was such a relaxing. Sherry and I just had a weekend. We said we are off. We didn't do anything this weekend but chill, and it was wonderful. We both needed it, and we needed it badly, and it was a great weekend. Mm-hmm. But as I was kind of just sitting around the pool, just chilling, we're talking, just reading, having a great day together, I started feeling just that little bit of. Just starting to get hot. I mean, just a little. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about the kind of hot that's coming. Don't hear me saying that.
But it was just letting you know what's coming.
I'd been sitting out there not being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I sat out there, and when the sun got noon right over our heads, I said, "I'm not uncomfortable."
Yeah.
No, listen, I did some yard work, and as I was doing it, I thought, wow, so this is nothing like it's going to be. And I was hot.
And hey, here it comes.
Yeah.
Bubba.
Hello, June, July.
Yeah. Bubba, right now where you're playing, high 89.
Yeah.
Be a warm one.
That's right at 90, my friend.
Right now, to our bodies, that's hot.
That's hot. Our bodies,
it is. Yeah, I started looking at the forecast about a week ago because of rain. Clearly, just because of rain, not the heat, but of rain. We're surrounded by rain Tuesday and Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So low percentage, just like 30-40%. But I always want to know, all right, you remember? There's been some broadcasts where we had to move inside during the broadcast, and it's awful. Even though you have a tent set up,
it's
you still rain in a broadcast.
It's a Debbie Downer.
And so far, right now, the forecast is
40%,
partly cloudy.
40%.
Yeah, later in the day.
I know. Just telling you. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, when you get back from Nebraska, too, go ahead and change your location. At one point, I thought we were in for tornadoes again this week.
Oh, good night.
And I realized it's for the planes. Hey, the planes have got it again coming this week. It looks ugly for them this week. And of course, I thought that was us.
But I do that all the time. Because of Jacksonville. It hits me every day. It seems like there's lightning detected within 1 mile, and I'm like, it's not lightning outside. What are we talking about?
I thought to myself, I haven't got a text from Bubba about our weather plan this week. I said, looks like tornadoes are on the ground. He don't even care. He's so overwhelmed he don't even care anymore. And then I realized, hey, Rick, that's Nebraska, buddy. That's Nebraska. So just settle down. So, Bubba, so the question is, are you ready?
I'll be ready.
So the people watching,
they just need to, as I say, view defensively.
Right.
Stand behind a tree,
Mm-hmm.
or at least with enough distance that you have the reflexes to move.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And know that the ball will probably be moving left or right from me.
Right. Yeah.
Anybody got Bubba's tea time yet?
That's what we're getting today.
Well, I knew we were getting who you're playing with. I wonder if we had any indications because you don't know how long we're going to have him on the show.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And then
let's not forget that everybody in the Pro-Am besides the one pro are all amateurs.
Mm-hmm.
So these folks in the gallery, I'm amazed, and I know they're pros, but I'm amazed by the camera crews during these PGA events. Mm-hmm. They'll be like where Big Boy is, and I'm shooting through the window, and they're like, "Well, we trust you."
Well,
the ball's going to come off about 180 miles an hour, and it's like, are you serious?
So I guess I would, just for you guys that follow golf more, I guess if you're a celebrity Pro-Am watcher, you're somewhat of a golf daredevil.
You are.
Because
you really
it's
are.
one thing for the best of the best to be hitting.
Yeah.
You can trust that. But when you got here's Bubba from the radio show,
yeah.
And here's somebody that is president of a bank somewhere and he ain't never played before, he just moved here.
Right.
or maybe a good golfer, but never teed off in front of 200 or 300 people.
That's it.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all Wednesday. And if you want to be inside the ropes with Bubba, be paying attention. The mover and shaker Hallman himself will walk through those doors next hour. He'll tell you who Bubba's playing with, what time they're teeing off, and let the bidding begin. Don't hold back. Every time we've ever done this, somebody holds back and misses out. If you got it, lay it down. We'll do that coming up starting next hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look, there's
So
somebody.
apparently Tom has a cheat day in his diet.
Yeah.
If you want to see a cheat day, there it is. That's what a cheat day looks like right there.
That's what I look like after I've tore off some cookies somewhere.
I'm walking Bubba out. There's wrappers laying everywhere.
Chippehoys everywhere.
How'd you do yesterday on Union?
That's good. So far, so good.
How'd you do yesterday?
Well, I'm just checking.
I have drunk so much water the past few days. Good gosh.
Mm-hmm. That's good for you.
Yeah, I might get up and run here during the show.
That's
got to go.
So anyway, so Brady definitely having a cheat day there, and,
yes,
and nearly threw the Lombardi Trophy into Tampa Bay.
Good night. Look at that.
We had the whole Trump impeachment thing. I know yesterday. I heard it again, Bubba, because I haven't really been paying attention to this because I've got a little bit of everybody hates Trump fatigue.
Yeah.
Y'all trying to do something else to him. Oh, no, Orange Man bad. I got all that. My goodness. Orange Man need to be impeached bad. But anyway, so I have fatigue on this whole thing. I think we all do. Hey, guys, he's gone. You got him. Stop. I know some of you think he's coming back, and if he does, then that's great. But but I heard again yesterday, because we were saying, well, who said that the lawyers for Trump didn't do a good job? Well, I heard Gowdy yesterday, and he was just ripping them. He said they were terrible.
Yeah.
He said they did a terrible job. And then Ken Starr tried to come in and say, well, I think you're being too critical of them.
Yeah.
I think one guy, they all admitted, I don't know who this other guy, that one of them was terrible. Yeah. And then Starr said, well, the one guy says, he said, I think the better argument is this just is unconstitutional, period, end of topic.
Right.
I think that's the better argument, and
the one Jay Sekulow made in his article.
Right,
you could actually read line and verse why it's illegal.
So undoubtedly, it wasn't good because Gowdy was like he was like brutal. He was like it was just awful. What? He goes, now you got 16 hours before you get talking again. Now because they just had one person after another get up there with all their security cameras and all their stuff and all this.
I'm not saying it wasn't bad, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have done it, but I saw the footage yesterday, and a mob. You get a bunch of people, you get all kinds of things going on, people with sticks and stuff, but none of them fired any weapons. If you were going to really take over a place, wouldn't you go in with weapons?
Yeah, I don't know why the people, even the people that had the combat gear had baseball bats.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It didn't look like you were overrunning a place militarily like you normally would.
Like you were trying to do.
And I'm not defending it either, but it just looks like a bunch of people got out of control.
Yeah, it was ugly and all that, but the whole deal is this Trump's fault or is it just people's fault?
Because see, they can't land on, and that's we've talked about why they haven't been playing a lot of his speech, because he ends it with go peacefully and patriotically.
Now they did that yesterday.
Yeah, but they haven't up.
Jim Jordan had to call him out on it.
Yeah,
y'all are just conveniently leaving this piece out.
Yeah, they're editing it to say what they wanted to say. Obviously,
so they had one of their people yesterday. They realized they had to eventually play
finally.
It.
Yeah,
and so here's their play on it. We have got 11,000 words that we're presenting, and he did say this one time. That's their play.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about both impeachments
that hurts.
and both impeachment trials. The Democrats had the number to impeach him, and the Republicans had the numbers to block him from being removed once, and they're going to do it again. It's just politics is normal.
It is, because they're going to need, 17 Republicans to go with them to get there?
Yeah, I think so, or something like that.
And I don't think they're going to get that. And you see everybody argue, and then I'm like you, Bubba. I'm like, I don't know why y'all are debating how bad the lawyers did, how good they did.
It didn't matter.
But then all of a sudden, finally, somebody says, of course, they're not going to be able to remove him. Well, I'm like, well, then why are we even?
Yeah, 45 senators voted that it was unconstitutional.
By the way, I'm sorry for saying remove. You can't remove somebody that's already gone.
Right. That again, how ridiculous. How ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you, you start this, in D.C., it always comes back around. So the next time the Republicans have the House, look out. We may go back and get Clinton or Obama.
Orange man, orange man, orange man.
You're just bringing him back into the news.
Unbelievable. What
Not a clue.
What a grotesque
The quality
waste
of people we have representing us in D.C. is very low.
Yeah, it is. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. ZapMyDebt.com. Hey, is that phone ringing? That feels good. Phone ringing, collection calls. It looks miserable. Are you ready to get aggressive? Now, don't go with ZapMyDebt.com if you're not ready to get aggressive. Look, the way you solve problems, you just have to quit putting this off and you attack. You go in. You just start saying, I got to do whatever I got to do to get out from under this. And but you need help so that your energy is headed in the right direction. You've got the wisdom of the folks at ZapMyDebt.com. You can talk to them with no obligation right now, just to find out. They can say, look, here's the plan we go with. You can talk with them for free. Now, we're talking about aggressive. We're not talking about old school, stretch it out over a longer period of time, lower payment kind of thing. We're talking about going in and eliminating the debt permanently without having to go into bankruptcy, without having to take out another loan. So we'll go to zapmydebt.com right now. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Before you do anything else, if you're struggling with this, find out what their plan is so you can at least consider all options. Likely you're going to love their plan, like many have, and go with it and get this off. Hey, take that burden out of your life. Go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors or zapmydebt.com right now. All right, so Bubba, this story, this next one, and we still got, I know the kickoff hour discussed Kentucky Derby, so we can go back and visit that later. An incredible finish and all that. So, but there's a story we've been following that is local but has national prominence because if you remember, this coach at one time was part of an MTV show called Two-A-Days, right? Was that it?
Yes.
Two-A-Days?
Yeah.
And it followed, now there's been these, they really, to me, were the first ones from our state. Now, Texas, there have been movies made about that, about Texas high school football. But in Alabama, Hoover was the first team that became one of these. We go and play the national teams. We play on ESPN.
Right.
We're ranked by the national rankings, which I don't fully understand how they do the national rankings. But anyway, and they had a TV show made about them called Two-A-Days that MTV ran. It was very popular, and the head football coach was Rush Probst. Now, we have known Coach Probst for many years because he's like many things are a product of Calhoun County.
Yes.
So
I first met him when I was in high school, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I did too. Actually, Greg and I played against him. I don't know if you did, Greg, but I know I did when he was at Cleburne County as offensive coordinator. He wasn't head coach, but anyway, so
he was a baseball coach there. Too.
Yeah, was he? Yeah. Okay, and and he's been on the show over the years, so. He's a very controversial figure, and everywhere, colorful. Everywhere he goes, he wins. If you give him some time, and he's been at the biggest of the bigs. He's been to Hoover. He's been to Valdosta.
There's a Netflix on his Valdosta.
Okay, I did not know that.
Very good.
Very good. So he has a Netflix show too. When he was at Valdosta, he's been to Colquitt County.
Yeah.
Right. Won a lot down there in Georgia, another part of Georgia. And
it was at Coosa Christian
for like 20 minutes.
I was going to say for less than a month.
Did he even get through a spring training there?
No.
If you remember this great line from the MTV show, this is when he was telling players that if they didn't do what he said, he would not help them get recruited. That he held the key to them getting to play big time college football, and he made this great quote.
All you guys who think you scholarship worthy, you know who holds that key? Who do you think holds that key? Dean.
Yeah, and just
Dean pointing to himself.
Yeah, controversial person. Had some personal life things that were very controversial.
There was an ESPN E60 on that.
Okay, so we got a Netflix special on him, MTV series on him, and an E60 on him as well. So, this is a national story.
And he ended up at Pell City High School.
He did, recently, after spending 30 minutes at a Christian school.
There was some debate about that hire.
Yeah, must have been a Methodist school, probably United Methodist. But no, I'm just kidding.
And now y'all have to help me because I want to be sure I understand the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So he'd been there a year. The school was not winning, but was more competitive. I think everybody
don't forget they had to forfeit one of their wins.
Right. Well, something there, and and the school board 3 members voted 2-1 to let him go. Then there was a call for a revote.
People crying, all kinds of stuff.
Then 2 voted out of the 3 to keep him.
Correct.
And now, just like 2 weeks later, or 2 weeks, he has resigned. Am I following that?
Here's what
Did they ever take the vote on the first one? I know they were going to, and I don't know if they ever did actually take the vote.
Oh, we had stories on our local news that said he had been let go.
Yeah,
I mean, it was on
and that
the
was
screen.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever happened, if it was official, there was, we must get rid of him, we must keep him, I resign.
That is correct.
Yeah,
Just taking it down to the final steps.
Yes. Is that right? That's how I understand.
There's no doubt that's right. Now you can get into whether he was officially fired or not the first time. He was going to be if people had not, the players, the families. Interestingly enough,
I know.
And other people were pleading that saying he should stay and that he was and so then.
It's a little confusing.
Well, see, let me tell you how confused I was. I went into the weekend saying, well, Probst is staying at Pell City, and then I went on about my way.
Yeah.
And just last night, somebody said, well, Pell City didn't take long to put a new coach in. I thought, what are you talking about? And then I looked at it, and it said that Probst had resigned.
Rick, and in the article, it also claims he's going to continue to live there and may join the Booster Club. That's what it said.
Yeah, he's got, I think, a son. That's,
there'll be a senior and a daughter that's
graduating.
graduating this year, I think.
Dang.
I'm just trying to.
I don't know.
Everybody come off the air. So you knew what I was saying.
Yeah, 2.
Easy.
Is it 2? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Greg,
Everybody
I
else
know
is done grown.
Greg, we're back on air.
Greg, you're the Rush Pro historian here. It's not
Look,
us.
I don't have to say a word. All I got to do is go look.
Right.
I mean, of course, he's exonerated and everything, but it just keeps happening. Isn't that funny?
Right.
Still talking.
Yep.
Well,
is that
now
known fact?
Now, Greg studies Rush Probst and is his historian, and Greg always keeps us updated. And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg.
You're Rush Probst.
Just coach. If he'll just go and coach and only coach, man, he's really good at it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Just coach.
He
man.
can
Can't you just
get a
coach
lot
some
out of the
football?
kids.
Yes, sir.
Some
just
of them.
coach.
He apparently has. Greg apparently too. When we think about it, it appears he has a hard time being scared straight.
That's a fact.
But anyway, I
Exonerated, Rick.
well, let me say this.
He always gives that speech as he goes into his new job.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. So if I have followed what you have
historian,
if I follow what you've taught us about being a historian, and will one day probably write his biography, you're right, is that the classic Coach Probst move is he gets controversy around him, he finds a place that looks like he's been exonerated, and then he walks away, but he's never ever walks away because he should have been gotten rid of. So,
Except that first one.
Except that first. But he's found himself in the perfect position. He got the people to cry and want him back.
Rally around him.
Yeah. And then he realized that probably, this is nothing but speculation. He must have seen that a path forward wasn't there. All right, I'll say that. And so then he gets to resign, but the last thing that happened before he resigned was that everybody wanted him.
Yes.
Which is the perfect place for him to land.
In a weird kind of way, Pell City got the full Rush Probst experience, but it was like compressed in 1 year instead of about 8.
Yeah.
And minus the state championship.
That is so true.
You know, it comes in and there's controversy, and then you win a few, and then it gets more, and then you end up out.
The same thing happened at Valdosta. I think it was 1 season.
Well, the thing you have
Colquitt, he was there a lot and won about 3 titles.
When you're running,
I've been to there.
He wins everywhere he goes if you leave him there.
I've been to the playoff game.
Now, don't ask how you got there.
Now, when you're running the coaching list down, there was one stop for a school that never came about. Remember, it was going to be the IG.
It was going to be like IMG.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, here in the state.
The Patriot
Now,
school
in his
or
defense,
something.
that was on the guy that was trying to put it together.
Yeah,
I think he was selling some wolf tickets that he had all this.
Well, I thought that, Greg. I felt like that one was off to a rocky start when I would go, now where's this going to be located? And they say Wetumpka.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like,
exactly, Boca Raton.
wonderful place.
Great place.
But it's probably not a place you build.
I think it was Greater Elmore County.
Was it? Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't remember where it was.
It was in that area.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with
I couldn't remember where it was.
At all.
But I just remember hearing the location didn't sound like Boca Raton.
Right.
Yeah.
It didn't have that IMG ring to it. Yeah, I get it.
And facilities didn't look quite as good.
Probably not.
Well, there wasn't any.
But it was a field. I'm sorry, it was a pasture.
But in his speech that he gave when he was accepting the job at that academy, he gave the exonerated thing about how he'd been exonerated.
Well, great. Of course he's been exonerated every single time.
Yeah.
It's
funny it keeps popping up.
I'm looking forward to the movie.
Oh yeah.
Now that's a fact.
Yeah. By the way, I'd forgotten about the Netflix and the E60 thing. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, where are we going today?
Rick, the Perseverance rover is scheduled to land on Mars today. It will be, I believe, the 8th craft that we have sent to Mars, and this will be our most highly technical thing we have ever sent to the planet. It also has a drone helicopter on it that will leave and fly around and come back. How about that?
Okay, so I know you don't want me to do this, but I feel like these are opportunities. So to those out there, I can do this as Greg's out today. Mm-hmm. For those out there that you're in the conspiracy world, the Earth is flat, we've never been to the moon, fake pictures, all that. Okay.
Right.
So, of course, you've never been able to.
It's going to be a pretty big production for you today.
Well, here's my thing. Now, I've tried to ask the question, and NASA and the people benefit more if the Earth is round versus flat. You know, when you do a conspiracy theory, you have to be able to connect the dots.
Right.
Or as we say on this show, walk this out for me.
Right.
So I'm pretending the world is round, even though it's really flat, and I benefit because it's round. How? Okay. So I'm going to convince you the Earth is round when it's really flat because it was flat. I don't benefit. If it's round, I benefit. What's the benefit of round versus flat? You have to walk that out. Why are they keeping its flatness from us? And so,
well, some of them say it's to keep their budget going, so they can keep all this.
Now you're setting me up perfectly. Thank you.
But couldn't they keep their budget going on a flat Earth?
Right. Well, then you get into the people who say, well, I'm not a flat Earth person, but I think moon's fake because of what Bubba said about funding. Okay, if that's the case, and this is going to be helpful today, I'm not landing a rover today. I'm faking that I'm on it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm sending people to Mars.
I got Starman landing
because in my production budget.
Yeah.
If I can fake going to the moon, I can fake being on Mars. True. I mean, there's nothing to it. And
all I got to do is change the color of the sand.
That absolutely, I can put astronauts on Mars as easy. I can put them anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's all fake, I can really raise money. But do you think you can get more motivated for a rover to land on Mars or people walking around?
Oh, well, people.
Well, yeah.
Obviously.
So it seems like if you're going to fake it, you'd fake something bigger than this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is fascinating, and it's mind-blowing that we can do it. Mind-blowing. But somehow that's just not enough for people sometimes. But if I can fake things in order to get more funding, then I would not be faking a rover.
Right.
I'd have people there.
You'd have a bus.
Oh yeah,
rolling around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Rick, we began the first time we landed on Mars with a spacecraft was back in the 1976 with the two Viking spacecrafts. Now we have the rovers. That'll be 8 total that has landed. We have some orbiters. So, we're getting pretty good at going to Mars right now. Hopefully today will be a successful landing.
That'd be great.
The Chinese they put a spacecraft in orbit yesterday around Mars that will put a rover down also later on.
Chi-coms.
Oh, I know. What
are they doing up there?
They've had a couple on the moon and all that. They've advanced their space program quite a ways.
And now are they faking it or really doing it?
Yeah, you'd have to ask somebody that's a fake person.
A fake person?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going to act like I don't even think they're really objecting, that they're fake.
Okay. Right. Can I tell you, some of you out there...
But it is amazing we can send something that far and land it. I mean, that's just incredible.
If you have something you think is going on, you can't live in fear of the term. Now walk that out for me.
Right.
Show me how it all works together. And so anyway, what is this going to do that we haven't already done? I have to ask that question.
It's going to do more.
I got to have upgrades.
It's going to do more of the same. They are looking in an area that is an old riverbed They'll be looking for microscopic signs of life. They're always checking the atmosphere. Rick. They're checking the magnetic field and just getting more data for the time when we do land a person there.
All right, so tell me.
It's important. That's how we did on the moon. We sent a bunch of stuff there in advance.
Sure, but tell me, like you said, this does have some bells and whistles, though, that the other hadn't had.
Well, that's the thing. It's a lot more advanced in what it can do.
What did you say about the propeller or something?
Well, it has a drone. It has a drone helicopter on it,
right.
and it's going to be able to fly off and look around the area and come back and send us pictures.
I'm not asking you to make anything up, okay? But he's really trying to get pulled in.
No, this was helpful. That's what I wanted.
Just really sell it.
He gave me a little nugget right there. We got something different going on. We're going to detach and fly around a little bit. I like that.
I saw you though. You really hurt me.
No, my new thing is I'm going all in on this. I'm going to learn more about it. I'm
All right, we're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. So coming up next segment, Gene Hallman, who has arrived, will be with us. We'll announce Bubba's group for the Celebrity Pro-Am coming up. Regions Tradition. That'll be Wednesday. We'll be live, the entire show, national show live, as has been tradition for almost all the 30 years we've been here. So that'll be coming up. Your chance to bid. Highest bidder walks inside the ropes. You'll be our special guest coming up on Wednesday. So be standing by. We'll do that. We'll cut that off before the last live hour today. You need to email speedy@rickandbubba.com. Let him know how much you're willing to bid. We'll give you all the updated information on the charities and everything coming up top of the hour, or the first segment next hour after the top of the hour break with Hallman. Coming up that same hour, Cliff Sims will join us. His new book, The Darkness Is Not Overcome, Lessons on Faith and Politics from Inside the Halls of Power. It is a political junkie's dream, this devotional book. We'll talk about that with Cliff Sims coming up also next hour. This Saturday, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, in-game stadium MC for the UFL's Birmingham Stallions, working Protective Life Stadium into a Stallions frenzy. That coming up this Saturday. If you're coming in town, be sure and take time to go be part of all that coming up Saturday.
By the way, 6-0.
6-0 Stallions. And Greg, you and I both had lunch with Mom Thursday. Our mother loves the Stallions.
She does.
She is all in on the Stallions.
Pumped on the winning streak.
Bubba, a couple of updates. I watched Gene look at you when he came in and drew you, so I know that he can do whatever he wants to with you coming up next hour, and we're getting ready to get people fired up. And speaking of another frenzy coming up on Wednesday, so that we have that to come.
Remember, view defensively.
You're right. That we're going to.
I can't highlight that enough.
One thing I think Hallman has,
because I've got a strategy this year to keep from hurting myself while I'm training for the event. Just don't train.
There you go. Yeah. And that will do it.
Yeah.
I was watching, Gene, usually to watch him step over, even a $1 bill is rare. And one thing that I thought that he really has missed is you mention it every time you're playing, especially if you feel as uncertain as you do this time. He could sell helmets. And just have a helmet on. I watch Bill Bubba Bussy tee off. Golly, and just put maybe Regions Tradition on it or something like that.
And if you really want to go the extra mile, chest protector and shin guards.
Yeah, I mean, that's a merchandise dream right there. Bubba signs it. If you get hit by it and there's a mark of ball on it, oh my gosh,
value goes way up.
It goes. So we'll let y'all know what to do coming up. First segment next hour. Bubba, I got a text from a guy I go to church with, and I told you that I was terrified of what was happening on Friday because I heard that my wife and some of the ladies from our Sunday school class were going to play pickleball on one of their little get-together, the fellowship things. And I said, this means that pickleball. So one of the other husbands sent me a text with a picture of an Amazon order of 2 paddles and a pickleball. And underneath it simply said, I blame you for this.
How much? 500?
Let me look.
I bet that'd get you for 5.
I don't know.
You got some good ones.
I don't know whether he went
enough good ones.
I don't know if he went all in, my reply back, because they were cute, I said, well, at least she picked out a cute one for y'all. This looks like this is just your run of the bill entry level. This is only $30.
Well, I've never heard of one that cheap.
Look how cute it is. I told him, I said, boy, y'all gonna be precious. Isn't that precious? Isn't that cute? And I said,
like the Partridge Family bus.
Yeah, I said, I'm not to be blamed for this. I had nothing to do with this. I don't know how this happened. This is something my wife saw the courts where we go and walk every week, and I said, I have nothing to do with this. And I said, he said, at one point we'll be pulled in. And I said, no, just let them enjoy this. But I will tell you, I was a little surprised. I asked Sherry, I said, well, how did you do? She's never played before, and she's very aggressive. I mean, she plays hard. She's athletic. But, I looked, and like her knuckles had bruises on them. And I said, how'd you get your hands so bruised up? And she said, well, when you're first learning how to, to serve and all that, I kept hitting the paddle on my hand. I said, baby, you're supposed to let the ball go. Now, you don't knock it out of your hand like it's on a tee. You know it. And right, I mean, let it go. Get the timing down. Or you knocking it off you holding it and knock it like you're teeing off.
Yeah. Start with chewing gum.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, she was trying to explain pickleball to me, and it was just y'all told me some of this I knew from hearing you dabble with it, and there's something about a kitchen. You can't get in the kitchen.
Yeah, you can't basically get on top of the net like I would in tennis.
Right.
Be a net gorilla.
There's
you got to stand back. A little bit.
I never could figure this out. Is it always doubles? Is there no?
No, there's singles too.
Is there? Okay. Because she kept saying, well, we kept trying to get 8 because we only had 6, so we could. And I said, well, couldn't people play each other? And she said, well, yeah, we tried that, but it's more fun to play 2-on-2.
Mm-hmm. Or you could play 3-on-3 if you were wanting to really get out.
Really? Is that a version of that?
No,
and
we do.
So
we do. That's homemade,
right? And so but I'm like you.
It's called knock your face off.
Yeah, So I was like, is this something that you enjoyed? And she said, oh, we play for hours. And I said, okay, well, that's. But then I had to ask something that, let's face it, we love our wives, we love all the women in our lives, and men and women are equal, no question about that, but beautifully distinct. And then I said something that was a little controversial, but I had to know for the report. I said, now when you say hours, how much of that was chatting and talking? How much of that was we're some chatty Cathys and we're talking? How much were you actually playing? Mm-hmm. And I said, give me a percentage. And
how many games did they play?
I don't know. And she said, well, we talked a lot. And I said, well, no, I had that at Hello. I said, I know y'all talked. I got that.
Now show me again how she served.
Well, I don't know. She said she was trying to get the timing down. A couple times she had hit her hand with the paddle.
Yeah.
And
she's not moving that hand when she drops.
Yeah, you got to move that hand when you drop it. But
it's first time.
But she said, she used her quickness and speed, but she's got to get the hand-eye coordination. That's where we got to work.
Yeah.
Because like I used to tell when I coached lacrosse and all these new football players would join this, and I would say, I like how you outran everybody to the ball. You just weren't able to get it for
them. Yeah. There's
the hustle, buddy.
There's about 4 things about pickleball immediately I didn't like. 1, you can't get on top of the net.
Right, yeah. Is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't be a net gorilla. 2, you have to bend all the way down to pick the ball up.
Uh-oh.
You can't flip it up like you can with a tennis racket. I don't like the sound of it.
Yeah, right. Well.
And, that's just for starters.
Yeah, I tell you, it goes back to what you said about how you don't get hurt. Getting ready to play is just don't
spin.
Get ready to play.
You can't get a lot of spin on the ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I see people like you that get hurt trying to move in ways you just don't move that much. At a certain age, and now all of our orthopedic friends saying this is their new way to get a lake house, and it used to be CrossFit. And it said pickleball is almost surpassing that because the people who try CrossFit have to have some form of physical ability. Pickleball, pretty much anybody can pick it up and try it, and they said which makes it even more dangerous.
Yeah.
And
need to get real good and loose.
But I just,
you do.
To me, I'm trying to live a life that doesn't feature pulled muscles.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
that day scarred Helms as bad as it did me.
What did we learn at War Games, Bubba?
Better just not to play.
Just don't play. And plus, I told her, I said, I'm gonna have a hard time playing this if we're not willing to change the name. I can't live with pickleball. Top of the hour. Find out who Bubba's playing with coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
FastGrowingTrees.com, boy, have you responded. You know why? Because I think that it just makes sense. I mean, why would I go and invest in plants? Why would I go and invest in trees, drag them home in the back of my car or my truck, spill dirt everywhere, have no idea what I'm doing, plant them, and not do it right, and then everything dies? So was that a good investment? It really wasn't. But if I went to FastGrowingTrees.com and I got to talk to their experts, and they were able to go ahead and say, "Oh, caution, Burge, you can't order that. Where do you live? Alabama? That ain't going to work there. You about to throw your money away." Okay, thank you. Where are you going to plant it? That won't work there. No, here's what you need to do. I mean, then I get all the information I need from them at no charge, and they're always available to me. And if I don't think that when it gets to my door, they deliver it there, so I'm not going out and dragging the stuff around, picking up pots, throwing them into the vehicle, it comes right to my door in 1 to 2 days. And they have a 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee. If these plants and these trees get to me and I don't like the way they look, then I get a guaranteed money back. Okay, but they're going to be fresh. They're going to be ready. They're going to thrive because they only will sell you plants and trees that are perfect for your climate and where you're going to actually plant them. So why don't you make the move now? They've got some stuff half off. You know, Mama would love something like this coming up this weekend for Mother's Day. Half off select plants and other deals. Also, because you're watching this show or listening to it, you get an additional 15% off the first purchase when you using that code Bubba at checkout. That's an additional 15%. FastGrowingTrees.com. The code Bubba. Offer is valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply. I'm going to get real interested in it. Not real interested, but interested.
Rick, it's so far away. This is what's amazing to me. So far away that radio commands, or the speed that it takes to get to it, it still takes 24 minutes for a signal to get there so far.
How long did it take this to fly up there?
They launched this, was it a couple of years ago? I think it was a year or two ago.
See, I'm interested in those.
I don't know exactly when the launch date was,
but I'm trying.
Maybe
But Bubba knows there's limits. He and I were talking about future podcast a minute ago, and at one time he said he gets a lot of questions about ham radio, and he would like to do one about hamming, and he said, and I can take that Thursday off. I mean, he just called it. He didn't even. He goes. You can take that one off
if you want to.
Right. And I said, well,
we might get more done.
Right. Well, no. Look,
I don't want to bore you to tears.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that are interested in that.
Yeah.
And that's
maybe
what the old
questions. Maybe we can answer a lot of them at one time.
That's what ORBU's for.
That's right.
I mean, to go there and unpack some things. And
but that's just amazing to me that they can send something that far and land it. That's control it.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I mean, it has to work on its own, obviously, because you can't control it real time because of the distance.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
So when you send it a command, it takes 48 minutes to hear back from it, going and coming.
Hams, that sounds.
It's a long way.
Rick has the computer voice like the line judge at the Australian Open.
Bubba, we gotta talk
They're
about
not
that
using judges anymore. It's Rick. He goes, "That's out."
Oh my God!
No.
Really?
Hey, it's maybe the perfect world.
You just sound like
at the Australian Open. Rick, no officials, and the crowd's back.
How about we need to talk about the crowd at the Australian Open?
That's interesting, Bubba.
Out. Tell me about this drone.
I'm all in.
I love this. How long did it take to get there?
Look, a bird outside.
No, it is fascinating. If you don't think that's fascinating, something's wrong with you.
Look, that paint is drying.
But let's go back to this. I just watched the Australian Open. Y'all can do this when you come back. Another topic I'm intrigued with, tennis.
Okay.
But
the crowd.
But the crowd.
Yes, more about the crowd.
But what's funny is you have this crowd in here, which I love, and then all of a sudden they do the interview and they're getting their distance away from each other. Like, and I'm like, hey, I mean, I think if you're going to do the crowd, you can do the interview.
So, what is the deal in Australia? Did they just go, we're done with it?
I have no idea. Three.
That's not social distancing.
No,
right?
3 or 4
they're
weeks
not even
ago,
trying to sell it. Is that
they wouldn't let players out of their hotel room.
That's
until
right.
they went through like a 14, 20-day
quarantine. They had to quarantine when they landed.
And now they've brought in 10, 12,000 for these night matches.
It's really something
what I
else.
saw at Kyrgios's match the other night was ridiculous. And I'm excited. I say bring it on. I say March Madness, y'all take a look at this. Let's do it. Baseball, Major League, y'all starting up going spring training. Let's get the crowds back in it.
Well, in all fairness, modern-day Australians versus modern-day Americans.
I know.
I hate to break that to you.
I know, Rick.
They're a little more adventurous than we are now.
Well, they are our cousins.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget how it was formed.
A prison
Prison
colony.
colony. They're both.
We're
both cubs of the line.
Yeah, they seem to still. Now they've lost some of their edge, but they haven't lost their edge
Now,
the way we
I will
have.
say this, in all fairness, this shot here is not from this year. And the reason I know that is because the line judges are there.
Okay.
So,
You don't know that, Helmsy.
But now,
So they don't
again,
have any line judges?
no, there's not a there's not. You got a chair umpire, and that's it.
All you hear is ow.
Ow.
Same voice you were using, Rick, just a few minutes ago.
No, I was. Look, I'm working on it.
I'm all in.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour, and we thank you for being with us on another edition. It's in the southern wind. All right, so as we start the hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they're all here. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here and looking forward to a very, very busy week here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Welcome back, Gene Hallman. Gene, welcome back, buddy.
Good morning.
There he is.
There he is.
Mr. Promotion.
Mover,
Mr. Sports.
Shaker, and owns Bubba. Can get Bubba to do things that no promoter has ever even come close. Not a salesperson, no one has been able to pull off what you have pulled off. Bubba's been in suits. He's gone downtown several times, and has even done things on weeknights, dare I say. But now you have drug him back to the golf course for yet again. We're celebrating 30 years in the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're now 30 years and 4 months done in the 5th month of the 31st year. And you were trying to figure the first time that we were able to broadcast from the Pro-Am, we think was 97?
97, yep.
We think it was 97.
Like,
we know the incident in 98.
Was that? I thought that was the first year.
I want to say that was 98, or maybe I know it's on the 98 Smell of Success CD.
Okay.
But that
the Dogs?
Yeah. Well,
No,
that was the
it's
Speedy.
Street.
Yeah, the Speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
It
Dogs.
was the Dogs the first time.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and
y'all had me scared
and
to
then,
death.
then there's the time that Bones parked the mobile assault broadcast vehicle up on the tee box, and we broadcast out of it.
Yeah, that's the year I almost succumbed to the fumes of the generator.
Yeah, that's right.
During a rainy day.
And our truck nearly slid down the hill.
Yeah, it was.
But,
it was a little
we didn't
tedious.
we didn't
there.
come in quiet, did we, buddy?
No, you about got stopped before you got started.
I know. Yeah, we came in strong. Remember the other shows complaining that we were shooting foam rockets at them?
One of the DJs from the other station said, "This is like Animal House came to Greystone."
Yeah, that's a really good analogy.
Yeah.
So, but the years have produced some incredible moments, and we have an opportunity for people to. You're going to get your own cart. You can walk, you can ride. You'll be Bubba's special guest inside the ropes with his group throughout the Celebrity Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday. We'll be broadcasting there. If you want to come watch the show, you can, if you're going to be at the event. So that'll be the entire live show there, including the kickoff hour. So are you ready to announce who Bubba will be playing with? Now, when this announcement starts, you can email Speedy at rickandbubba.com how much you're willing to donate to Children's of Alabama. They're the recipient of the money raised. And if you bid the most, by the time we get 2 hours from right now, then we'll announce you as the person inside the ropes with Bubba and his group.
And thank you, guys. You've raised a lot of money for Children's over the years with this promotion. It's a great children's hospital, one of the 10 busiest in this country. And Regions Bank being our title sponsor is the primary reason why so much money has gone back to charity, $21 million. In our 32 years, this is our 32nd year, so $21 million in 31 years.
Wow. So the Drummond Company Celebrity Pro-Am, do you want me to run this list, or do you want to run who it is and build to Bubba?
I think we start with Bubba, and then we work around.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So he's playing with John Daly.
Big John.
There's a match made.
Big John.
There's a match made.
We've had some pretty fun moments before. With Daly, it's always a
You
circus.
never know what you're going to get. He plays country music nonstop from a boombox on his golf cart. He does.
Yep.
He may have a cocktail or two. Who knows?
Right. And one thing you'll never hear come from his mouth, I'm sorry, I'm gluten free.
Nope, not gonna hear that.
He'll never say I'm on that restrictive diet.
Excuse me, snack cart. So none of that.
And then in the group is Coach Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Oh,
Coach Senator.
Senator, there we go. Yeah.
And then country music superstar Riley Green.
Oh yeah.
Come
and
on with
Bill Bubba Bussey going off the first tee at 8:30 a.m.
There it
Don't
is.
bet against that group.
Don't bet against so you get
That's
to if you get to be inside the ropes with John Daly, Tommy Tuberville, Riley Green, and Bill Bubba Bussey.
That will be a fun day, no matter how you slice it.
No doubt about that. And like I say, you have your own cart, and you can walk and ride as much as you want, and you'll go through the course with them and enjoy an incredible morning that you won't forget. Be fun. So start the bidding. Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Say, I will bid this to Children's of Alabama. And then if you're the one that bids the most, you get to walk with this group coming up on Wednesday. So
man, that's a strong group. You've got a future golf Hall of Famer, you've got senator, you've got country music superstar, and a good one.
Well,
all in one group.
Every group needs
rolled
a good
into one.
So some other interesting Pro-Am participants this year: Condoleezza Rice, Trent Dilfer, Hugh Freeze, Kirby Smart. Brand new University of Alabama head football coach Kevin DeBoer is here.
Kalen
DeBoer. See there?
Yes.
See how new he is?
I heard he's a little antsy. He
Nervous?
doesn't play that much golf.
Can I ask you why the cruelty of 10 minutes after he tees off, Nick Saban is teeing off?
Well, that's not cruelty. We're making that easy on the media.
Okay, I got you. All right.
So that they can get them back to back or together even.
It's intriguing.
Yeah, I think this is the first public appearance they've made together.
Right.
At the same public outing, so the media is going to enjoy that.
So you made sure that Kalen DeBoer, even though he's coaching in the shadow of Nick Saban, can also play golf in his shadow?
So good. I do have him teeing off before, Coach. And look what our handlers put on here as descriptions of the various coaches. Nick Saban, greatest football coach of all time.
Look what they put on Kalen DeBoer, Alabama head football coach. Well, it's hard to argue against that Saban's not the greatest college football coach of all time. I wouldn't want to be on the other end of that.
No.
And then at 9, because let's face it, he's going to meet and greet everybody throughout the entire course. Charles Barkley, Roman Harper, outstanding football player, Greg McElroy, and Jake Peavy. Well, that's if you're
Jake's a good golfer.
If you're a sports enthusiast, buddy, you're fired up.
Cy Young winner, two-time World Series champion,
and he pitches with the Bananas now, right? Somebody told me he was pitching with the.
Are you
with the
serious?
Bananas?
How about that?
Jake is funny guy. He was in our group a few years ago. We had a great time. Super.
Bubba
nice
has
guy.
played
Super
in the
nice.
played with the literal golf.
I have.
thing.
Gene, I owe you. Thank you very much. You have taken care of us over the years.
And we have stuck it out through every orthopedic injury imaginable with Bubba.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about my family. It seems like this time every year, like the end of April, it always requires a lot of heavy lifting. I don't know why. But then I'm all stove up with a hurt back about golf time.
Your doctor was here in the golden ticket seats a few weeks ago, and I think I remember what he said. So you had always played with your original liver.
Yes.
Last year, since you lost some of it, you did not play.
Yeah, I just had 3/4.
How much has grown back for you to play?
Probably back
fully?
about 100%.
Are you back to a full size liver?
I think so.
Because you never swung the golf club, with partial liver.
I know.
Right,
I was going to be extra careful. Let her heal up.
So you think your liver's fully grown back?
Yeah, I think it is pretty much.
He told me it might even be a little bit bigger.
Well, got a lot of room in here.
Right. So I don't.
Maybe
know.
90 would do.
Right. So you're 100%.
Yep.
Ready to go.
Yep.
Don't have any injuries because you haven't.
I haven't practiced. I played 9 holes. That's all I've played in 2 years.
You'll probably hit it good.
So it'll be a fresh swing. We'll put it that way.
Do you have first tee jitters at this point?
Not anymore.
I think you always have some apprehension about going up there, but it's not as terrifying as it used to be. Because
you've done it.
I've hit some good ones. And nobody ever cares. If you really want to get in the newspapers and on the social media, you deck somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So you really win either way.
Right.
What about the year you hit the same guy twice?
Does that ever happen?
No.
That's unique. Isn't it?
I tried to have a math guy do the odds on that. He told me he couldn't figure it. He said it is
a hole
so
in one's
astronomical.
easier to get than hitting the same guy twice
absolutely.
on different parts of the golf course.
I would say it's more likely to hit a hole in one on 2 consecutive holes than to hit the same person.
I think the guy finally got in his head, and it looked that way because the way it had to happen, because it wasn't like he got in the same position both times. He got to where he thought there's no way I can be hit. And it's like the ball would look for him, like it would search for him, like it was heat seeking.
Well, he was up under a tree.
Yeah.
On when I teed off, and the ball faded over there a little bit, and he was looking the wrong way.
Yeah. Well,
and we're all hollering. And of course, he turns around just in time to get hit.
Yes.
But he rolled the ball back out into the fairway, so I really appreciated that.
Right.
So 2 shots later, he's already gone down, and he's sitting in the stands.
That's the one that he thought he was safe.
It was number 8 because you used to have stands behind it. And I'll never forget because we totally had the yardage wrong. Overhit it, and that ball's going, and that crowd parted like the Red Sea.
Oh, yes.
And in the middle's that guy in the striped shirt, and he like double clutched. It hit him again.
And it bounced around in there like a pinball.
What are the odds?
I think he left after that.
He did. He disappeared.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you?
I don't think he's been back.
I mean, there was thunder in the distance. What do you expect?
Right. So it all, the first tee off is 7:50 local time, and that's Condoleezza Rice, and she'll be playing with Mike
Weir, former Masters champion.
Okay, so that gets us started.
That's great. She comes back and plays.
Yeah.
I met her
She's
a
such
few
a
years
class act.
ago. Yeah,
she's phenomenal.
So
I wish I could sit and talk to her for about 2 hours.
Oh, ask her all kinds of questions.
Sure.
Maybe we'll get her on the air. She usually comes in right at the tea time.
I know. So we haven't been successful. Have we ever got her on because of our tea time? We never have.
We'll try
Speedy
this
says
year.
no. Well, I know, and we don't want to be difficult. It's not our nature.
No.
All right, so let's let the bidding begin.
Big fun.
Speedy at rickandbubba.com. We'll keep you updated on that too as we move forward. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Open is going on, and Helmsy came in here today talking about that they've got. They've put people back in the seats.
It's just weird because you see different sporting events, and depending on where that lands, how they act when it comes to COVID-19 and distancing and all this. Well, apparently in Australia, they're just letting them play, right, Helms? I mean,
looks like it.
But the players went through this extensive, quarantining, and so you thought, hey, this is the way they're going to act, but no.
The other night, the Kyrgios match, and he's an Australian, so the crowd is going to automatically be fired up for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've got some clips here, but I just want you to look. This is not audio that's brought in. This is going on, and the view, they're stacked in there. There's no mask.
Are they in there like cordwood?
They are.
This is the winning serve here.
You don't know, Speedy.
Yes, I do. We played it to kickoff.
Well, that is sporting theatre at its very best.
Let's see, you feel the atmosphere, how much different that is?
Yeah.
In the fourth set, but somehow
Adler, if you could go to 55 in that clip, and just watch they'll show some glimpses of the crowd. It's amazing. That they're allowing this to go on.
Yeah.
I don't.
a second service, 2:19 down the tee.
So they're spaced out a little bit, but still.
Down and out in the set of
no mask. No, Australians don't wear masks.
Evidently not.
Yeah, that's.
It was just a nice. I was caught off guard, especially by the fact that they had all the quarantine measures getting everybody there. They had people in their hotel rooms for 2 and 3 weeks at a time. People were putting out videos of them training and getting creative with their training because they couldn't leave their rooms in order to play. And then you turn it on, and so they've just. They've let everybody in.
Wasn't there a player, too, that said, that's it, I'm out?
Some of them said, hey, I can't do this for 3 weeks. Y'all, I'm not going to sit here and be quarantined and isolated
so apparently,
for 3 weeks.
they're playing in a stadium here that has a retractable roof on it. And if the roof is open, they do not have to wear a mask.
Now, where's the science on that? I guess because they're
it's outside.
But are they really outside?
Yeah,
They said spectators are able to cheer and shout and chant without hindrance.
Yeah, they're saying that Al wanted to tell the truth to somebody because they're enjoying themselves, and you're going to be the one that ruins it.
Yeah, party pooper.
So I got a very excited text on the Super Bowl. Very, very excited. Look, Rick, look. Man, hey, this looks so good to have it full like this. And I said, all but 22,000 of those people you think you see are fake people. Mm. And I mean, it's almost like, have you ever heard through a phone on a text? He's like, what? I said, just wait till a close up. Those are actually fake people you see. And when they showed that first shot, and you see all these goofy pictures sitting there in seats, which has got to be one of the more embarrassing things we do. How silly! And he's texted back, thanks for ruining it. Yeah, I thought that was a packed stadium. No, that's about 22,000.
Well, and in this case, I really did. When I turned it on, I thought, well, they're something that must be raining, and they're not playing right now. This is last year's,
right? Yeah.
But
that right there, that was loud. That
really was. To your point, there were the NFL announced that there were 25,000 fans physically in attendance, and in addition to 30,000 cutout fans that had been purchased, and the revenue goes to charity or went to charity.
Look. Guys, I mean, when I sit there and you look, and there's, like somebody from the Simpsons cartoon sitting in a chair. Made a comment that was on Fox News. Andrea, what's her name?
Andrea Mitchell.
Andrea Mitchell
of MSNBC, NBC.
Tried to take issue with him. Then
she was fact checking.
She was fact checking Cruz, only to find out that it wasn't Cruz that was wrong; it was her that was wrong. But we'll start. With actually what Ted Cruz said that she claimed she was going to fact check, right?
Yeah, it's about a 90-second clip of him talking about the impeachment, and he quotes Shakespeare.
Okay.
Mobile Phone Tro of the Week. Make your phone money matter. Switch now to Patriot Mobile by going to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. Our friend the buzzer, standing by and ready to go. Barriers are a blessing. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. No baby predictions or anything like that. We're just rolling through content right now. Do you have a comment? You got a question? Bring information to the table. Greg will get you lined up ready to go right now. All 10 lines are available. If you move right now on the Patriot Mobile Phone Tro, you'll get in and get lined up and get ready to go. And if you're standing in line because of the buzzer, the line's going to move quickly for you. While you are doing that, we want to update you on the bidding to be inside Bubba's group coming up on Wednesday. Right now, the highest bid is $3,000. So $3,000 to Children's of Alabama. If you can't bid at least that much, then you're out. If you want to bid more to get inside the ropes and walk with his group, you can do that by emailing speedy@rickandbubba.com. And as soon as we get to probably another hour and a half, we'll be able to let you know who the winner is. So I wouldn't hold back. Don't be those people that do that.
Last time to walk around the course with me.
So you're not going to come back and play, even like in retirement or whatever you're doing next? I mean, you could be back. But again, last time to do
we've
this.
We've been on the radio show, and I'd hardly get on the list. So, I mean, I kind of doubt it.
How long did it take us to get here? So you'll walk inside the ropes with John Daly, also Senator.
It could be John Daly's last time.
Tommy Tuberville, Riley Green, country music star, and, of course, Bubba. So 3,000 right now. Josh in Georgia gets us started. Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Hey, I was listening to Kickoff Hour this morning. Helms was talking about the roast on Netflix. He was a grown man, talked about how ugly and nasty it was. I wonder if he's going to email them like y'all's listeners emailed y'all about John Morgan, and are y'all ever going to have John Morgan back on the show before it ends?
Well, it's a little different. I don't think anybody told any of us that if we watched the roast, it would be clean, and then we watched it, and like they drew us in, with misrepresentation. The John Morgan thing was a little different because we were told the show would be clean, and then people went thinking that, and then it wasn't. So no, probably not.
I'm not emailing anybody.
Yeah,
I don't have time for it.
But it is a different situation too.
It is completely different.
Nobody on this roast said, "Hey, watch this; it'll be clean."
No.
And also, but I'll have a conversation with John. But right now I wouldn't have him back on. No.
I thought the roast was more vulgar than I expected it to be.
100%. It was filthy, Bo.
We've seen the roast with, that Don Rick. What's his name? Don Rickles used to be in.
Yeah,
I mean, they didn't pull
era.
any punches.
Yeah,
okay, and they were aggressive and they were funny. Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Reagan, all those. But this was more like the troop ship just docked.
Well,
no offense to sailors.
Right. Well, it's almost like the extremes in our culture right now are just. It's like the middle ground is just kind of going away. And I know that, to me, when you talked about all the people you talked about, you can have fun. You can really make fun of people. We do it here, and really have laugh and everybody not take themselves so serious. But this thing now where when these people's fallback position is just vulgar and filthy. Yeah, we're not talking about like your uncle or something like that, but vulgar, just nasty stuff. It's usually lazy. They're not very creative. They're not very clever, and they go to the lowest rung on the ladder and try to be shocking.
I feel like you could have removed every GD, every F-bomb, and every sexual innuendo that you had in that last night, and it'd have been funny.
That's usually
it'd have been hilarious.
And that's usually the case.
There was no sense in it.
Yeah. That's when it's unnecessarily that way. It's really annoying.
Have you seen any of the clips at all?
No.
No. Julian Edelman was particularly brutal, I thought.
Yeah,
because he could have head injuries. We don't know.
Right, that's true. Mark in Birmingham, 30 seconds. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Really love what you guys do. I told my daughter, 8-year-old daughter, I'd get on the air the last year you guys were on. So I just wanted to thank you guys. We're going to miss you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling, and let me tell you something. There is much to be grateful for and much to celebrate. Yeah. And y'all are always the fuel that keeps this thing going. We've been very clear about that, and it's not an attempt at false humility. We know how this works.
Yep.
And
we're amazed, by the way.
If you don't have an audience and you don't have an audience that responds to sponsors, then you don't have a show.
No.
And you guys have been used by God to bless us in so many ways, and just the many times that you've been through us through difficulty too, man. That you take away the ability to make a living and make a good living. The support system that you guys have been and continue to be too is also something that you can't put a value on. So thank you for that very much, and it's kind. Becca in Birmingham. Becca, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I need your help. I have a preteen who's starting middle school in the fall, and Friday night we were hanging out with friends, and I noticed him being a little bit of a biff, and I really wanted to punch him, but we were out in public and didn't want all that to come against me. So y'all need to either write a book or give me some guidance on how to not raise a little biff, because I was mad.
So your son is a bip?
Yeah.
Oh, he's one. Yeah, I'm sadly, I'm starting to see it in this preteen.
And the only thing worse is his mom called him a biff.
Yeah, right. Because I thought she was saying biff, didn't you? Yeah. First of all, we would never condone punching a child.
No.
So I think that's important. But yeah, there's probably some pointers we could give. And call the how not to raise a biff. That'd be a pretty funny book.
Yeah. Maybe that's could be in the letters from the audience this coming week.
That would be a good one. Don't forget that.
Calm down.
Installment.
Step one. Calm down.
Right. Installment number 4 coming up on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast of letters from the audience. Get yours to Speedy at rickandbubba.com before Wednesday of this week. We'll be back. Cliff Sims joins us next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, impeachment happening today. Yesterday is behind us. Tell us what you expect to hear going forward in today's argument.
Well, I think we'll see that the trial continue for the rest of the week. It is reminiscent of Shakespeare, that it is full of sound and fury and yet signifying nothing. I think you're going to see a lot of partisan table pounding. You're going to see a lot of efforts to pull on emotion. We saw the beginning of that with the Hollywood video that the House managers began with. I think we'll see a lot more of that today and tomorrow. And at the end of the day, it's not going to succeed. President Trump is going to be acquitted. In order to convict him, it takes 67 votes. They're not 67 votes. Every senator knows that. The House managers know that. Everybody knows that. But they're going through political theater, and they're going through political theater because for 4 years, congressional Democrats, they've been obsessed. They've been consumed with hatred for President Trump. And it really defines who the Democratic Party is. So they've got a new Democratic president, a Democratic House, a Democratic Senate, and instead of working on the very real problems we have in this country, we have tens of millions of Americans out of work. We have millions of kids who are not going to school, and yet the Democrats are not trying to fix those problems. Instead, they want to go through a circus of an impeachment trial that they know is doomed to failure. I think it's a mistake, but unfortunately, it's the path that congressional Democrats have put us on.
That's the Ted Cruz I like right there, just to the point.
So Andrea thought she would.
Andrea Mitchell, for this opportunity, thought she would needle Ted Cruz. She tweeted at Senator Ted Cruz, says, impeachment trial is like Shakespeare, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. No, that's Faulkner, she says. Mm-hmm. Mitchell was right on one level. That is a quote from The Sound and Fury was a novel written by William Faulkner that came out in 1929. The problem is he was quoting from William Shakespeare's works from Macbeth that was penned 300 years earlier. Cruz made sure to point out her mistakes, writing, I love this, methinks she doeth protest too much. That's a good one. Yes. That's a good one. He also took a parting shot at Jennifer Rubin of the Washington Post, who had sided with Andrea Mitchell, saying between NBC and the Washington Post, you'd think someone would have read Macbeth. Mitchell relented about an hour and a half later after her original got shot down, tweeting, I clearly studied too much English literature and not enough Macbeth. My apologies to Senator Cruz. Boy, don't you know that was how did that hurt?
What a bitter pill that was.
Because you've got all these degrees on the wall. You've done everything under the sun.
Bubba, I'm the great Andrea Mitchell.
Andrea Mitchell. She a native of New York, Rick. She's had a best-selling book called Talking Back, which outlines her experiences as one of the first women in broadcast news.
Oh, yes,
she got a BA degree in English literature from the University of Pennsylvania, where she served as the immediate vice chair of the Board of Trustees and currently chairs the Board of Overseers of the College of Arts and Sciences. Now, Rick, she's got more degrees and titles than you can throw a rock at, okay? But what was so funny, everybody was eating her up on here. It says, hey, maybe you can still get your money back on that degree.
Yeah, well, people are giving her a hard time. I mean, really, really bad.
Well, why step into that? Why take... See, this is the thing. She thinks Ted Cruz is some rube.
That's right.
And he's from Texas, and he's a Republican, and he supported Trump, and he doesn't know his butt from a hole in the ground. That's what she thinks.
Yeah, I know.
But guess what? Andrea Mitchell, somebody else doesn't know their butt from a hole in the ground.
Yep.
Who could it be?
I love some of the stuff, the other quotes from other people. Unless Faulkner predates Macbeth, Ted Cruz wins this round. That's from the Daily Caller editor. Here's another person. It pains me to say this, but Ted Cruz wins this round. These are even liberals that are like, I hate to tell you, Andre, you're wrong on this.
But why even pick that fight? Who cares? First off, you're sitting around watching Fox News. So you can get on the tweeter, as James Spann says.
Well, it goes back to
have a little fun.
It goes back to what you're saying. They live in their little gotcha world. They're looking for anything that they think can legitimize their narrative to what you said, that anyone who does not see the world through the lens of the modern day progressive liberal
are a bunch of backwards Neanderthal rubes, uneducated, stupid people. And unfortunately, this time the stupidity will fall over on the Andrea side, not on the crew side.
And how funny the whole thing goes back to the original quote, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Yeah, sure. 35 minutes past. The irony that our Cliff Sims interview is happening right after we talk about Tax Network USA. Well, let me tell you, go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Struggling to pay the IRS, haven't filed in a while, receiving threatening letters. Yeah. Well, let me give you a heads up. If the IRS thinks you've shorted them, it's only going to get worse. If you haven't seen the news, the IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting who? Not the super wealthy, because they've got lawyers and all sorts of protection. Going right after hardworking Americans, like you out there that support this program. You need warriors like Tax Network USA on your side. The Tax Network USA team has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special. Now, this is an offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. So why don't you find out if you qualify before it's too late? Never call the IRS alone. Do not do that. You need an advocate, and here they are. Let the attorneys at tnusa.com/Bubba handle this, because they are pros. They know which agents you need to deal with. They know the ones you need to avoid, and plus they have their best-in-class guarantee. So get your free consultation. They've already resolved over $1 billion in tax debts. Get your free consultation today by simply calling 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, somebody who's been on the inside, Cliff Sims, he's been on the program before, and he is back with his brand new book, The Darkness Has Not Overcome.
What's up, Cliff?
And Cliff, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba
Thank
Show.
you
How
for
are you,
having me.
sir?
I'm good. It's first time in this building.
Yeah, did you
That's how long it's been since y'all had me on.
Did
which
you
I'm
take my
offended
book
by.
back? I just had it, and then did you
know
take
what?
it
Look
back?
at that.
Yeah,
Well, we were looking at it here because I had asked Cliff a question, and he pointed me to page 6.
Yeah. So so let's talk
you
about.
cover a lot in this book.
So I walk in and Bubba. First thing Bubba says, "Thanks for being here. Let's talk about UFOs."
Let's talk about UFOs. So let's do this. Let's assume right now someone is watching or listening to this show.
Okay.
They do not know what you did, and first of all, tell them your background and the reason why this book has things in it that come from a knowledge that only you would have.
Yeah.
Or people that may have had a similar experience.
So I'm from here in Birmingham. You guys know me for a long time. Started Yellowhammer News here, and that kind of was the first time I ever came on the program talking politics way back when. I went on to serve as a special assistant to President Trump, running communications and messaging for the White House for the first couple of years of the administration. And then at the end, came back as Deputy Director of National Intelligence, so helping to oversee the 18 agencies of the U.S. intelligence community, CIA, NSA, the whole alphabet soup of them.
Wait a minute, Cliff. People don't understand what you just said. Let's back up again.
Okay.
The Office of Director of National Intelligence, DNI,
right,
is over the CIA and the FBI.
That's right.
Okay, I just want to be sure everybody got that.
So it's created after 9/11 to
So
try
they
to
would communicate.
break down walls between the agencies and that kind of thing. So yes, that's where I worked.
So the boss of the CIA and the boss of the FBI reported to your boss.
Well, not the FBI. FBI is a domestic law enforcement agency.
This was all foreign.
This is all foreign intelligence. That's right.
NSA and all that.
Yeah.
I just want to get all my letters in the right order.
You got it.
Your new book, The Darkness Has Not Overcome, is described as a political junkie's dream. Because you're saying I have been inside the belly of the beast, and you can talk about not there's a lot of things in this book that's intriguing about Air Force One, like most of us never got to be on Air Force One,
Next time, boys.
Yeah, okay, but
y'all did the White House. I mean, we did.
Yeah, you really
Cliff, you
did.
took care
Next
of
time.
us.
Next
Okay,
time we'll
there
do
is
Air
no
Force One.
doubt
You
took care of us.
Yeah. So things like that, and like Bubba mentioned, inside the CIA. But this book is unique, and it was one of the first conversations I know that you and I had, is because you are the son of a Baptist minister, and know that you are a person of faith in Christ, and all I could think of is Cliff has no hope of surviving the darkness of Washington, other than the power that was in you is stronger than he who's in the world.
Yeah.
You take Romans 8 right into that place. It's
something else.
It just feels dark. And the people that I've known other than you that have either are currently serving or have gone to serve.
Yeah.
If they're people of faith, they always come back with the exact same horrifying news. It's worse than you think.
Yeah. It is a very discouraging place for a believer to be. There's no doubt about that. But a couple of things to unpack. What you just said. First of all, the book. The idea was, I have always struggled with being faithful in my devotional every day.
Yeah,
it's difficult. I think for any of us. And so what I set out to do was basically write a book with a bunch of fascinating stories for those of us who are like love government, love the inside workings of behind the scenes and what's going on at CIA and what's going to. But each of those stories being used to jump off into a biblical takeaway could apply to anybody's life. And so it's not exactly a devotional, but that's kind of at the heart of what it is.
Yeah.
And so that's what I set out to do. But one of the stories that I tell that gets at the point that you're making is, I definitely going back, if we get an opportunity to go back, one of the things I would do a lot differently is, probably have a small group there in the office, and get, surrounded by other believers. That's really what makes or break it so often is when
some of those do exist. I've heard that there are some Bible studies that go on.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where, Gary Palmer, after the State of the Union last year, he said, hey, why don't you meet me 6:30 a.m. over here at such and such office building? And I get there, and it's 8 or 9 members of Congress who are in there talking about the things they're struggling with, talking about the missed opportunities they had to share their faith with their colleagues and how they would do it differently next time, encouraging each other and those kind of things. And no one would ever know that meeting existed had I not talked about it some in this book. But the point was, it is a dark place, but we have hope, not because of the people that are there are so great, but that there are people there who do have their hope in something bigger than getting a little bit more power, getting themselves a little bit better committee seat, getting themselves whatever that they can accumulate for themselves. They're in there trying to actually, spread the light in a very dark place. And the hope in this book ultimately is from John, 1:5, the light shines in the darkness and the darkness has not overcome it. I mean, we can take that to the bank even in the most discouraging times.
Cliff, talk a little bit, because I know we're going to get asked about this today. You were in the Trump administration. You left. You wrote a book. It was taken that was not a flattering book. Trump was not happy about it.
Right.
But since then, you've made up.
Yeah, I mean, pretty quickly, I think he realized there's a misunderstanding over what the intention behind the first book was, and he's like, okay, so you're not out there trying to attack me, you're not trying to, whatever, and that's where I came back and first ran speech writing for the Republican National Convention, then came back as deputy DNI. So yeah, we've long since patched things up, and I'm still involved with him, still text with him, we still in touch all of the time. But I actually tell the story in this book of that kind of saga. And the moment that the president, the first time he tweeted about me, attacked me kind of after the book had come out, I was live on TV when it happened, and the interviewer says, hey, would you like to hear what the president just tweeted about you? I'm like, sure. I'm trying to keep a smile on my face. And, he attacked me on there. And the answer that I had when the interviewer said, well, what do you make of that? What do you want to say to that? The answer that I had was, well, my identity is not found in whom Donald Trump says I am, or anyone says that I am. My identity's in Christ. And if I look back on that moment, it was the right answer. But if I'm being honest with myself, in my heart, I didn't feel that at the time. And I had to wrestle with the attraction to power that I didn't know that I was as susceptible to as I was. I mean, even the day that after all those things happened, and the day that Joe Biden was being inaugurated, I was standing in the lobby of the CIA in these empty halls, walking around, because it was not just a transition moment for the country; it was a transition moment for my life. And I had lived in what C.S. Lewis called the inner ring, and I did not want to let that go. And I wrestled with for even months after I left that well, what I'm doing now is not so important, whatever, which is ego talking, but it's also not true, because anything that we're doing in our lives, where it's the White House or a coffee house or Alabama Power or serving the powerless, any work that we do has meaning because we do it all for God. We do it all for the King of Kings. So who we are working for is more important than what we do. But I had to wrestle with that coming out of there.
And that's honest. That is honest.
Well, you probably can't help that when you see the White House and you see the Capitol and you're there where you've always read all these great decisions were made.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll continue. The book's available wherever you get books. The Darkness Has Not Overcome. We got a link today at rickandbubba.com under show notes. Go there. That's the easiest way to get it. It is a powerful read. We'll continue our conversation with Cliff Sims right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that's what
how appropriate.
And that's what we're watching. And if that's they have the right to do it. And if they want to do it now call me. You know how I am about efficiency. It would bother me if I were the Democrats right now, knowing that I've put all this research, I've done all this editing, I'm going to make all these speeches, and it's going to accomplish nothing.
Well, that was the point. They wanted that video played. Mm-hmm. They want the people to see that. They're trying. This is a PR campaign. It's not a removal.
No, you're right.
Or an impeachment hearing in the Senate for removal. It's just a joke. I think they also want to get to the point where they could, in their mind, vote so he could not run again. But you have to pass removal first. You can't skip to that. So, and it's dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. Why fool with it? We got people, Rick, that don't have a job right now. A lot of them are welders out in the Midwest, union people, because of a stroke of a pen. Which I want to bring up. Can the president with executive order stop a project that big? How does that work?
Well,
shouldn't there be a legislative process in that?
Now, you're talking about the wall now or the pipeline?
We're talking about the pipeline.
The wall.
I would say the wall too.
Well, the wall has issues too. I heard some commentary on that. They've got contracts, and they're like, "Well, you can't come in here and tear up our contract." We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, buddy. Groundbreaking today. Groundbreaking science. Double ply masks are even more effective than single ply. Groundbreaking. Okay,
now, Rick,
groundbreaking.
We're following the pattern that we learned with tires and diapers.
Right, exactly. Now, you do want to get to the point where you can still breathe.
You're right.
But I do want all of you to know.
Rick, if you completely shut your airflow off, you will not get COVID at all.
No, you wouldn't. Now, you will die.
Right.
But it'll be for something different.
Right.
But I will say this, with that now being the craze today, and the great high priest of health, Fauci, will probably inform us about this, you now can simply go to rickandbubba.com under the store and order 2 Rick and Bubba masks. Just go and get
there you go.
Just
2.
Two of them.
Get 2.
Now they're 3-ply, so maybe what does that? Does that mean 6 masks? I don't know what that means. But so we do have the Rick and Bubba COVID mask, and apparently we're going to wear them for the rest of our lives. And two's better than one, so buy 2.
You might as well have your whole box full of them. Really, to be honest with you.
Buy 2, maybe even 3.
Take your family. Let's say there's 6 of them. Go get 12.
Yeah.
Well, here's a guy sent me a picture. He's got his on ready to go.
I like it.
It's a good mask.
That's a good mask.
It's a good mask.
But I guess now this is the CDC or whoever else telling you need to buy more of them.
Yeah.
So if you only bought 1 from us, you probably want to buy 2.
They've endorsed 2. Really.
Yeah.
They have.
If you need masks, we got them. You might as well. If you're going to buy them, you might as well buy them from us.
We got masks.
Now you need to get 2 per person, not 1. So make a move on that. Okay. Also, some other stuff that we were talking about. So Gronk, it's funny to have people on Twitter saying this, but now Gronkowski says he's going to say it as well.
Yeah, if we say it joking around, it's one thing. To have a guy that's on the team announce it is something else.
Yeah. So now Gronkowski, who comes out of retirement and scores not once but twice in the Super Bowl, he says that the Chiefs should have signed the Super Bowl streaker, the intruder, because he actually scored. Now there is debate on the fact whether he scored or not. Was he down by
I think
contact?
technically he was down right before the goal line. He slid into it, but we're not going to let a technicality ruin a really good line.
Real Greg Burgess not here today. He's out. He and his wife are patiently waiting for the birth of their second grandson. First one for his daughter and my niece Chandler and her husband Riley. Pandemic makes it a little different. I don't even know where they're located. Greg, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, Lisa said y'all been giving me a hard time, so she pretty much made me call y'all. But anyway.
Well, that's We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Cliff Sims, our guest. The darkness has not overcome. Speedy and I were just discussing. We'll see if we get everything in, which I don't know that we will today. That you may need to come back and be on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, for even a deeper dive. So let's talk about the upcoming election.
Yep.
And since this book does talk about, and I think it's a big struggle. It's been a struggle for me. I think it was a struggle for you, especially when it does get clarified. When Trump went after you for, the first book, I think you got hit by friendly fire. Everybody was writing these books about him.
Right,
People were turning on him, and he just assumed yours belonged in that
it's
group.
hard to blame him for thinking that. I mean, it happened so many times before.
But y'all came back and reconciled that, and he realized your book was really not an attack on him at all. It didn't pull any punches. But he is a difficult character, especially for people of faith. Mm-hmm. Because even though, and this is when people ask me about it, see if this is accurate and help us with this. You talk about this in the book. Joey Behar asked you a question that you kind of get. We'll talk about that answer.
Yeah.
And one of the things is people go, I understand how far the left is now in complete rebellion against God, so I can't be with them.
Yeah.
Or I have a hard time justifying that. Some people still are, but they've just kind of made the version of God that the left created, so you're okay with it. But if you're staying with the God of the Bible, you can't be in the left camp. Mm-hmm. But then Trump does things that bother you as well, and you feel embarrassed as a follower of Christ that you're supporting a flawed human like Trump, even though we're all flawed. Mm-hmm. But there are areas, and I do not see fruit of his life that would tell me that he is immersed as part of the church. But I've always said, but he has governed as he is not an enemy of the church. Mm-hmm. He is for allowing the church to thrive.
Yeah.
Even if he himself doesn't participate in it that much. Mm-hmm. Is that unfair?
So I think Franklin Graham said it better than I ever could. Donald Trump is not a great picture or a great example of the Christian faith, but from a policy perspective, he has been a great defender.
Yeah, if you're looking for somebody in government that I don't know if I'd go as far as say advocate, but at least not an enemy of the church.
Well, I mean, he ended the Mexico City policy, which is taxpayer money going to abortions overseas. He appointed pro-life justices to the bench left and right. He made it where the Department of Justice would no longer go after faith-based entities for their nonprofit status. He made it where if you were serving in the government, you would never have to violate your sincerely held beliefs to acquiesce to some mandates on, you name it, that would violate your sincerely held beliefs. I mean, I could go down the list from a policy perspective.
Well, what he did in Jerusalem,
no question.
Yeah,
no question. But you're getting
which other presidents wouldn't do.
That's right. Going all the way back to Reagan, even didn't move the embassy. You're getting at something deeper, though, that I think is very important. I do talk about in the book. When I was on The View, the fine ladies of The View had me on.
Yeah. When I looked up and saw you on The View,
yeah.
I've never felt so much like I needed to save someone.
My God.
I was like, somebody get Cliff.
I needed
They
saving.
got him.
Okay. So after the show is over with, which I got my teeth kicked in like you would expect I would on The View, but I had fun with it, whatever. And Joy Behar, after the show, pulls me off to the side and she says, hey, what is a nice young man like you doing working for a guy like Donald Trump? And I kind of laughed about it at first, and I'm probably not as nice as you think I am,
Right, sure.
Whatever. But I actually thought about that a lot after I left, because the real question is, how can you disagree with some of the things that a person does and still support them, or in our personal lives, even like hate some of the actions someone takes, but still love them? And the answer to that question punched me right in the face, which is, I've been doing it with myself my entire life.
Correct.
Paul writes about this. All the things I don't want to do, I can't stop doing. All the things I want to do, I can't seem to do. He goes around and around about this. That's like a description of me, but I still love myself.
Right.
Still support myself.
Right.
I still give myself grace.
Right.
And our inability to extend that grace to other people is not just an impediment to being able to support somebody that does things that you disagree with sometimes, but also it's a hindrance to the gospel being able to spread, because the whole thing is about grace.
Right.
And if I can't give you grace, how in the world are you going to believe me that there is a God out there who would give me grace? Because I know all the really nasty things that I've done in my life.
Yeah, and to me, one of the things that I think when it gets to government, and we've talked about this a lot on the show, when you go to Romans 13. By the way, talking about Romans 7, we just talked about this yesterday at church, I love the person that says, I'll tell you why we ended up getting Romans chapter 8 is because Paul had just struggled with himself in Romans chapter 7, and he had to say, therefore, there is no condemnation for those that are in Christ. Now let's roll to our victory.
Right.
But anyway, is that government was something God created because we couldn't behave. We don't have the ability not to have some sort of structure to keep law and order because, in our fallen state, we are wicked.
Yep.
And we have to be policed. There has to be law and order. And there's been different versions of it. It's been abused, of course, by tyrannical human beings, like you said. We love power.
Yep.
And our founding fathers said, can we just minimize the role of the government? We can't get rid of it because you got to have order, but let's minimize it and let people take their God-given equality and God-given freedom from the Creator, and let's watch them maximize their potential by maximum liberty.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Now we're getting away from that, and we're running back to tyranny as human beings always do. We want bigger government, and we want government to do what the church is supposed to do, or we're supposed to do as individuals. But so I think sometimes too, when you sit down and go, I'm making the best choice for the nation, and I'm making the best choice for the freedom of the church, I think the mistake we make is thinking that the answer to our problems is the government anyway.
Yeah,
it's not the government; it's the church.
There's no
so
doubt.
what we need is a purified church, being the salt and light we were called to do. That's the only hope for this country, not government.
Yeah.
But you want to make decisions that are wise.
That's right.
If there's somebody that allows the church to thrive, good.
Yeah.
If there's somebody that says I'm going to lower your taxes, good. If there's some that protect the church's nonprofit status, good.
Yeah.
Right? Do we sometimes over-spiritualize government?
No question. That's why the book is called The Darkness Has Not Overcome.
Right.
Not because we are relying, there's hope in the government, but there's a bigger hope than that.
Right.
And so I write a lot in the book about how Christians should approach politics, and I'll sum it up with the very last paragraph of the book.
Well, hold on, because we're about to hit the break. Let's come back. If you got time, can you do one
I got
more?
all the time in the
So
world.
that's an important statement, and I feel people moving into their TVs, moving into their radios, moving into their phones, taking their earbuds and stopping, because I do think that people who are serious about their faith, they struggle with this and on exactly what to do. And I think what I think, and I've been there, where you just want to go, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm just not going to participate. And so I want you to take that. I don't want to rush that. So let's come back, and that's a question I know a lot of you have asked us. Bubba, who had to leave during the break, but I think he's coming back, also had a question that we didn't get to. So we'll do that. So if you can stay another segment, please do.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we'll take the break. We'll see if we can't get Bubba back as well. Did Speedy do the Heimlich? Have you been Heimlich?
What?
Yeah.
I do find it interesting that Bubba mentions UFOs, and next thing you know, he's
not helping.
got a problem, and he has to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. And will you please talk to him about Skinwalker Ranch and tell him to stop hanging out with him? All right, so top of the hour, Cliff Sims, really important answer he's going to give, and then Bubba has a question too. We'll do all that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What we thought, yeah. I mean,
this pandemic has really made this situation unique. You know, when Ellis was born, we go to the hospital. Lisa's actually in the delivery room when Ellis was born. I was standing outside the door listening. Of course, now you can't even go in the hospital. So our original plan was, and Lisa's just devastated. I get that, you know. So we're just trying to adjust. So we were going to go sit in the parking deck, which I thought was ridiculous from the beginning. Because think how many times I've had to go out and pay for parking for Lisa to go use the bathroom and all that, you know how women are.
Yeah.
So anyway, we came up with the deal. We're at Chandler and Riley's house, and that's two things. Because Chandler said, look, I mean, there's no reason for y'all to be in the parking lot. Plus, she's got this beagle, Cleo, and she's worried about Cleo. So, Lisa, you know, Rick, you love that.
Sure.
So I left Lisa with Cleo last night, and I went home, slept in my house, and worried about Cleo. But anyway, so we're down here holding down the fort at their house, waiting. You know, and the latest report we got, she is progressing. Everything's going good. You know, just waiting it out now. But everything's in motion. Put it that way.
So I thought you were.
Whenever he decides to come, he's going to come.
Greg, I thought you were missing to be there for the blessed event, not dog sitting.
Well, Bubba, it kind of morphed into that. So, I mean, but I'll be honest with you, I'd much rather be here than sit in a parking deck. The pandemic's messed everything up.
It has.
But
Yeah.
Here's my point. We're to the point now we can sit in the waiting room at the doctor's office. They just spread us out. Can't we do the same thing at the hospital?
Yeah, I didn't know if y'all were going to be in the parking lot and they were going to do like a Michael Jackson thing where they hold up baby blanket at the window.
Yeah.
So are y'all FaceTiming?
About that. We ran all them scenarios by, and then we settled on this.
Yeah,
What about-
do they live stream all these births now? How do they do that?
Do you FaceTime any of it?
Well, you can FaceTime. I'd probably be a little awkward, but I bet we'll get some FaceTime light right after, probably.
When the baby's
but we're
here.
Riley's keeping us updated, you know.
How's he holding up? How's old Riley holding up?
Oh, you know, Riley, he don't get excited about nothing. He's steady. You know,
He is steady.
He's steady, man. You know,
That's some nerves he learned being the tennis coach at Oxford.
Yeah.
That's right, Bubba. That's right. That's something y'all have in common.
So the last and I know we didn't get an update from you. We got it from Lisa because you don't do updates.
No, that was from me, wasn't it?
You know it was not.
No,
So
wasn't it?
so
Y'all
we
got one for me today?
no. So the water has broke. The epidural has been applied, and now we're laboring, right?
Well, yeah, that's right. She's you know, waiting on as slowly progressing, and I mean it's on now. Ain't no turning back. I'll tell you that.
So you and we think the doctors think it's a boy.
Well, yes, Rick, it's a boy.
Well, you don't know till it's here.
You know, Chandler never came and asked for a baby prediction.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, that's true. Well, if they're correct, it's a boy. Yeah,
That's what I say because Greg didn't want it.
Second grandson.
Greg didn't want us to do a baby prediction for his daughter because the questions we asked.
Yeah. All right, now
Yeah, it's a little weird.
let's ask them important questions. Do they have a good coffee pot at the house?
You know they do, and that's the first thing I checked when I came in was how's the coffee pot going? Because you know me, y'all see me every day. Me and coffee in our relationship.
Oh yeah.
So now, what kind of
But
dog
you made
is
some a little watery this week.
What kind of dog is this, Greg?
It's a beagle. Now that helps because you know I always love beagles. But Cleo Jane, she's out here with me right now, and of course she's spoiled. You know how we are. But anyway, so it made Chandler feel better to go because she's worried about her dog. You know how that is. And again, it's better us right here than sitting in that parking deck.
No doubt.
At least first I'd have had to found an acceptable bathroom somewhere close to the hospital. Then I would have had to drive out and then pay to get back in. So I'm glad
He's continuing to make that selling
Yeah,
point.
you are. You are.
That must have really been part of the discussion.
Greg, you don't have to convince us. We're fine. But
terrible.
Greg, the audience is wondering how a second grandchild. We're thinking by the time you get to the end of May and have 3, is it possible that your heart
will be the size of a normal person.
Yeah, Rick, I believe you may be correct. I mean, of course, y'all, give me a hard time about it. But the second one, boy, I mean, and that's enough. But then the third one's a girl. So my goodness, that's like double. So, I mean, yeah. What are you gonna do?
Has anybody broke this to Ellis today? That there's a new kid in town.
I mean,
I can't wait to see his reaction. We're looking forward to that. He'll be.
And if you kind of
he'll probably Rick, you've heard him quote, "Oh no,
oh no," that's what he says. Oh no,
you may have to fake sneeze over there,
and then get a fake sneeze right after.
He may fake sneeze. When it gets awkward, he goes through the fake sneeze.
If Ellis thinks he either's lost your attention or he's not sure what to do, he'll fake sneeze.
Yeah.
That's his go-to.
I tell you who you need to start talking to is that dog. That dog's about to have a.
And he said, "Chloe."
We done had that discussion.
That dog's
Rick,
world's.
And I wish that you could hear this. Chandler Googled on how you're supposed to introduce the new baby to the dog.
Oh my!
No.
And it said
fun of it last night, but I don't remember the details.
Greg, how can you?
I mean, it actually gives you like the father should bring the baby. It's something crazy.
Gosh. People making money doing that.
No, Greg,
Good living.
And I'm going to play your role since you're not here. That means there was somebody sitting there somewhere said, "All right, people probably will kind of try to Google what to do with the baby and the dog. Here, I'm gonna get on my home keys. Y'all throw some stuff at me.
Yeah.
What do you think about who do you think?
Let's have the male walk in with it.
Oh no! Don't say the mom. Say the male. Okay,
Yeah.
the dad should bring the baby in. I mean, this
The
is all.
dog should be allowed to sit on the couch.
Yeah.
Because as you would say, Greg, if you were here, did somebody interview dogs and they said, it's awkward when babies come in, and what we prefer is to talk to the dad first.
I was going to tell you, as she started breaking down, I got to laughing so hard. Of course, I was making fun of it. But yeah, so I mean, we're going to. But Cleo's going to have to make the biggest adjustment.
Now, is Cleo
Cleo
James
is
more?
the beagle, and that.
6 minutes now past the hour. All right, if you're going to bid to be at the Celebrity Pro-Am this Wednesday, walk inside the ropes with Bubba, John Daly, Riley Green, and Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville. Highest bid I saw last, Speedy, was $5,000. $5,000 is the highest bid to Children's of Alabama. If you can beat that, you've got 54 minutes. Okay? And then we're going to close it out. So $5,000 is the highest bid. If you want to bid more, email speedy@rickandbubba.com. So Cliff Sims is with us. Bubba, you okay?
Well,
okay.
I thought I was.
All right, we lost Bubba last segment over
swallowed an egg there right as we were
scrambled
coming back.
egg, and Bubba got choked. So Bubba, I have him in the middle of finishing something. Then you can
I
ask,
was listening back
Then you
there
can ask your
between
question.
coughing, yeah.
So we're back to the question that is in front of a lot of people, especially now, because the candidates seem to be getting more and more less and less desirable is a better way to put it. And people of faith are going, do I even need to be in this? I mean, I can't find a way to consistently feel good about my vote.
Yep.
And you say in your book this.
Well, I say several things, but number one, to sum it all up, the most important moments in human history were Jesus' death and resurrection.
Amen.
And Tiberius was the emperor of Rome when that happened. Pontius Pilate was the governor of Judea when that happened. But they were not the central characters in the story.
Amen.
So why on earth would we make politicians and politics in general the central characters of our story today? It shouldn't be. And so we got to get, first of all, politics has got to get put in its proper place.
Right.
And it's not to say that it's not important. I've devoted most of my adult life to fighting for conservative causes, for trying to get conservatives elected, to working in the Trump administration. But I can't idolize that. I can't let that be the number one tippy-top thing. It's not the tippy-top thing. But the Bible is very clear, I think, on how we should approach voting. Number one, we need to remember that there's only one ruler and he's above everything, and it ain't a democracy.
Right.
His name is Jesus, and he is the ruler of everything, and he sets up kings and he tears down kings. He is in control of everything. He is sovereign over everything. That's first and foremost. The second thing is he has divinely appointed man on this earth to be his representatives, to rule over everything on his behalf, to institute governments that are a reflection of God's character, his righteousness, his justice. So we should be looking for candidates that are as close as we can get to God's vision for governance in this world. The Bible is also clear that rulers on this earth will be held accountable for the decisions that they make. Now, if you're listening, you say, well, great, I'm not a king, I'm not a ruler, I'm not in the government. Well, hold on just a second. It's actually even more relevant in America, where ultimate power lies with the people.
Right.
So you are both the governed and the governor, because you get to decide who represents you. And so I do think you better take those things into account when you walk in that voting booth, that you are going to be held accountable for the decisions that you make, and the type of people that you're putting forward. Are they going to be close close as you can be to God's vision for justice and righteousness in this world? So I would never tell somebody how to vote. I support Trump. I'm going to vote for him. We've talked about it in the last couple of segments. But those principles that I just talked about, wherever you land, those are the principles that you should be applying to how you're going to use your vote.
So, Bubba, you also had a question about page 6.
Well, just a couple of things. One, leading into page 6, can Trump win this election?
Yes.
Do the demos have a plan? Surely they're not riding Biden to the finish line in this.
Well, no, I think they are. I think they've locked themselves into that at this point. They're going to have a hard time replacing him.
But he's not running things. He can't.
No.
Okay.
No way. Their plan is to convince you that, quote unquote, democracy is on the line.
Right.
That Trump is a threat to democracy. Now, hold on just a second. Which one of these two parties is prosecuting their political opponent?
Right.
And a bunch of trumped up
like
charges.
A banana
and
republic,
then tell me which one is the threat to democracy.
Right.
But that's their message. That's their plan. They're hoping that they can use mail-in voting and early voting and all these things to kind of put their thumb on the scale. And Trump, I think, has very smartly leaned in and said, look, I don't like these rules. I don't like the early voting. I don't like the mail-in voting stuff. We ought to be voting day, not voting month or whatever. But these are the rules. So get out and vote early. Mail-in vote, do whatever you got to do, play by the rules, but get out there and do it early, and don't just rely on election day anymore. And so I think his get out the vote effort, I think the guy wins. I think he's going to be back in the White House, and it's going to be a whole new ballgame.
Was the last election fair?
No, it wasn't fair. No. And look, we don't have to get off we don't have to put our tinfoil hats on. All we have to do here is say that in the middle of COVID, they unconstitutionally, in my view, changed the rules.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
They changed the rules in states like Pennsylvania, and suddenly you changed the way that you can cast a ballot and count ballots.
No doubt.
And so, the Constitution is very clear about how we're supposed to set up election law. They changed the rules of the game in the middle of the game. No, it wasn't fair. But you know what? Life isn't fair. We're gonna beat them this time. Play by the rules that they are on the book, and we're going to go out there and beat them this time. And I think Trump is on message. He is an absolute force right now, and we've got Weekend at Bernie's going on right now in the West Wing.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Unbelievable.
All right, page 6. Let's cover this. The Director of National Intelligence. You're over NSA. You're over CIA. This year, we saw something I never thought we'd see in our lifetime. Congress held hearings on UAPs, or UFOs as they're commonly known. We heard people testify under oath something's going on, and they didn't give all the answers. They asked to testify in private because of security clearances on some of it. Cliff, you address it on page 6. What's going on with
page
UFOs?
6 of The Darkness Is Not Overcome. It's out this week. I talk about the day that, people think that people that are governing are probably, they got some superpower that they're up there governing. These are not normal people. Then some of them aren't. But I'm a good old boy from Alabama. So when I got there, I was like, let me see the UFOs.
Yeah.
All right. I want to see it. Let's do it. Where are they at? Bring them over here. And when the people came to brief us on that topic, it was an interesting development, because in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, to even get in the office, you have the absolute highest clearance that anybody could possibly have in the U.S. government. The people that are in those rooms,
and those are need to know. You don't even know how high they go. Right?
That's right, and you're seeing things flowing in from every intelligence agency, as you said. So we're all there, and we're ready to unload. Give us the briefing. And the people who came to give that briefing started kicking people out of the room. So we're not going to do it in front of this person. We're not going to do it in front of that person. We're not going to do it in front of that person. It's like, well, hold on just a second. We see every literally everything that flows in, and they wouldn't do it. And so they kicked all the people out of the room, and that's about all I can say about that. Hey, Bubba, I was watching Bubba read page 6.
Yep.
He was sweating bullets.
Yeah.
Sweating bullets, and then it got to the part where I couldn't say anymore, and he just...
It got so bad, I swallowed part of an egg.
You nearly killed Bubba with it. Oh, my God. All right, so...
It just shows how sensitive it was,
yeah.
how sensitive they are about that topic.
The darkness has not overcome. It is officially available tomorrow, but you can get it now in the link that we have at show notes. So we'll come back.
I got some more questions, Rick. I'm not done.
Okay, so you can stay. Also,
Cliff loves this.
No, brilliant on your part. I know that you had to do it yourself, but brilliant on your part. Book yourself on a Monday on the Rick and Bubba show. I mean, there's no telling how long you'll stay.
Oh, yeah.
It's so we'll come back.
I'm a veteran in this game.
Yeah, 866 We Be Big. Also, if you have questions for Cliff, Greg is on the phones. You can dial them up too, and we'll try to work in some of yours as well. 866 We Be Big. The darkness has not overcome. Lessons on faith and politics from the inside the halls of power by Cliff Sims. The link's at rickandbubba.com. You can check that today and grab yours.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is the dog better behaved than Buddy and Marty?
Oh, absolutely. My goodness, those are the two worst behaved dogs in the world.
Well, Greg, and people have been noticing, you've got a soft spot for animals.
You do.
And it's interesting where you're going to land on all that.
To a point.
Yeah. You're a little soft on animals.
There it is.
There he is.
I don't dislike my pets.
No, I didn't say you dislike them, but you're a little soft on the pets.
Will he chase the ball, Greg?
I mean, I can't hear you. So.
Okay.
Greg, will he?
Oh, it's she. Okay.
I may have lost you.
No, I got you. We can still hear you.
That's his way of getting off.
All right, we've lost him.
So it's Cleo Jane.
Yeah, we can hear you, Greg. Look, Greg just gave up.
He did.
Yeah, that was just, hey, I can't hear you.
That's the way he's on an iPhone.
He's
there's another rant.
Yeah, so we got a beagle waiting on a baby with Greg.
Oh, my goodness.
Picture that. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. You come in here, make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and then we get to the next caller. Bubba, are you familiar at all? I don't remember this. Maybe this was after our McDonald's years. Are you familiar with the High C Orange Lava Burst?
Can't say that I am.
McRib, I understand.
Yeah, I got the McRib sandwich.
You bring up
I got
McRib.
it.
If the McRib's back, I got it.
Yeah.
McDonald's is bringing back the iconic, they say, High C Orange Lava Burst.
I don't.
Speedy?
I don't
Anyone?
follow.
Anyone?
I don't remember.
I don't. I have no recollection of the. I wasn't a huge High C guy.
I like High C.
Punch.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
The
orange.
How about a nice Hawaiian Punch? Boom!
Rick, I like.
Remember that?
Yeah, I love the orange and red.
See,
not a High C guy.
See, my boys, if we're going through drive-thrus, they'll go, "Do they have High C?" And I'm like, "Well, we'll see."
What? That's how they say it now?
Well, no, I'm just. I mean, leading up.
I thought that might be when they were little.
When you say orange lava burst, that's just the flavor.
I guess.
I thought it was some kind of come out of ice or something.
I just thought that was a frozen drink of some kind. That's just the flavor of High C.
What?
Iconic.
When it comes to the orange drinks and stuff like that, what is y'all's favorite?
I'm about a 4 on fruit drinks.
Oh, I like. You mean fruit or like
sodas that are orange?
Right.
What is that one that you had the orange and the grape growing up? Fanta.
Yeah.
Do
you want the Fanta?
Yeah, those are
Do
good.
you want the
buddy? That's
Those
good
are
for
really
late.
good.
Don't do Fanta. Don't do any of that. Don't do Grapey Co.
The orange was
Don't
really
do orange.
good.
I like an orange aid every now and then.
Yeah. So
You
favorite
didn't like
favorite.
Fanta though in the bottle.
Didn't like Fanta.
Oh,
Not a Fanta guy.
I'm assuming favorite flavor for y'all is grape, or is it strawberry?
I'll go
or-
orange for
I'm orange.
You will.
I'm orange usually. on
Interesting.
everything. Yeah.
But I don't. Keep in mind the percentage that I drink some sort of flavored soda is about maybe 2% of my whole life.
Okay.
And see, I don't even like strawberry, and I've got used to drinking these, so I like them.
Sun-kissed is where I would land. if I ever had one.
It wasn't around when we were growing
I
up.
really prefer an Orangeade, which is not it's a little different, just a carbonated orange drink that you can get in a bottle. It's all right. I mean, I ain't crazy about it, but I mean,
The Orangeade we used to have came like in a milk carton you'd open.
yeah, maybe I'm doing the wrong one because I remember that
Because it
too.
wasn't carbonated.
It was something. One I'm talking about. It's like a little fat glass bottle. And it's carbonated. That's not it. No, I remember Orangeade in a carton. I remember that. I
don't know.
I think I may be using the wrong name. I think I am.
I do remember this at the ballpark, though. There was nothing better than going to the window after your game. Some parent had paid for everybody to get a drink, and to get a suicide. And they just hit everything they had in there.
everything,
And it ended up being pretty good. They mixed it all
I
together.
didn't like that either.
You didn't like
A lot
that?
of guys on the team did that. I wouldn't do it. You know what I did? I did classic Cocoa. All right, let's go to the phones. Kent in Dade County. Kent, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, Rick and Bubby, y'all do a good job, and I was concerned about the way they had the fake news when Trump was in there, and then like 4 or 5 years ago, and now they censor the Republican side that what is going on, and then they let the Democrats say the.
I believe if I was the referee, I'd have to say he could not stay in bounds.
Do you think?
Yes.
Do you think Tommy just like made a U-turn, went through the median somewhere?
Speedy. Sneaks up on you. 21 minutes past the hour. Cliff Sims, our guest of the book, and we've had an incredible interview, but we're never going to get through all the books, so you still need it. The Darkness Has Not Overcome in show notes today. So we have a couple of callers standing by, but Bubba, you had another question or two.
Well, we've covered so many things here,
yes.
Cliff.
Yes, we have.
Since you don't want to talk about page 6 anymore.
Move off that real quick.
Just take the callers. Maybe they'll cover some of it.
Okay, all right. So let's start with to Matt in Alabama. Matt, you're on with Cliff Sims. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Cliff. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Appreciate all you've done for our country and for our state as well. You're a great representative for us.
Thank you.
Got a question about a person that's going up and is taking a job with a contractor for the State Department, and they're having to fill out some top secret stuff. And I'm wondering if there's a resource up there for them to talk to if they need to speak to somebody to discuss things that are going on. Is there a group or a study group or anything like that?
Discuss things that are going on in what regard? Like to be a whistleblower?
If anything, not necessarily that, but just something if he's concerned or needs to discuss what's going on and have some backup, some strong Christian men back up.
Well, the one that comes to mind for me is Congressman Gary Palmer. He represents us here in Alabama 6th Congressional District. If there was something that he needed and wanted to reach out to his office and talk to Gary, Gary's as solid as they come. He's the real deal up there. He's a great one, and Congress has oversight over a lot of the agencies and departments, so he could certainly be helpful. And look, it doesn't take long. He's going to get in there, and it don't take long where you realize, just like any other walk of life, you can tell who's who and what, who's about what. He'll find some believers in that building. I've spent a lot of time in the State Department. You'll find some believers in there. I have full faith in that.
Patrick, Tennessee. Patrick, go ahead. You're on with Cliff Sims.
Hey, Cliff, thank you so much for everything. Rick and Bubba, man, we're going to miss you. But my big question is this, is that, Cliff, do you know Lieutenant Anderson from the Jefferson County Police Department? Because Adler's trying to get a hold of him, and I didn't know if he was pulling the trigger.
Yeah, he's a good guy. You should meet him, Cliff. He's a really super nice dude.
Trying to save you a headache.
Did you hear about Adler getting scammed?
He got fished on.
Dude,
the jury
I'm so
duty
stupid.
scam. Oh, yeah.
I was this close to getting scammed by a Lieutenant Anderson Smith.
Cliff, he's walking around a supermarket with $5,000 in his pocket, ready to stuff it in a machine somewhere.
Didn't fall for it, though, because I'm a genius.
There you go.
Way to stop it. But
hey, it's better to stop the brakes before you go over the cliff,
Amen.
no matter how close you are. To
Amen.
The cliff.
By the way, on that note, with Adler, $6,000 is the highest bid now for Bubba. So 6,000, and we're gonna call it at the end of this hour.
You know, when I saw the 5,000, I thought, has Adler bid to do this?
I know, that's true. So, Cliff, let's talk a little bit about, I heard you and Bubba talking about it in the break, and you've been there on the inside. Sometimes we get confused on some of the things. There is a give and take, and there is, how many times, Bubba, you've done
How do you compromise?
Yeah, where do you figure this out? And that's nothing that we struggle with, people of faith, too, because you've said it earlier. As followers of Jesus, guess what he said? Don't compromise me. Never compromise the gospel. I'm the way. I'm the truth. I'm the life. No one comes to the Father except for me. I will share my glory with no one. And then all of a sudden you get up there and it's like, all right, this is all about compromise.
Yeah.
So talk about how you work through that.
Well, it's
back
tough
to put government in its proper place.
Well, no doubt, but also it's tough right now because we just want to blow the place up because it's such a mess and it's been so bad for so long.
That's just a phrase he's using for all you listeners.
Right. Yeah.
So the impulse that you have, that's right. I just realized what you mean. Not literally. No, hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody.
Get the AI scrubbers to stand down.
That's right. But that the impulse to want massive, immediate change is coming from a good place and an understandable place. But then we have to kind of balance that with our entire government system is set up to stop things from happening, and that's a good thing. We don't want the pendulum swinging one way or the other too hard, too fast, and so. By necessity, the way real change happens is incrementally. We have let this country go into the toilet, and it ain't coming out of the toilet overnight.
Right.
So it's going to happen incrementally. And I'll be honest, it starts with not politics, but our culture.
Right.
Politics is downstream from culture.
It's a reflection.
That's exactly because it's politicians are going to respond to incentives, and their incentive is to get reelected. And if the culture is moving one way, you can guarantee that's where the politics are going to go. So unwinding this is going to take some time. And so I do think that we should. There are some red lines out there that we just can't compromise on. Right. And when if you're a member of Congress and that thing comes up in a bill, whatever it may be, you're like, well, I just can't go there. Otherwise, making some incremental progress toward where we're trying to go, I think, is a positive thing. But it's tough to rally people around incremental wins.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was going to ask you, and we're all guilty of that. But we're like the Freedom Coalition.
Yep.
So
Freedom
Caucus. I'm sorry, that was another bunch with a similar name. But I love their passion, and Bubba's already said he does too. And
their position.
I understand where they are, but sometimes it seems that they are almost maniacal,
reckless,
and they're not being wise.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that? Are we wrong about that?
You're not wrong, and because you're just so predisposed to agree with all their positions on things, you're like, my gosh, I'm with you on that. I'm so frustrated, but you're right on that. And then, part of this is maybe I've just seen too much, and I've gotten to know some of these people personally, and they don't all fit this description. But a lot of them, they don't give a hoot about that policy that they're out going crazy about. It's an opportunity for them to leverage that position for their own personal gain.
Speaking engagements, being on Fox News.
100%.
I guess.
100%. And a lot of these folks are playing.
Watch how shocking I can be so I can get interviews.
And we always think about the left being that way, but they are people that reflect our positions publicly that fall in the same boat, sadly.
Yeah. And I don't know why I keep coming back to Gary Palmer. He's, maybe just because I know him so well. But here's a guy who's on every single one of those issues that we're talking about is as hardcore as they come. But you don't see Gary going wild out there on TV. Right. Gary doesn't need his face all over the place.
Trying
but
to get the speaker
scenes,
every other week.
That's right. Yeah. But behind the scenes, Gary's very influential, and he's making moves and is getting those wins that we're talking about. But he didn't have to thump his chest.
Well, we also know from a faith standpoint that there's a certain plan that God is working, that He has shown us, as much as we can comprehend it, the end.
That's right. That's right.
So the end is coming. That's right. And you see the birth pangs, and you see all that Jesus talked about. But is it too far gone? Is this country too far gone?
No, it's not too far gone. And look, the Bubba's page 6 that he comes back to, the title of that section has the UFO or UAP anecdote is called Need to Know. And this will sum up kind of how this book that I've written works. I tell that story, and then I come out of it and say that the concept of need to know in the intelligence community is kind of foundational. But we get frustrated with God with not showing us the full picture.
Right.
But God knows what we need to know.
Right.
And the time when he needs his will to be revealed to us, he will reveal it. And it's on us to trust
word right there.
that he is going to do that on his timing and not our own.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole reason, Bubba, you said it, we've said it on the show, is why we were never told when and exactly the point. Because we would freak out and we would completely be paralyzed and we wouldn't do what he told us to do, and that's be disciples and make disciples.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, just concentrate. I don't know about y'all. That takes up all my free time.
Cliff, two questions. When it comes to our government, everything you've seen, everything you know, joked up thinking about. Have we got another segment, by the way?
My God. Folks, I appreciate you listening to the Cliff Sims Show today. I'm good to be joined by Rick and Bubba.
Hey, by the way, Speedy, on the podcast, no need. The podcast is being done right now. Just grab these segments and put one together. If you have more questions,
Okay, I got two more
my
questions.
goodness, you're
All
in
right,
this celebrity
let's do it.
program
I'm
this
sorry, I've been
week.
choked up
I mean,
half the
you
morning.
missed the whole segment choking on eggs.
No.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Never had control. Couldn't get his feet in.
What if he was cutting a 30-second spot and had 40 seconds worth of coffee? You do it?
I know how that feels. To Tim in Tuscaloosa. Tim, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, fellas, how's it going? Did you know that the orange soda is the only soda in the soda family that has vegetable oil in it?
Well, you know what? I did not know that.
I did not know that. I'll be honest with you.
And
But hey, I've been trying to get in so long. My original question was, you think they sent that ninja after him because of his ukulele playing?
Anybody catch that?
A ninja?
What now?
What are we even talking about?
You remember when the guy got cut up by the ninja? And they said he played the ukulele.
You have been trying to get in for a while.
You have been trying to get it for a
Sir,
while.
have you been trying to call since 96?
Sir, you've been trying to call. It's taking you so long. Our ability to recall what you're calling about has already passed. You couldn't even make that window. I'm afraid again.
And look, are we losing it? But because he just said that so matter of fact, like we just talked about.
Yeah, somebody's got to stay in bounds. Somebody's got to stay in bounds. Just third down. My gosh, just third down.
Good night.
Tom Brady's about to throw his helmet.
Oh, gracious, y'all.
Let's go to Harley Flomaton. Harley, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. You know, when you're in the deer woods, you can't help but wonder things, and I was wondering if y'all would rather get attacked by a bobcat or by an owl.
I got to go with an owl. I think I got a better chance against an owl.
You know what? Never give that a lot of thought,
No.
but I think I could take an owl out of the air quicker than I could get a bobcat off my leg.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, though. I
think.
probably have a better chance of thinking of that than orange drinks have vegetable oil in them.
Right. Yeah.
Rick, were you talking about Orangina here?
Orangina, buddy. It's Orangina.
Yeah,
that is what I was talking about.
That is what you were talking about?
Yeah, that's the one.
Adler, be careful.
Orangina. That's
Be
it.
careful, Adler.
Yeah,
you're on thin ice out there.
Right.
He's out of bounds, too. We're rolling into the bench.
Yeah, it's Orangina.
Rick, that is illegal ground there. Lost it down.
Now we're backed up. I cost us 15. Yeah, it's Orangina. That's the one. Orangeade is the one in the carton. You're right. Orangina.
Sweating.
That's the one.
What did he call it?
Well,
Probably don't repeat it.
I didn't have that growing up. Sorry.
That's okay. But by the way, if anyone's got that problem, they need to have it looked at. And you might want to try to document where Donald Trump was. Okay. It's just a throw out there or something. Well, people are out of bounds. We got to get one in bounds.
Richard Lawson.
That's Rick. Rick at.
Golly, we got 35 seconds.
I'm taking my emails this week at Helmsley at rickandbubba.com. Look at him.
Oh, gosh.
I
That's
told
good.
you there's one solution to this problem we have.
I know.
Oh, that's good.
To Amy in Lexington.
Amy, save us.
Amy, go ahead.
Hey, I was just calling about the orange lava thing from McDonald's. I think that's the original orange drink that they had before they changed that one.
Okay. All right. I don't follow the latest updates on orange drinks, and I realize I am sadly uninformed on orange drinks.
How sad that was the call that made the most sense.
I got to do my orange drink research. I am way out.
Oh, man.
I'm out of
What about a knee high? You remember that?
Yeah, sure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. Cliff Sims, our guest, and our topic, the new book, The Darkness Has Not Overcome, and show notes today, really ties into our brand new sponsor. I got an update yesterday. A lot of you have responded. amac.us/Bubba. Hard to believe that Bubba and I are now welcomed by the Association of Mature American Citizens, as we both turn 60 this year, but AARP comes fishing for you once you cross over 50. But if you're like us, you look at all the benefits, you go, but politically, I don't think I can be with him. And you wish there was an alternative, and now there is. And a lot of you are doing it. That's AMAC. They go and, hey, what you do is you get all the benefits without supporting agendas like Obamacare. That's when AARP lost me. You're going to put me on Obamacare? You're going to support Obamacare? This is the guy who said sometimes you just got to give old people a pill. But anyway, so amac.us/Bubba. You will still enjoy the money-saving travel benefits for hotels, car rentals, cruises, theme parks, shows, events, movies, food, dining, great insurance discounts, also Medicare advice, Social Security advice, and a voice in Washington that reflects like-minded patriots like you and us. So you do have a choice. So knock it out right now. Election year special, 4-year membership, $30. You can get 1 year for $16 if you don't want to go 4 years, but 4 years, $30. You get the magazine as well, and all, of course, the benefits we just mentioned. amac.us/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba is reclaiming the segment that he lost, choking on an egg, with Cliff, and Cliff's worried about the YouTube channel and the comment people.
No, I love them.
Yeah,
I appreciate you guys. If you're on there right now, I love y'all.
Right. He wants to be sure that y'all are glad he's been on basically for 2 hours. But no, it's been an hour.
All right, so Cliff, with all you've seen, all you've done, give us the high and low point behind the scene in government. You've looked behind the curtain. Tell everybody something that may be going on they don't know about, that they would go, well, that's cool, we're doing that. And then what keeps you awake at night? What scares you?
Well, so a high point, I think in light of what's going on in the world right now, particularly in the Middle East, one of the high points was when the president followed through on his decision to move the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
Right.
Every president since Reagan had promised to do it, and then they backed down because their advisors, once they got elected, said, well, hold on, you're going to set the Middle East on fire. If you do this, they're going to go crazy. And Trump said, I'll never forget it. There was no debate. He just said, what do you mean? I said I was going to do it. I'm going to do it.
We've seen him do that.
And he just had the courage to follow through. And I write about this in The Darkness Is Not Overcome. The day after that decision had been announced, we walk out of the Oval Office, and there's a TV on the wall in the outer oval. You guys have been there. You've seen it.
Thank you.
And it's showing some protest in the Middle East that frankly look a lot like the protests we're seeing on college campuses right now.
Right, kind of paid for.
Yeah, burning the American flag, and they're screaming, Trump, Trump, you will see, Palestine will be free, etc. And Trump is kind of taking all this in. And how widespread is this? Like, oh, well, they focus on the hot spots. They, whatever. But he's watching the most visceral hatred you could possibly imagine be directed at him. They're burning him in effigy, all kinds of things. And then he looks at me and he says, all right, what's next? As in, like, what's next on the schedule today? Like, did not faze him one bit.
Right.
And, that may seem like a little thing, but I'm just telling you, having seen up close and personal in Washington, these politicians ain't got the guts to take any amount of criticism. You're right. They put their finger up in the air, see which way the wind's blowing, and that's which way they go. And that's just not how Trump is wired. So I think that was a real high point. And then, the thing that keeps me up at night, so to speak, is the threat from China is beyond anything that you could possibly imagine. People ask me all the time, well, what about Russia? Well, Russia is up to no good, too. Don't get me wrong. But here's the difference between China and Russia. Russia has to pick the spots where they're going to engage because they don't have unlimited money. Right. And China has got resources beyond imagination. They're spending on defense the same as we do. So Russia, for instance, they go deep in cyber. They're really sophisticated, and they go really deep, and that's a low-cost proposition, whatever. But with China, you've got cyber, their space capabilities, their traditional military, their kind of asymmetric power and drones and technology and hypersonic missiles, and I mean, you name it, they are competing across the board. And the most dangerous place in the world right now, I was there earlier this year, is Taiwan.
Yeah.
They want it. They'd like to absorb it, quote unquote, peacefully.
How come they haven't already?
Well, to this point, there are, I think, two issues. Number one, their capabilities have not been where it's not going to be easy to go across the Taiwan Strait and get that. And so capabilities, they've had to build their capabilities. Xi Jinping has said publicly, they're targeting 2027 to have the capability and feel comfortable doing. I think they're close to having the capability today. The second piece is, in geopolitics, you're always weighing cost benefit. And to this point, he has assessed that the cost would be too high for him. But if you're looking around the world and you're Xi Jinping and you see what Joe Biden has done to the world,
oh my goodness,
and the credible deterrence that Trump had built up has eroded because you've got, again, Weekend at Bernie's going on in the West Wing right now. I don't think that he believes that Joe Biden's going to make him pay the price that a Donald Trump would. And you can just don't take my word for it. Let's look at Putin. Putin invaded other countries under Bush. He invaded other countries under Obama. He's invaded other countries under Biden. Guess who he didn't invade another country under? Donald Trump. You know why? Because he looked across that ocean and he said, this guy, I'm not exactly sure what he might do.
Right.
There's an unpredictable nature to him, but there's also a history of making people pay the price. Go ask Qasem Soleimani in Iran what happens when the blood of Americans is on your hands. Oh, you can't, because we sent a Hellfire missile through his convoy when he's leaving the airport in Baghdad. That changed everything. I'll tell you, I was talking to there was a Middle Eastern head of state who said that was the most important moment in his adult life because this was a terrorist general who had operated with impunity to the point that everybody thought he was untouchable. He can do whatever he wants to do. And the day that Trump took him out changed everyone's calculus. They said, this guy's serious. And Joe Biden, everything Trump would do after he killed Qasem Soleimani, he said, this is going to bring the Middle East to the brink of war. What actually happened? No.
Calm down.
People understood there are real lines, there are real barriers now, and peace started breaking out. Normalization agreements with Israel and other Arab countries in the region start breaking out, and bad actors stayed in their box. That credible deterrence does not exist today, and that's what scares me.
Yeah, Bubba and I've said on the show, when you look at Xi, you think to yourself, it's almost like, the fourth-string defense is in, and you could break a rushing record if they'll just give you the ball and just run toward them, and you not do it. You're like, I feel like an idiot. I should go ahead and pick that yard up.
Yeah.
I mean, you have nothing. If you were ever going to do it, I'm praying that doesn't happen, but I understand your point. If we keep this going, and I mean, this is just common sense.
Yep.
I mean, he almost loses credibility if he doesn't say now's the time to do it.
Can Taiwan defend itself, or is its best defense that its recoil strike to this, would cripple China's economy in some way?
Well, the defense of Taiwan is, we need to turn it into a porcupine, basically, is what needs to happen. They have a lot of artillery and a lot of things.
They've been digging in since the
50s.
'50s.
Mines,
Yeah.
and they got some things going on over
Right.
there that are good. The flip side of that is, when I was there and was talking to them, I made this point to one of them. I said, why does, let's take America, for example. Ain't nobody going to invade America, not just because our military is so strong, but because every red-blooded American's got 4 guns in the house and they're loaded up with ammunition. Come to my neighborhood and try to roll a tank through there and bring some people through and see what happens. You're going to be, it's going to be on. And nobody there has any weapons. Nobody has no civil defense force, all these kind of things. And they looked at me like I had 9 heads.
Right.
Because they were like, that's just not culturally here. And I said, well, so talk about your culture. You're about to be mainland Chinese culturally here pretty soon if you don't do something about it.
To your point, and we've said this on the show too, but it's worth repeating. Go back to the riots, of the Black Lives Matter, summer that we had.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't come to suburbia.
Yeah.
Because you wasn't going to get away with that in suburbia.
That's exactly right.
Right, you're right.
The other thing is
those people are armed. They're not going to tolerate that.
We're not giving Taiwan. Taiwan has placed orders for hardware, military hardware that we haven't supplied to them yet. We're behind on fulfilling our orders, and part of the issue is we're so preoccupied in what's going on in Ukraine. There are real offsets with what we're sending to Ukraine and what Taiwan would need and what we need to be able to defend ourselves, and what Israel needs right now. As well. They're direct offsets of those things. And we've got to stop operating in the world like we can be the whole globe's policeman and we can do all things at once. And we got to start making some real priorities here. And we're not doing that right now.
How does the Ukrainian thing end?
I think it's going to end when Donald Trump gets elected and he gets up there and he says, all right, boys, we're about to negotiate a solution. Let's bring this thing to a close. It's going to there's going to be some things that are going to have to be uncomfortable from the Ukrainian side. I think they're not going to get everything they want. They're not going to get every little square inch of territory that they had before. And then Putin is going to have to be clear. Look, we're not just going to give you the whole bank here. Like, you're going to have to get back in your box too, and we're not going to abide by this anymore. So I think it's going to be a negotiation. But I trust Trump, having seen him navigate those types of negotiations with other world leaders. I mean, we've been talking about Taiwan. You ever ask yourself, why was Taiwan not a thing for 4 years? I can't tell you exactly why, but let me just tell you, there were conversations that were had, and Donald Trump was having those conversations leader to leader. And you can trust Donald Trump to have those conversations in a way that you can't trust. I mean, Joe Biden ain't even having the conversation anyway. He got to send whatever one of his pointy-headed experts out there that he can, because he couldn't, have a cogent conversation for that long. But the weakness.
Speaking to the person in the bunny suit.
They just exude weakness. You can say a lot of things about Trump. That ain't one of them.
And that foreign policy just doesn't work. Your enemies don't look at that and go, oh, good for them. Let's applaud their willingness to be soft. They go, good.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
weak. They see it as weakness. They don't see it as anything to be celebrated.
Trump has an instinctual feel for power and the way that it manifests itself in international affairs that's really remarkable.
Cliff Sims, The Darkness Has Not Overcome. Get your copy today in show notes at rickandbubba.com. Thanks, Cliff. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Hello. Glad you're here. Brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, we will have the Wheel of Meat today. That will happen on the program today. Let's start this hour as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11. And we start it with the national anthem.
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome in. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, your two fat buddies on the radio, where only the strong survive.
Yep, that's right.
Let that
Well, I could have. Could have. But we got a lot to do. We got to go. And Greg, welcome back.
Yes.
Celebration. Congratulations.
It was awesome, and I appreciate y'all making fun of me the whole day. I was listening on my way.
Good.
Yes,
Yeah.
just
Well, Ricky,
when y'all were
you played a key role in this yesterday, letting the dog out to pee.
That's right. I mean,
Yeah.
Chandler didn't have to worry about that. It was really bizarre though. And hey, I mean, if this is the worst thing I go through during the pandemic, I'm a blessed man.
Yeah, you
but
are.
it was different. But like when Ellis was born, Lisa was actually in the delivery room, and I was standing outside the door. Me and Kelsey's dad, Randy, and we had our ear to the door listening.
Mm-hmm.
And you were there. This is a weird thing where nobody can go around. It's just strange. But hey, he's here. Look at him. There he is.
Look at that.
Wow, there's that baby.
Pace Jones.
Dan.
Pace Jones is here, and we are tickled. And like I said, it was a drawn out thing, but in the end, they went in there and got him. And now we heal up, and we got another grandbaby, my second grandson. Got my granddaughter coming in May, so we get to do it again.
My goodness.
So tell me about the name. Is that how did they come about with that?
They love pecani sauce. Chandler made that joke one day. But Pace is actually Riley's mom's maiden name, and then Lawson is a Burgess name.
Yep,
it's Rick's middle name, and my dad's middle name, and was like my grandmother's name.
Yeah,
the Burgesses will take William, and then my dad's name is William Lawson. We take William and Lawson, and we just give it to all kinds of kids.
Any combination. Of
we just had like you dealing cards. It goes out. Well, he's got his thumb in his mouth
already.
Dumb.
Well, he'd had a stressful labor.
Yeah.
They had to come get me.
I know.
That's right. But and like I said, it was strange that you're not there.
Yeah.
And that was weird. But hey, in this day and time, but praise the Lord, we're blessed, and it went good, and he is here, and like I say, this grandfather thing is works out really good. Like I say, one was incredible. Two is going to be even better, and then we're going to get three in here and a little girl. I mean, I can't even. I don't know what I'll do.
Well, we're worried about you, how big your heart's going to get. We think that
I may lose my edge, Rick, and you might as well fire me because that's all I got. That's all
I don't know
got.
if your chest is big enough.
No, I mean seriously, as far as the radio show, that's all I got. And if that goes away, I guess I can either stay in the back or whatever.
Greg, look, right now I don't have anybody else on the team that's willing to do the weekend show thing.
Okay, well, besides that, at least I got something.
All right, so I know we go with Baby Ellis. Are we going to go Little Pace, or are we going to go Baby Pace, or what are we going to do?
I don't know, because you want to distinguish between the two.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good one.
Go
I
LP?
think I'm just going to call him Pace Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pace Jones.
Because it goes together.
Yeah. 8 pounds, 1 ounce, 21 inches long.
Yeah, nice size.
Yeah.
He was bigger than we thought he would be.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course, Dad said that he thinks that this grandchild can beat up any baby his same age.
That was Dad's reaction when they showed him the picture. He goes, I guarantee he can whip any baby.
Whip any baby in that nursery.
That's how Dad measures everything. Have you ever noticed?
Yeah, it's just measuring stick to everything. And I like how he'll get real specific in what conference you're playing in. I saw Bubba today. I'll tell you one thing. Ain't no man that's 56 years old that has gray hair that is 5'9" and 280 pounds that can whip him.
You know, it's a very focused group.
Yeah, there it is. It is. I guess Pace is on newborns.
Right.
He's comparing him. Ain't
Yeah.
another newborn.
Rick, you and Bubba, ain't another radio show host out there and whip you too. Yeah, so anyway, I like when they throw out there like you did with Muhammad Ali, being sure nobody's in the division anymore.
Yeah, that he might could lose.
Now, he's left the division. I think he and I are around the same age. So,
yeah, it was.
Well, congratulations.
So thank y'all for your prayers, and it's really. It's,
Yep.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. So getting some emails, people who joined us late in our conversation with Cliff. Are those segments going to be on the YouTube channel? This is a reminder, the entire show every day is archived by Adler, and it's also on our podcast channel, audio as well. So, yeah, the entire show, every segment is archived every day. You can go back and get those. So if you missed some of our segments with Cliff, you can go back and grab those in the archives a little bit later today. All right, so we're in the final 8 minutes of bidding to be inside the ropes with Bubba.
Bidding.
John Daly, also Riley Green, and Senator Tommy Tuberville. And $6,000 is the highest bid for Children's of Alabama. If you want to bid higher, you have 7 minutes. And then we're going to stop the bidding at the top of this hour. So FYI, if you want to bid, Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Get that bid to him before the top of the hour. Bubba,
that ought to be a fun group, and
y'all have a blast.
A day that we will remember for a long time.
So, and hopefully it doesn't include, people being injured in the crowd.
Well,
if it does,
view
still
defensively. View defensively.
So I understand the roast of Tom Brady was so nasty, we literally only have 42 seconds we can play.
I watched some clips from it. It was pretty rough.
So here's one that we can play that makes it 32 seconds of the 42.
I don't know. I mean,
Drew Bledsoe.
Now he was funny.
Okay.
Now he said some things we can't play.
Okay.
No, I screened this one here, so if there's cussing, it's on me. I didn't hear it.
You talking about the guy who had to dump himself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
yeah,
all right.
yeah.
So
That's a good point.
Yeah, he said he is going to read a tweet that Antonio Brown had about it.
Hey. So this is Drew Bledsoe. He's standing there talking. Tom is to his right. And he wants to let Tom know he's accomplished some things.
And remember, Tom replaced him as quarterback.
Yeah, this is excellent, by the way.
He got injured, never got
and
back.
clean.
So, hey, look, buddy, you have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Pretty good.
That is good. That's really good.
And that's all we can play.
Yep, that's about it.
They touched on the divorce quite a bit.
They did.
Comedian Nikki Glasser, whatever.
You can't play anything.
You can't play anything, but she had a good one in which she goes, the only thing stupider than agreeing to do this roast was asking her wife, hey, babe, do you want to try jujitsu? Which was pretty good.
You just liked it because of jujitsu.
And it was a jujitsu joke, so I threw that in.
Some of them referred to it as karate because they couldn't say it.
That's good.
Yeah.
It is a hard thing to say. Yeah. All right, so here we go. This one is actually a joke against somebody else.
I forgot who it was, Rick. One of them said, Tom, did you ever think it was a little suspicious your wife was going for karate lessons 8 times a day?
Oh, wow. Nothing was off limits, guys, last night.
Robert
not
Kraft
a thing.
Point made.
Oh.
Robert
Now, one time, one of the comedians, what was his name?
Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross says something, and Tom Brady gets up and goes to him. It was kind of one of those Will Smith moments, and he whispers in his ear, but you can hear it. He said, "Don't say that again.
Don't say that stuff again."
And yeah, he had another word in there. So you don't know if that was part of the skit or he really didn't like him going after Robert Kraft that way.
I think it was part of the skit because Kevin Hart later on had said, "Hey, in a minute, Kraft," because he's 82 and he did look 82. He said, "Hey guys, in a minute, Kraft's going to forget what he said. Just let him know he did awesome a minute ago."
Oh, that's good.
And so Tom
good.
Brady's laughing about that. I think it was part of the skit.
Yeah, so it wasn't that. What's his name? The sports guy the jungle guy on radio. What's his name? I forget his name. And he opened he called his show. You're in the jungle and all those people. And, what's his name?
Not Jim Rome.
Yeah, Jim Rome.
Is it Jim
Yeah,
Rome?
it was at the Jim Rome when he had the Jim Everett.
Yeah.
Moment.
Oh yeah.
Do you think that was staged, or did you ever think that turned out to be?
I
real?
think that was real.
It looked real, didn't it?
I think that one was real.
Yeah.
It sure did.
He did look mad.
Don't call me Chris Everett again.
Yeah.
And he
He
did.
said, "I'm telling you one more time."
and he went after him right there on the set.
That's right. He jumped over the. Yeah.
So
based off things that were said last night, I'm surprised we didn't have one of those moments.
Okay. Well, why are we doing this 5B one here?
Well, it's just a good joke. I felt like it was just a funny, clever joke. This is.
He's trying to slip a word in.
He's making fun of Bert Kreischer, who's a very famous comedian. You may not know him if you're not into that world.
I do not.
Bert Kreischer is famous for this one bit where he takes off his shirt and he's a fat guy, so that's funny. Anyways, Bert Kreischer, very well-known guy. Tony Hinchcliffe is one of the comedians. He's a comedian's comedian, so to speak. And
Don't know him either.
He had a great line, so here it is.
Bert Kreischer is a king. He looks like the Tiger King and the Liver King only ate Burger King and had a liver that looked like Martin Luther King got beat up by Rodney King.
Wow. Good night.
That little fella right there.
Wasn't even the funniest thing he said, but we can't play any of it.
No. No, guys, we just took an entire roast and we were able to play 42 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Hart got made fun of a lot for being small.
Yeah.
Gronk got made fun of a lot for being stupid.
Yes.
What's her name? That Nikki comedian. In her sketch, she was like, Come on, Gronk didn't even fall for the crypto scam. Tom, you lost $30 million. Gronk knew that not real money. I'm butchering these deliveries, but you get the idea.
That is a fun
Well,
one,
I will say this. There's certain things about being beautifully distinct again, men and women. Do y'all agree with me that like watching males be nasty is not good? But when like a female tries to be like nastier than the men, it's almost like watching women fight. It just feels wrong. It's just so unattractive, so gross. It feels so wrong.
And with all the jokes about his ex-wife, I keep hearing it. Somebody else told me this weekend they were back together. Is that right? Have y'all seen anything else on that? I've had several people tell me that.
I don't know. I have no idea.
No, I haven't seen it.
Based off last night, if that is the case, they will be broke up by the end of today.
Right. Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah, celebrity roast is kind of like, you married one of the people from The Bachelor, then you have to watch the series.
Yeah. Why did Tom agree to do this?
Well, it's a great question, and a lot of people were asking that last night. But I kept
Glutton
it
for
was
punishment.
almost like first of all, I can't believe anybody would set themselves up for this, especially when he's so young and about to start a TV career and all this. But I didn't really know how roast works. Like, he got the final word.
Oh yeah, that's how roast always
and
works.
so
Yeah.
with Peyton Manning coming up and Bill Belichick there, I was wanting to see them, whatever. And I'd made the mistake by taking my headphone, my Raycons, out of my ears, thinking Tom Brady would be safe because Peyton Manning was just safe. And boy, was I wrong. Brady went after everybody, and it was ugly.
Oh, the rebuttal's always one of the best parts of a roast.
Yeah.
Good. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What a blessing it is. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, I'm letting her know, since all 5 of mine were C-section babies, that they're pretty normal. They just, when they leave the house when they're young, they crawl out the window instead of go out the door.
Right. Yeah.
You have to teach them.
That happens.
That's the only thing. Yeah, it gets a little awkward first time they throw their leg up on the window. No,
It's
son.
natural.
The door, son. The
Greg,
door.
I need your honesty here, if you don't mind, real quick.
Sure.
There was a debate at the House if you actually are the one that sent the text last night, because it was very sweet.
I did. That was me.
We thought
that
Lisa
was why I
might,
sent that one to you.
because it
No
ended
way.
with "thanks so much for the prayers," and that sounds like Lisa.
Greg,
not
you used the words
I wouldn't
deeply
say that.
appreciated.
I've never heard you say that except for just now.
You want us?
What?
You want us to believe you typed deeply appreciated.
I did.
Now, Greg.
I was trying to think of a reason. The show that I really appreciate.
Ghost Rider.
Well, it's kind of like the Rick and Bubba books. Lisa writes some really my stuff. No, look, I just don't do that a lot.
Right.
Because then
Well, got to be a special moment.
but I don't know.
You know it ain't fake.
Greg, I don't know that you've deeply appreciated anything.
Well, that's a stretch. I really appreciate it. Maybe that.
Yeah, deeply is not.
It was a big day. Rick.
Now, do you remember this, Bubba?
I was out of my element.
It's been years ago. and
I
I'm-
pictured him being a little glassy-eyed when he said that.
I was. Yeah, with the dog right beside him.
I mean, guys, I'm not. Yeah, well, I guess I am.
Take a sip.
That's so. Greg, get your
Hey, look, the shine will wear off. I'll be back by next week.
shadow wear off. When you talk about the Rick and Bubba books, do you remember we had Rick Bragg on the show? And what's the award that they all get? Is it Pulitzer Prize?
Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah,
And
he did get the
Pulitzer Prize winning author, and he's in here. And this woman calls up, and I'll never forget this. And she calls up and she goes, "I'd like to ask Rick a question. Of course, it's Rick Bragg in here and Rick Burgess. Now, tell me the process you go through writing these books." And I said, "Well, some lady from Nashville calls us, and we get interviewed on the phone." look, and Rick Bragg looks. He goes, "I think she's talking to me."
Probably my question.
Believe that one's over here for me.
The Pulitzer Prize winning author.
Oh my gracious!
16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. We got much to unpack, and look forward to talking to you today as the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kind of wrapping up, talking about babies, because Greg's latest grandson has now born and is here, and Chandler and Riley Jones. Welcome Pace Lawson Jones to the world. And we'll look forward to those updates going forward.
Oh, yeah.
So because the pandemic has caused so many issues, and my wife, like a lot of women, just absolutely goes crazy over babies. I mean, oh my gosh, oh my Rick, oh my gosh, and I'm like, honey, I've seen the baby. I just want to eat him. And I'm like, I got it. It's really so. What's happened is. I had to walk into Adler's cubicle and have a very frank conversation with him about his baby.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, look, I'm just going to shoot you straight, okay? Sherry has been patient with the pandemic and
because it's been a while.
Your wife's concerns about the baby, and it is a difficult time we live in. We have the antibodies. We've both had it. And Sherry wanted me to come, and I don't even know how to say this. And I said, I don't want to sugarcoat it. If you're going to continue to post pictures of your baby every Ruby Tuesday, Sherry says she is coming to your house and going to get the baby.
She's going to just knock on the door.
I know. She said she's coming to hold the baby, so you can either let her hold the baby or something really weird's going to happen.
Crawl through the window.
Right. And so, and Adler, have you worked a plan for this? You remember how many times I have to come in? I started out kind of mild with it, then I finally worked to we're drawing a line today. We've got a very uncomfortable situation, awkward socially coming, that my wife could show up at y'all's house.
Yeah, I'll just look in on the baby monitor and be like, that's Sherry okay.
I recognize her.
Sure. So what I think we're gonna do is on Monday, that's President's Day, no school, meaning my wife is off work. I think we're going to have Ruby Tuesday, or I guess it would be a Ruby Monday.
Monday. That's okay, though.
I think Ruby's going to be coming by the studio on Monday to hang out and say what's up to you guys.
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah.
Unless there's something that will get in Sherry's way, Sherry's like, what time am I supposed to be there?
That's what I'm saying.
And
I think it's going to be around the 9 o'clock hour. Sherry could come. We could all hang out with the baby.
yeah.
Y'all could go eat or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Y'all can eat.
Share some applesauce.
Yeah. Every Tuesday this happens. Have you seen the pictures of Ruby? I have, baby.
Yeah.
So when am I going to be able to hold this baby? Honey, I don't know that I can tell people to let you hold their baby. And then finally, the last group, she said, "Do you see those blue eyes? Do you see that little red hair?" And I said, "Yes, baby. I see the picture." She goes, "I'm going to get that baby." And I said, "I got to go do something." So
I went home and said, "Hey, we need to do something." So,
right.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, to your point, and this is from my dad at 5:22 a.m. yesterday. Hey, son, they love him some Adler, okay? Hey, son, will you ask Adler when Ruby's birthday is? Your mom just really enjoys the Instagrams of Ruby Tuesdays. She's so very precious. So that's from my dad. So if it wasn't for the pandemic and they could just ride around and stuff, they'd be here right now, or be here on Monday for sure.
So what I'm going to do is everybody stay in the studio, and I'll have Ruby on the other side of the glass here for you guys to look at. So we can do it, aquarium style.
Yeah.
And here's where you have a real issue, is your mother and my wife are friends.
Right.
So I caught her starting to work another angle, like she gave up, didn't think I was getting the job done.
But I do know that you walk around this town with your head all up in the sky.
All right, so a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studios. Thanks for being with us. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is out today. Came out over the weekend. Chris Skates, our guest. Really interesting interview, and apparently a lot of you have gone and gotten his new book, too, so catch that. If you want to be part of this week's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, get your letters in. Fourth installment of an ongoing series, Letters from the Audience, coming up this Thursday. So get those emails in for questions you want to be considered to speedy@rickandbubba.com. Speedy is here, Greg's here, Helmsy's here, Eddie Van Adler's here, and there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, I'm glad to be here, too. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, your Celebrity Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday. We now have a Rick and Bubba fan that will be inside the ropes with you, John Daly. Also, we got Riley Green. We've got Tommy Tuberville. He'll travel with you guys. He'll have his own cart. $6,000 to Children's of Alabama. Do we give the name yet?
That's
or no?
Excellent.
Can we?
I'm awake because I don't know if they want it or not.
But that's the winner. Now, the thing that I feel like a parent sometimes. I really do. When it comes to the audience, and y'all are our children. I've said it, and Bubba has said it. Speedy has. We've all said it. If you've got more to give, don't hold back. Go ahead and give all you think you can give. because the guy who was in second place says, "Well, I got distracted and stopped listening to the show." And,
Happens every time.
And it sounds like he could have done more, but you should have done more in the beginning. Then that would have scared the other guy off.
This is going to be an historic day for a lot of reasons.
Yep.
So we're going to have a lot of fun.
Be fun, and of course, I found out that our winner is a worship pastor, so he gets to play. He gets to walk with John Daly.
Well, we hope he has a high tolerance.
So he'll certainly be in a different environment.
It'd be like a deacon's meeting.
That's right. They even said that John Daly couldn't be on Tom Brady's roast because he had too foul a mouth. So anyway, let's start the hour. Things we've been intrigued by.
Mm-hmm.
Unfrosted. Jerry Seinfeld's Pop-Tart movie. I was concerned in the previews that it might be a little slapstick and zany for me. I wanted to go a little more Seinfeld, or even just an innocent
situational humor,
or just an innocent look at at the invention of Pop-Tarts. Helmsy has seen it. I forgot about it. Did not watch. Could have watched it this weekend and forgot about it. I had a very laid-back weekend and completely forgot about it.
I watched two things this weekend that would have fell on two different ends of the spectrum. As far as this one more family-friendly, but too silly for me. I watched the whole thing.
silly.
Now, listen, you know me. I'm a serious guy. So
everybody
I
knows that.
take things too serious sometimes, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe at moments I was actually watching it.
Okay.
But I started it, and I love Seinfeld, and I love some of the people that were in it, so I was going to give it a shot. And I think what made me continue to stay with it was all the surprise actors that kept doing cameos in it.
Love that, Bubba. That's a mark over on your side.
I love it.
I think
Bubba
that's,
loves a good cameo.
That's probably
he loves
the
them.
main reason. And there was some nostalgia in there for me as a kid, as a Pop-Tart.
Love Pop-Tarts.
Those type
Love
things. The cereal, the mascots of the cereal, and Tony the Tiger and a Fruit Loop, and all these things that come from Kellogg's and Post.
right.
That's kind of meshing in there together.
So was this a comedy documentary?
It was a satire thing. I mean, it's
Something.
complete. I think it was complete.
Called a comdoc?
Yes, that's
Maybe.
exactly.
Yeah, I
right.
think you're right.
Well, you had
I
a hip and
No, this
Hey,
was just
careful.
I know.
This was just a comedy drama. It was there was no real facts involved.
A little silly.
Yes, not very silly.
Okay,
Very
so first of all, our
It was pretty blank and good.
our age difference
That's
sounds
what Tom
like
Brady said.
this is one of those things that our age difference seems to not affect this at all. So you too remember what I call glorious Saturday morning,
Yeah.
where you got up with your cereal box.
Yes.
You read everything
yeah.
on the cereal
Yeah,
box.
yeah, yeah.
You saw the big bright logo on the front. You had milk in your cereal. Bubba didn't. He ate it dry, but we ate it, and you watched cartoons.
Yeah.
And you had Pop-Tarts. So the culture was still alive
Yeah.
for glorious Saturday morning.
Yes, yes.
Involving great cereals and Pop-Tarts.
Correct.
And so
Yeah.
you wanted to immerse yourself in that
Jay
feeling.
watched the cartoons. I was a little too serious for it, even at a young age.
Okay. Well,
But
you
that
really
kinda
hate this movie.
Oh yeah, and so, but I love the whole cereal and nostalgia of that, all that, and trying to find the pastry and them trying to get it right. And
Too silly for you. Is it too silly for us?
It may be too silly for you, Rick.
Just a little.
I think Bubba's.
campy?
I think
Go in
Bubba.
with a silly mindset.
I think Bubba's gonna love this.
Love every minute of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's gonna love it. And there are so many. You got to pay attention because there is a lot of funny one-liners in there. If you don't, because there were times where I would have to go, wait a minute, did he just say what I thought he did? And I'd rewind it and like, oh yeah, he did. But I was kind of getting caught up in the this is too silly. You need to cut it off. And kind of like what I did with the roast. This is too filthy. You need to cut it off.
Right,
And
yeah.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
And so watched the whole thing, and it was couldn't believe I stayed with it.
Okay.
I really couldn't.
But now let me. I want to tell you about. I can't speak for everybody, but I bet we're all similar here. The mining for good entertainment right now is so disappointing.
It is. It is.
It's so little of it left. You know how one time you're looking for a gold bar, now you'll just take a gold nugget. If I could just chip off
Just a
something
flake.
shiny,
Just a
you know,
flake.
if I could just get a
I'll take
flake.
mica.
Right.
And
Can I say this?
So the standard's so low now.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. The bar that Jerry sets is so high.
And that's the problem.
I think that was the main problem with me because I was expecting more. I really was. Hey, you're Jerry Seinfeld.
So a little silly for you, little campy.
It was corny. There were some corny moments. Felt like we needed to get to it sometimes. Like, hey,
We're dragging a little bit,
dragging on a little bit,
wallowing in this bit a little long.
Gaffigan's pretty funny in it.
Well,
you like him?
I like him. Yeah, I do.
Saw him twice this weekend.
You just
because
when
he
you
was
say-
at the roast too, and he was kind of like me. He was like, "Why am I still here?"
Yeah,
I think he felt like he needed to leave.
When you put
bet he did.
Jerry and Pop Tarts together, I just expect
I
a
do
lot.
too.
It's a high bar.
Same way,
it's
Bubba.
a real high bar.
It
See, I
is.
got a real problem
It
with
is.
this right here.
What's that?
That looks silly.
That whole scene is silly. You're going when it happens, like it's just it's so unnecessary.
Right.
Um,
Now, I know that Jerry, in his stand-up about Pop-Tarts, he does do this fake scene where they walk in and say, "We've done it." Is that what that is?
yeah, I believe that is the moment.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But then it goes bad. You'll see. I don't want to ruin it.
So I'm going to give it a shot.
I think
it's on
you should.
Netflix. Not a lot of
I think you
effort.
should.
Not a lot
Yeah.
of effort. Like I say, I'm mining for anything.
I'm telling you, Bubba's going to love it.
Bubba, it looks like maybe
Bubba's
an
gonna
A for
love
you.
it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Greg is not going to love it at all.
He's out. Don't even watch it.
I gotta at least go.
Speedy get embarrassed by it?
Not
really.
He probably don't even need to watch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you watch it with like kids?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's family friendly for sure.
Okay.
I'm not gonna watch nothing new until Cobra Kai comes back.
Okay. Do you think though it's not as family friendly as you think? You just watch the roast.
Well, I watched this before I watched the roast,
Okay,
and no,
So it
serious
is
serious
it is
business.
okay?
Thought about that when I said that this morning, the kickoff hour. I thought, have I let the roast dictate because it is PG-13?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty family friendly.
Okay.
Well, there's kids in it. And it's about
It ain't
Pop-Tarts.
saying F-bomb, put it that way. I mean, you know, it's brief nudity and smoking.
So yeah, will you give it a shot, Bubba? Will you take a look at it?
It just this is a busy week.
Yeah, it's gotta happen,
Yeah, it'll have
Probably
to
next
be
week.
later in the week.
I tell you what, I'm mad at
He's
myself
gonna like
about.
it.
I,
I really
had the
do.
perfect weekend for it and forgot about it. Could have done it easily.
Oh wow, you blew it.
No, I had all the time in the world. I was just chilling.
You'll
I
never
got-
have that much time again.
Never.
I forgot it too. I got a notification.
Okay.
I get these pop-ups now
Yeah,
on
right.
Netflix
Right.
reminding me things are on.
Yeah.
I wish I wouldn't have had it last
Right.
night when the roast came on.
We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll chat with you, America, and find out what is on your mind. When the Rick and Bubba show continues, all 10 lines are available. We'll find out what you want to talk about right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Things like, so are you keeping Ruby?
Right.
You know, and I'm like, oh no, she's trying to go another way. She's going to end up over there with your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Sherry, so I went yesterday. I said, before we do anything, I want to update you on Ruby Tuesday. And so I think she's going to, unless there's something she doesn't know about or something gets away, she's coming. She's going to be here.
Awesome. I'm gonna bring like a play mat. That way Ruby can crawl around or whatever in the studio, which is wild.
Yeah.
It's just my kid is crawling around at the studio. That's
And
wild.
think about it, and normally that's you crawling around in here.
I know.
I know. And
Yes.
she gets it on.
All right, you can't hold her. You can't hold her. Speed.
Well, see,
You're out. You're off the list.
And Greg, you're
And
in
Greg
this.
had a wrestling
Greg,
mat.
you're way out, buddy. All right, you haven't had it. You don't have the antibodies. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Greg, you'll have to stand away.
But then you're out too, bud.
Hey, what? No.
Because I'm her dad. But that goes back to this, Greg, and because again, I don't have any grandkids yet. You already have some, but I've noticed that I can see why it's so intriguing. And I know these jokes have been said before, but there's really some reality. Look, I love all my children. I love all my babies. It was a great time. Would I go back to the years of little kids again? I probably wouldn't. It was exhausting. I remember being tired all
Maybe
the time.
for a day.
And I remember there was nothing that was simple. Everything was complicated about getting up and going somewhere. So, but I absolutely adore children and I love babies.
Yeah.
But this mode of people are offering, it's almost like you're in a grocery store and you're shopping. Oh, this is a beautiful baby. Let me hold this little while. Man, that was nice. I love those cheeks. Okay, thank you. All right, bye-bye, y'all. Y'all have fun. You know, all you're getting, as I've heard with grandparents, all you're getting is the good.
Right.
All you've got is this moment. And if she gets a little cranky, y'all have to deal with it as y'all walk away. But for me, I'm like, well, you know, the window of her being happy is over. I got to experience that. Now the bad side of the baby is leaving with its parents, and I'm still here.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and I got to
You're gonna
enjoy.
sleep By the time the poopy diaper hit, they're leaving.
Yeah, you're sitting there, you're going, oh, this baby, and there's nothing like a baby's little cheek, and you just nibble it, eat that little cheek, and you put it up next to you, and then all of a sudden you smell something, and go, okay, somebody's got a poopy, and you just hand it back, and then you're just like, all I got was when she smelled good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you hand it. It's really this perfect thing of just enjoying other people's babies.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I've got a 5 and a 7-year-old niece and nephew. So I've been at the fun zone, crazy guy. I come, I throw basketballs at them while they run around the yard.
Yeah, injure them a little bit.
I get as close as I can with that basketball, but I don't hit them on purpose. I miss them on purpose. They love it.
Yeah,
and then I leave.
Yeah, it's just like when I walk in to see Baby Ellis, I really don't care whether I have a toy that it's going to be awful to his parents or I have a piece of candy that he shouldn't have.
Yeah,
whatever it takes for him to like me for the time I've got him.
That's right.
And the time I'm with
let
him,
them deal with
that's all I. And then the negative side of what I did to get him to be enamored with me, I just leave that with him.
The damage you did.
So we're everything's available to us. When you're a parent, everything's not available to you because it could be something negative that you don't want to deal with long term.
Right.
Those of us who are just trying to have a good moment with your baby, we just do whatever it takes to have that moment.
Yes, spin around, whatever, food, sure.
Yeah. You want whatever you want. Yeah, you want one of these? Absolutely, you can have it.
I will be bringing a ton of puffs to the studio. Just anything's wrong, boom, puff.
Yeah, give us anything. Yeah, like if she doesn't, because she doesn't know us yet, so she could have a. But you mean I can present the not the olive branch, but the puff?
Yes,
possibly.
Right. She is scared of bald people, so we're gonna have a hard time with that. I think. I'm so sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry.
All right, so one of those moments, gosh, Speedy and Greg, and I know Greg will love this. Speedy it'll be so uncomfortable. Helmsy will be somewhere in between that. Adler will do that loud laugh, and Bubba's already laughed at it because I told him what I did. He loves this kind of stuff. It's what he lives for. It's not quite. I can't get the cat filter off my computer. Sherry and I watched that because
I'm not a cat.
Adler's put that out now from the show. Mm-hmm. Sherry was laughing so hard. I mean, I'm talking about that where they get to when we call it the tickle box turns over. And they can't get it back.
Yeah.
I got some kind of we got a filter here, and the fact that the cat is doing what the old man's doing.
It talks when he talks.
So
he
anyway,
looks where he looks.
So anyway, I've made a bit of a miscalculation on what I'm wearing today.
Okay.
And I'm wearing the Rick and Bubba hoodie, which you can get at rickandbubba.com in the store. This was a very popular item at Christmas when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
I struggle wearing warm clothing because I'm hot natured.
Yeah.
So I have to. It has to be like frigid outside for me to go through a day in a warm clothing. Meaning even inside, I'm kind of glad I have it on because you can feel the cold pressing in on the building.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always a gamble, and today I'm helping.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Coach. Hey, Coach. Helmsy is on the phones right now. America, let's talk to you. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. So let's fire those up. We'll chat with you, whatever you want to talk about, and whatever topic you want to pick. If you call right now, looks like we got room. You can get in. So here's what all has happened. We have the Celebrity Pro-Am announced. We'll be live from Regents Tradition Celebrity Pro-Am coming up on Wednesday. Bubba will have John Daly playing as his pro. He'll have Riley Green, Tommy Tuberville with him. And we have a winner that has donated the most money to Children's of Alabama who will be with Bubba. So we got all that done, looking ahead to Wednesday for that. Also coming up this Saturday, if you're going to the Birmingham Stallions game, Speedy will be your MC. They're in the stadium. So make a note of that. All that can be found at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. If you're looking for man churches near you, go to themanchurch.com. May is an active month. The 16th of May, you've got Brian Dawson will be at First Baptist Church in Crestview, Florida. That's their next man church. They're rolling through the strategy, so they've got the curriculum set up. They're ready to go. That's on Thursday night, May 16th. On May 18th, Hope Mountain Church, Calera, Alabama. They're getting started. Gil McKee will be there. Coming up on the 19th of May, that's Sunday, I'll be at West Mobile Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama. They've been doing the strategy for a while. This will be their next man church, and I look forward to being with them, and we'll put you into our curriculum. And on that same day, over in Calhoun County, First Baptist Church of White Plains, on the 19th of May, Brian Dawson there for their kickoff of the men's discipleship strategy. So all that can be found at themanchurch.com, and we got a lot of them going on this month. If you want to join us now, you can, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've got Jason standing by in Moody, Alabama. Jason has got us on 104.7 WZZK. Jason, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rick. Just want to say I appreciate what y'all do. Going to miss y'all when you're gone. And I'd like to give a shout-out to my wife, Trina, on their 24th year anniversary today.
On their or yours? It sounded like you said, I want to give a shout-out to, like she's married to someone else. You mean, okay.
On our anniversary.
Yeah, I didn't know if this was a bad country song. Or okay, I got it. So you and Trina, 24 years married today. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Thanks for your kindness. I hope you have a great day, buddy, both of you. And thanks for listening to the show. You know, that would be a good country song.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, happy anniversary to them after she left me. Josh in the Peach State of Georgia. If you want to get room, you can grab it right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got a line for you. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, I know it's old news, but old Joe Biden, he commented on Caitlin Clark and Antonio Brown. He said, I got hairy legs.
Okay. All right. Greg. All right. Well, Greg, that's the kind of stuff you've caused this. That's some of your people.
Thank you, Greg.
Speaking of Biden.
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement.
Anybody know?
Basement Joe.
Here's a look at the leader of the free world. The first one, Adler says he's doing some sort of he stops and does squats. Is this thing where he keeps trying to show us that he's?
I don't know if you could call it squats. More like just squatting.
Okay.
I have a 1-year-old, and I know what this pose means, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
That means I'm about to go.
Oh no.
And some folks have added some things to this that's made social media that we won't play.
Yeah.
But
look, you can tell even his wife's like, well, he's done it again.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Look at his face. He has done it again. Oh, my goodness.
That's disturbing.
Are we about to see Biden and Luke Skywalker do May the 4th be with you?
Yes. The saddest
Do
day
we
ever.
want that?
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay. Oh, boy.
May the 4th be with you. Always.
It's from the official White House.
Hey, I got secondhand from
kind of makes you pull for Darth Vader, doesn't it?
Yeah.
From that whole May the 4th be with this. This is secondhand right here.
Oh, it's so sad.
I'm sorry, y'all. It
Who's
is.
that up there? What's her name?
What are you doing?
I'm just saying.
He's leading the press.
Listen,
I don't know what
Yes.
happens after 40 seconds, Adler. I got to be honest. I stopped watching it.
All right, because let me tell you what the title on our list is, Bubba. Look at it. 2 minutes of sadness. 2 minutes of sadness.
Well, let's see it.
Really, there's no introduction that really is needed here. I have a special guest, as you can see. Mark Hamill has
Looking
decided
good.
to join us on this wonderful Friday, and I am really excited to turn it over
Is
to
he
Mr.
trying
Hamill.
to be Biden?
Here we go.
Okay, how many of you had Mark Hamill will lead the press briefing on your bingo card? Hands? Yeah, me either. And look, I just got to meet the president, and he gave me these aviator glasses.
Sure he did.
I love the merch, love it all. But listen, I just wanted to say I was honored to be asked to come to the White House to meet the president.
Luke, no.
The most legislative, successful president in my lifetime.
What's that mean?
And, you know, I don't have to go through the list of
I'm sorry, look
bipartisan
away. Just look
infrastructure
away.
law, the PACT Act, the CHIPS Act, all of that, inflation.
What?
15 million
What are you
jobs.
saying?
It's
You
all
went into
good.
the dark
I was
side.
really thrilled to meet the entire staff because you know it's not just one person. It's like
Amen to that.
a composite endeavor.
He's gone
And
into the
all
dark
these people,
side.
my goodness, you know, I mean, I have no idea. I had no idea just what went into what is on his plate on a daily basis.
Help us,
that's pretty
Obi-Wan.
much it. I'm open to questions, although no Star Wars questions, please.
What?
Rick, Rick, I wasn't sure how I felt about Biden's presidency until the guy who played Luke Skywalker. And don't forget his follow-up movie, Corvette Summer. Until he spoke of all the things that has been accomplished. Now I'm convinced.
Here's
I thought it was a failure.
Here's the collective response to that.
It was said that you would destroy this Sith, not join them.
So
Speedy,
Biden gives the presidential medal of honor to Nancy Pelosi, the Medal of Freedom.
Can't watch it.
I haven't seen this.
Oh,
Is
no, I
it
can't
good?
watch it.
He's about to call her the best speaker ever.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
oh, Rick.
Well, as far as
Nancy
he can
Pelosi
remember.
will be known forever as the greatest Speaker of the House in American history.
Why is that? Who said that?
At least he got somebody else to read it.
Who was the effeminate guy who said that?
Here we go.
Still struggling.
You're going to smell her hair.
Why does he do everything in slow motion?
His brain's in slow motion.
Thank you, Greg.
6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8
Eight.
Mississippi, 9 Mississippi.
They had somebody read for him. Maybe they need somebody to fix the class.
Oh my gosh, he went for the handshake and he wanted to tear up some sugar. He did. He went in. He did. He went.
I
love you, Jill. She went for the handshake. And
Jill, I love you so much.
Look,
I love
Carrie,
you so much.
Look, Carrie's got one too back there. He must have been in on this.
Oh my God. Were you only invited if you were old and had some kind of ailment?
Oh, is that
look
John
at the
Kerry?
cloud around.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
John Kerry.
Pelosi will be known
He
forever
looks-
as the greatest Speaker of the House in American history.
That's your opinion.
Wow.
And her pantsuit is fabulous.
Even at this big event, John Kerry looks sad for some reason.
Okay.
Wrong face. You think he'd be happy?
I know. What's the episode about?
Why don't you sit down?
Yeah. Oh, man. There we go. All right, we've looked at Biden. We'll come up and look at Trump. Google has banned a Trump ad.
Yep. We'll see the ad, and Google has said too controversial. It's about the fraternity in North Carolina saving the flag.
Oh,
You mean Dylan, and Dylan?
Yes.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Young Broderick move into his apartment, so I know I'm going to be outside, and it's wet and cold where we are today. And I love the Rick and Bubba hoodie. I think it's stylish. They look good. Now, I will tell you that big people overall struggle with hoodies a little bit because they'll ride on you,
Right.
You know, the on your love handles.
Yeah.
So it's not the best call for people who can be heavy. So now I'm realizing I'm too hot in it, and that I'm wrestling with it
You're
a little
gonna be
bit.
hot.
Yeah, and so anyway,
Go outside, you'll cool off.
So that was my point. So this morning when I pulled up and had to park the Ram 1500 with the lift, and you can't just park it anywhere.
Right.
And every time, everybody thinks I'm going in the drive-thru at Starbucks, but I'm just ramping up to back in, and they'll sit there and think, I didn't expect that guy to be going to Starbucks. And it's almost like they're relieved when I'm not. First of all, I don't think I could get through the Starbucks drive-thru with it. Okay,
Right.
but
Yeah.
and you don't go to Starbucks in that truck. I mean, you couldn't.
No.
People would like they take truck away from you. If you're going to go to Starbucks, you can't have that truck.
You lose your truck
can't. You
card.
can't have a Ram 1500 with a lift kit and be sitting in the Starbucks drive-thru. That just ain't gonna happen. So anyway, so I back it up. So and I got here not early, but I wasn't late. So I was here at about 5:30, 5:25, somewhere in there. So Bubba has, he's driving the Jeep. And from Hendrick as well, and it's
the Overlander.
Yeah,
package.
and what do you call that color you got? I don't. It's a really cool color. I don't know what you call it.
I don't know what they call
You're
it.
colorblind. Why did I ask
I
you
do
that?
like the color.
Yeah.
It's some kind
Is
of
it
gray.
olive kind of
It's
gray,
kind of olive gray.
Yeah. I don't know what you call that, but it's a really cool. There it is.
A little
Right there.
touch of that.
All right, so I'm getting out of my truck.
It's
Okay,
earth color kind of.
Great. You're gonna love this, the Jeep Gladiator. So I get out of my truck and I feel that cold air hit me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, glad I got my hoodie on. And I'm kind of excited. It's Friday. I'm kind of fired up. I went to bed early last night, so I've had plenty of sleep.
Got a little kick in your step.
Yeah, I got a little kick in my step. So I see Bubba's Jeep turning in.
Yeah.
And of course you can't see because of the tinted windows. And I'm like, yeah, and I'm hollering at him, and I'm pointing at him. I'm dancing in the hoodie. I'm giving him all this. I'm giving him some of these, and all that like that. All of a sudden, as the Jeep's going by, I'm like, man, he's giving me nothing.
No.
And I look and I see his Jeep part way down. And I realize
you were throwing down.
it ain't his Jeep. Look, I'm like,
You were overdoing it.
And
When you see my Jeep parked there,
Whoever
the
this
feeling
person
you
is
have
thinks
is like, oh no.
They've probably called the police to me.
There's some drunk man in the parking
Got a
deck.
guy on drugs in the parking deck. He's dancing. So finally, they pulled the window down. And they're like, "Well, hey," and I'm like, "Hey, you ready for the day?"
They thought, boy, he's excited this
Did
time
you
of
do
morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just no. I
Okay, you just played it off.
Yeah. So this person is going on saying, "I tell you what, there's a really big guy with a Rick and Bubba hoodie on, and man, he's really jolly."
Yeah.
I had a good dance going too.
Well, something happened
Gosh,
to me.
what about when I realized it wasn't Bubba?
Golly.
So whoever you were, I'm sorry, but I hope I didn't scare you.
I wasn't dancing, Rick, but something happened to me when I was trying to do a little bit better over here, and I was running on the treadmill.
Yeah.
And a guy came in that I thought was a guy that I knew. And, when everybody's got these masks on or these little gaiters, you can't
the
tell.
mask is terrible.
But it's a fellow bald guy, big guy. I mean, just he stands out normally. So I'm sitting here and I'm running, and he looks over and I'm like, and I do the hand up, whatever. And I notice he kind of looked at me and he didn't give me much back.
Right.
And me being an overgreeter, it kind of bothered me.
You can't accept that.
It kind of bothered me, and I'm sitting there going, that's unacceptable.
Right.
So he kind of like this, and he looked over again. I was like, and he just
You
kept.
gave him a second one?
Yeah, he kind of kept looking at me, and I thought, well, he keeps looking at me because he wants to say something, but he knows I'm running.
Right.
So he can't come over here and talk.
What?
That went over, I guess, maybe 2 or 3 times. And I finish, and I stop the treadmill, do all the little cleaning stuff, whatever, and I walk over, and he's now moved to another station, and he takes his mask off real quick, and that's when it hit me. That's not him.
Right.
That's not the guy. And I have been waving at him for 5 minutes, and no wonder he didn't wave back. And I noticed he kept looking at me throughout the entire workout like, do I know that? Am I supposed to know the guy?
Right.
And it's happened to all of us. Rick. So don't feel too bad.
Yeah, but you probably you weren't.
I wasn't dancing.
You weren't dancing at one point. At one time, you were giving him a Morris Day in the time.
Yeah. So you just went nuts.
You're thinking, Bubba's loving this.
Hey, time of day very important here too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they really think you're crazy.
You know what I thought to myself? I'm giving.
No one's that excited at 5:30.
I thought.
Can't be.
And you
Not
know,
normal.
You know how you make the decision too. I'm giving Bubba a ton.
I'm in a good mood. I'm gonna give Bubba a ton.
Hey, I'm gonna flip that switch.
Yeah.
Because I don't always flip that switch.
Boy, you know what? Good thing. A lot of times in the past they'd overdo it and moon somebody. You buddy.
I know. Well, or there's other gestures.
There he is.
Yeah.
And too, I'm a little worried because that's energy that you didn't have to give.
Yeah, I know.
$35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. So, brand new sponsor that really has been intriguing. Kind of ties into what we've been talking about on the show today. What's ahead for this country? Where are we going? And tomorrow we'll talk with the CEO to talk about Patriot Mobile tomorrow. And when you think about your funding. These different, agendas out there, and you start thinking, all right, is there any choice? And we've been there. We've gone through the boycott thing, and we said, can you even be consistent in a boycott over here? You're boycotting something here, over here you're supporting something else. Well, with wireless, here's the good news. You go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. There is a choice, and you do not have to compromise on the quality of the coverage, same coverage you've been accustomed to, but you're not funding agendas none of us agree with. This means the money you're already spending every month on wireless service now can matter. You can be supporting things that you actually agree with while having a U.S.-based customer service team. You got a company that stands with the military, religious freedom, sanctity of life. So patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Go there and get more information and free activation when you mention the code Bubba. You can also call them at 972-PATRIOT. Mention the code there, and activation is free. You can keep your same number if you want. Keep your same phone if you want. Or you can switch. They make that easy. So go to rickandbubba.com under our sponsors button and also find the same link. Bubba, as we work our way back and keep going through things, now we haven't done, there's some Trump info out there too. We talked a little bit about that earlier, but it wasn't the headlines of today. Things he's dealing with now. Yeah. So these college protesters, and we got a lot of video and audio on them today. It's odd. A lot of people are pointing out the oddness. It just feels fabricated and financed, and it's just more discontent and chaos. And so we had some frat boys, and this has been funny. Babylon B says they've now been sent to protect the southern border.
Yeah.
At North Carolina, that when they tried to raise the Palestinian flag at the campus, the flag was taken down. They were putting the American flag up, and these frat boys were protecting the flag. And apparently, Trump was going to use them in an ad, patting him on the back. So do we have that ad?
Yeah, we have the ad, and then we'll
tell you what happened.
Go into good.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order back. Students restoring the American flag and singing the national anthem.
Protesters began to take down the American flag, and that's when the guys stepped in. Patriotic fraternity brothers stepped in and said, "Not today, Hamas."
The group of frat brothers defended the American flag from anti-Israel protesters.
I held the Israeli flag, and they held up the American flag while protesters chanted at us, screamed at us. I was told to kill myself about 50 times, called a white supremacist, a fascist.
They protected the flag for an hour. They were pelted with bottles and rocks, but they stood strong.
I think the most popular college students right now are the ones at UNC.
God bless those UNC frat guys for taking down the Palestinian flag and putting up Old Glory.
Giving us some hope there that not all college students have gone woke. They should be celebrated for, and what be more rare is their bravery, their willingness to stand up and exhibit that patriotism and protect America.
All is not lost. In every corner of America, there are many people that love this country.
I'm very proud of these boys and very, very proud that we have parents that are raising good kids like this in our country.
I love America. There are still patriots in this country that actually want to fight and would sacrifice themselves for this flag, this country.
It's good to know that there's some patriotic young men out there supporting the flag still out there.
Don't bend a knee to these people.
So there's the ad, effective, very good. But
based on current events.
But it has been banned by some people, right?
By Google, right?
So Google will not allow it to play. And what did they say? It was too controversial? So college campuses saying death to Israel and death to U.S. not controversial.
Let's look at 3B.
Yeah, okay. So this is, and what is this, Adler?
This is another ad. This ad has definitely been banned by Google Ads. So you cannot insert this ad in front of YouTube videos and things like that. So if you want to be part of Google Ads, you can't put this ad in. And this centers around a Biden-Harris call center.
Oh, my.
Hello, I'm with the Biden campaign.
Yeah, I voted for Biden last time.
That's fantastic.
Is it? Everything costs more. Food, gas, rent.
Okay, but Biden's helping pay rent for newcomers to America from around the world.
You mean illegal immigrants? I'm struggling to pay my bills, but Biden's paying rent for illegals? They get handouts and I'm paying for it.
But Biden can still count on your vote, right?
Things were better before Biden. I'm voting for Trump.
Make America Great Again, Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
That's been banned?
Yes.
Now,
how
can that be banned? What is the, in the broadcast side, you can't ban the political speech. That's been controversial over the years. You can't interfere with their message. So now, but Google can?
Apparently.
I guess there's over 300 different Trump ads because you've got all these different organizations that are making these ads on behalf of the Trump campaign. Looks like over 300 Trump ads have been taken down by Google and YouTube, according to CBS News.
So how many Biden ones have they taken down?
Good question. Let me Google it.
I bet I'd take a shot at it.
We wanted to protect a fledgling industry, but we've let it go too far, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm with you, Bubba.
Vertical monopolies are not American.
Yeah, I know that this whole streaming world and YouTube and Instagram. I don't know how all that. Well, no, I guess I do. I guess there is no oversight, right? So they can turn ads down.
Because this goes back to, are they a common carrier or are they not? And they're getting the benefit of both sides of the coin right now.
Because a lot of you hear Biden ads run on our affiliates, run on even the YouTube options sometimes, because we can't turn those down. As far as I know on the terrestrial side, we can't.
Yeah, I mean,
you even have to give them your best rate.
Yeah, that's the lowest unit rate. Yep.
Yeah.
So Google evidently the call center ad that we just showed. It was a very specific, targeted ad that they were going to make sure played in a very specific area of like Macon County, where some of these ads, they want to have them targeted. However, after backlash, Google appears to have reversed that decision, is what I'm seeing right now, and so that ad can actually run again.
So 4A, this back to the pro-Palestinian activist. How about they stormed the University of Michigan graduation ceremony, and the crowd in Michigan actually cheers when the police show to remove them. Can you imagine you're there and you've paid all this money and you just want to see a kid graduate? And I just don't think they're winning people over by doing this. If you're trying to win people to your cause, disrupting.
Yeah, they're once in a lifetime chance to walk across stage doesn't seem to be the time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was,
look at that crowd.
Look at the crowd in the big house to see a Michigan graduation. Good night.
Wow.
Yeah. So apparently the police shows up and they take them out and and the crowd.
Well, don't you know you got to sit there a minute through that ceremony?
Look at and then you see people holding up Israeli flags and American flags. It's just, it's there is a right to express yourself, but there's a responsibility that we all have with it, and I just don't even think this bunch is being very wise, especially when they take part of the history and take it out, and that's the terrorist attack on October 7th. I mean, you can't remove that from this narrative.
Well, think about this.
That did happen.
We had a video last week of a girl who said, I didn't get to go to my high school graduation because of COVID.
Right.
Now her college graduation at USC, Southern Cal, was being canceled because of the threat of protesters.
Right.
Now, as she goes through life, and she's going to have, regret and angst about that. Is she going to think kindly on their cause or be against it?
Right. Yeah. And
I don't see where you're gaining here at all.
I think we both know the answer to that. So, and what was funny is, this thing now is that they're wearing masks to cover their identities. The hilarious video I saw over the weekend was one of them saying, no, I'm not doing this. I'm doing this because of COVID, and their nose is completely exposed. All they've got covered up is their mouth.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to hide my identity. I'm doing this because of my fear of COVID. First of all, your fear of COVID outdoors in 2024, pretty low. And if that really is what you're trying to do, the mask should be worn differently.
Right.
And the fact that even if you wore it right, it still won't help. But still, at least make it look like that's what you're doing.
I think it's just convenient to hide your identity.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll come back. We'll see any stories that we did not get to today. I guess you saw the story on the United Methodist Church over the weekend. There's a lot of irony that went with some of those who defended God's word. How times have changed in a big way. We'll talk a little bit about that and other stories you may have missed when we get back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That energy's gone now.
That may cost me a couch. I might have needed that for a couch.
So if I hadn't danced at 5:30.
Yep.
Did the person look scared or laugh?
They looked like this was it, almost like, okay, good morning to you too.
Well, maybe you made their day. Or are you scared of either one?
Well, once they realized I meant no harm, So 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Mike already loves morning, doesn't he? Yesterday, I heard you talking about, we had all the weird weather in some places. You had some warming, other places you had cold, and here comes ice and freezing and weather situations. And there's this huge wreck that has been captured that you were telling me about yesterday. It's the first time I've seen it is right now.
It was on the interstate just outside Fort Worth, and Rick, the carnage from this thing. Of course, they had freezing weather, and apparently the interstates froze very quickly.
Flash freeze.
And
the old flash freeze.
They had a pile up. I think they have 6 dead in this so far. There's like 50 people injured. Over 100 cars in this particular one. Of course, they've had other wrecks too, but it was a mile and a half of wrecked cars.
Listen to them, you just hear them running into each other. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's unbelievable, Rick.
They can't stop.
That's scary.
It's just more of them sliding into another one. What if you're sitting there? What if you're sitting there and
listen to it?
And you think it's over, but it's not. One of the worst parts is coming right here.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Dang! Wow.
And I was watching yesterday, and they said the fog and the misty rain that was coming down, people couldn't see what was up ahead of them. And then when they would try to stop, it was too late, and they would just kept sliding.
Oh, that's horrible.
You wonder why people are going that fast.
Look right here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's sad. It really is.
I mean,
what about when you're sitting there and
Rick,
there's nothing you can do about it?
Yeah.
You couldn't imagine a scene from a movie being this bad.
Now here comes another one.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It just keeps coming.
Oh my. And
oh, that's terrible.
And so they can't. I mean, do they have their brakes on, or they just can't see what's up ahead?
Well, no, they're on an overpass part of the interstate that's iced over, but nobody, because it was right at freezing or below, and there was a misty rain that was coming down, and it just like all the conditions just made a little ice, like a black ice type feel to that overpass, and they hit it and nobody could stop.
You've probably heard 20 wrecks while we're playing this clip.
Yeah, and this is
and
raw
that's
footage.
Not even the best footage of it.
From
There's
the other side of the interstate.
Well, let me tell you something, and
here comes another one.
I don't know what's available to them.
Yeah.
I don't know what's available to them, but if you're sitting there in a sitting duck, you got to get out.
Well, you say that,
where can you go?
With the family, we were sitting there watching it yesterday, and just before one of the 18-wheelers hits, you can see a guy out, and you go, well, are you better in or out? Because now he's out getting hit.
Yeah.
They're just showing some of it.
Yeah.
Look at some of that footage.
Because, I mean, one of the shots shows a guy that's out, and then something hits, so you're like, okay, where are you better?
Yeah, and Rick, I guess, it's happening so quick, you can't get a state trooper or somebody to get on the upper end and get the lights on to warn everybody. Even if they were, if it's like an interstate, it's very hard to cross over, Looks like they have one of those concrete barriers in part of that, so... it's just a bad situation. We had one a few years back between Chattanooga and Knoxville that was similar to that because it's real foggy in there, and it's just a bad deal.
Well, and even if you're up there telling me to stop, and then I hit my brakes, but I keep sliding,
I can't do anything with it
because it's the flash freeze. Man, that's it.
Because you got an interstate that people are driving, at a high rate of speed but safe for an interstate. And then all of a sudden you get to an area where the temperature has dropped just slightly and it's iced over. And it catches everybody. You can't see them. And it's just a whole combination of bad things at one time.
Did you hear how many cars and trucks ran into people as we were sitting there?
And you keep thinking it's over, and here comes another one.
What about when you're sitting and you're in that point, you're in the middle, you're boxed in, and all this just bam.
I mean, what
bam,
do you do?
You just hit
Well, like I say, you could see in the clip we showed that if you were one of the cars in a crash and you got out, when that 18-wheeler hits, you'd have been killed.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Look where they are. Where do they have to go? They have nowhere to go.
No.
You can't really get out.
No. Bad deal.
So you just stay in there and hope eventually so many of them stack in behind you that the force gets less and less, but you hate to be that one that just crashed and you're the 18-wheeler comes and knocks your car up on top of another 18-wheeler. You don't want to be that person.
No, that's real bad.
That's horrible.
So was there death involved? Or?
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. So a lot of stories we've hit from over the weekend. We had a great visit with Cliff Sims today. His new book, very intriguing and timely. So you can go back and catch any of the archives of anything that you may have missed during the live show today. On the Road Wednesday, Celebrity Pro-Am. It's been a tradition for many of the years, since 97. On the program, Bubba will be playing, and we have our person who donated the most money that'll be inside the ropes with him. We'll tell you more about that tomorrow on a brand new Rick and Bubba. But over the weekend, the United Methodists, finished this road they're on with a vote over the weekend. I did not realize that the denomination of the United Methodists is the second largest Protestant denomination in our country. 11 million members joined the majority. Now, keep in mind, after their vote, because those of you that are kind of watching, Jesus' conversation in Matthew 24 about the falling away. So this means now, with United Methodists now saying that they will allow openly LGBTQ ministers in the pulpits, they cannot be removed. They've changed God's standard for marriage. meaning you can no longer punish them for performing marriages of same gender. So now they join some of the others. They will now join the Episcopal Church, the USA Presbyterian Church. Now, it's important you make that distinction there. The Evangelical Lutheran Church, United Church of Christ, all of them have already been doing this. They now join them. So think about it. You think it's just one denomination? Mm-hmm. They're actually joining others as this is becoming a trend. There was a lot of irony with this because those who opposed allowing clergy to be openly members of the LGBTQ community and openly live the lifestyle, not require repentance, not calling this a sin. And so those that were standing on the Word of God saying we cannot do this, a lot of them were ministers from Africa because it's a worldwide denomination. When you go back in the history of the Methodist Church, Wesley founded it, and it was called Methodist because they had a method that you were to follow on being disciples, making disciples, and sanctification. There was a method to all this. Of course, they've abandoned that method now. And one of the things they were doing was trying to evangelize Africa. Mm-hmm. Well, now Africa is trying to evangelize them. Yeah. So here is one of the African ministers who's saying, I cannot go along with this. And he explains quite simply why. Here we go.
Why are you speaking against the amendment?
I'm speaking against the amendment because we do not have another Bible apart from this Bible. So we cannot have the two options that the amendment offers to us. And so I vote against the amendment. That's the reason why I'm trying to explain.
Okay.
Yes, that this Bible, 2 Timothy 3:16 says, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, reproof, correction, and instruction in righteousness. When it comes to the issue of homosexuality, the Bible is very emphatic.
So he says, I can't vote for this because God never sent me another Bible. Yeah. There's nothing, we can't say on one hand the Word of God is breathed by the very breath of God and then say that he changed his mind without breathing that to us. Where did we get the authority that he's changed his mind? It goes back to one of the things that, if you look back at creation, when God said that he had not created the perfect helper yet for Adam. God says that. And he says, this is one thing that's not good. The male is alone. The rest of the animals and everything have mates. He doesn't. Bubba's covered that before, and it's a great point. And so God says, well, I haven't made the perfect helper for him yet, which means everything he created up to that point was not it. So he didn't go multiple choice. He said, I will now create the perfect helper for the first male, and then God created woman. He never said, is that okay with you, Adam? Is there some other choices you'd like me to throw out there? And this is a multiple choice. Pick the one that best suits you. He said, this is what is right. This is correct. And what this minister is correctly saying, when did we get something from God that he changed the standard? You don't get it throughout the entire Bible. You don't get it with Jesus. Jesus in the new covenant is still saying, as my Father made them male and female, meaning that standard still changes. We get all the way to the Revelation, and we're still seeing the analogy of the bride and the bridegroom. It never changes throughout Scripture. And this minister says, I don't understand where we get this authority. That's why I can't vote for this. And he's right. And so it's, and like I say, there's been thousands and thousands of churches leave the United Methodist denomination because of this, and they are wise to do so. And I applaud them for that. But it is interesting that Africa is now trying to evangelize the very denomination that at one time had them as they had a fervor to go reach the people of Africa. And now the people of Africa are trying to come back and go, what are y'all doing?
It's just...
Wesley is rolling in his grave.
It's still amazing to me. I mean, if you sign up for the club and the club has bylaws, then you go by the bylaws of the club. I don't understand.
And where I would disagree.
I mean, I'm oversimplifying.
Right. Well, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. But I go back, like I see this one cat in here that says, we've singled out one group for discrimination for 52 years, whoever this Ken Carter guy is, of Western North Carolina Conference. Well, I would go to Ken, my brother, and say, with all due respect, brother, you're doing exactly what you're claiming that we shouldn't do. You're now discriminating and making a sin special. You're saying that now we won't let people lead the church that have any other sin that they're deliberately and perpetually living, not struggling. We all struggle. But, you wouldn't let somebody, I hope, get up there and lead that was a fornicator and said, well, I was just born this way. I don't want to have a wife. I want to sleep with whoever I want to, or an adulterer. Yeah. But what you're doing is that exactly the opposite. You're now discriminating and making a sin special, that it gets a pass. So it's a dark day for the United Methodist, and they just continue to spiral. So we mentioned Nick Saban coming out. Now, what is this Saban's talking about in our clip from Saban today about online betting?
He's talking about people who are critical of things they do and who, get online and then their comments get made, bigger than they really are.
This is good.
And he's talking about who they're coming from, and this is pretty funny.
All right, here we go.
It amazes me that some guy sits in his basement, probably in his mom's house, probably in his underwear, probably overweight, and he puts something on the internet and anybody cares about what he thinks.
It's true. It's true.
How do you get his hair to match his jacket?
Right.
Greg. It's the lighting, Greg.
That's what you got out of
courtesy
that.
of AL.
Yeah, but it's
Shouldn't
true.
think about nothing else.
It's true. And here's the one thing you'll look. I've seen things before that somebody showed me, and then I'll look. Have you ever noticed like there might be 35 comments on something, and then you get in there and realize, oh, wait a minute, these 35 comments have come from 7 people.
Yeah,
they're just going back and forth now, and it's who cares? I mean, now anybody can just go online and, like he said, and just throw something out there. They don't have to be telling the truth. They don't have to tell you where their sources are from. And suddenly everybody is supposed to listen to what they have to say.
I like they're in the basement,
right?
In their underwear,
in their
overweight.
In their underwear, living at their mom's house,
probably overweight.
Right. All right, gang. Thanks for being with us. I hope you have a good rest of the day if you're leaving us. Anything you missed on the show, catch on the archives. Tomorrow, we'll gather right here, Lord willing, for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show if our time is ending. If you have more Rick and Bubba today, enjoy it. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.